I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born. And Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after 2 kids. What's wrong?
Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared.
I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that. Except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner. You're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace, and as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not-so-called-for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind...
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point, and by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've got to meet my dad.
I don't think I should, but Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Ah, such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it, like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream. So it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the tense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy, was that the best decision ever. The game took me into the magical world of Miraland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Miraland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So, naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hero was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So, I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hero got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hero. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hero immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hero's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hero? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. but I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hero,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hero with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins, and Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold.
Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that.
And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hero pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food. Oh my God, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point. And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, But you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again. But for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision. And I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't going to stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby. A large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Soufflé, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves. Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Ellie, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay, you're out, fatty. Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it. And we heard a loud crack. Oh my God, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it. But what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things. Unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot. And I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. Tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my God, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. They pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about the break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to... whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my God, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them. It's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head. But I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears, and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us, and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters, and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddie doing here?
Hi, guys. I'm Freddie. Old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them, but of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you'll steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moron sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to her old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joy rides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20.
$30. Final offer.
The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs.
Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius.
We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated. But then, I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh! If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail. Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke. Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both. What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes. I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home, completely hopeless. Did it work? Will she keep quiet? She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry. Then we need to move again, now. But this is her home. Sally is my friend. Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent. Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with. I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear. You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out. Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship. Trisha, come back here. My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And, by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter.
My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different. And I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC. Esoteric. QUERULOUS. Querulous. VACILLATE. Vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual. Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight. And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car. I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded. Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. Failure. Failure. Dismay. Dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. Next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad, just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together. And where have you two been? The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving. Moving? Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks. Mom, no! I have nationals next month. Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that. Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me. Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom. Fine. Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the bee. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on. It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward.
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. Vicissitude.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong. Until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct.
I did it! The audience went wild. I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait! Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here? Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister. The girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true? Yes, it is. Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner? I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know. For your sake and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad. Hi, I'm Allison from a small village in France. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a small cottage with my single mother who worked as an artist. Life was tough since we had little money, so when I turned 5, Mom decided to move back to her home city, and it had a freaking palace.
Whoa, is that a real palace, Mommy? I want to see what it looks like from the inside. I want to meet the king.
The king doesn't live there, Allie. Only his sister, the Duchess, does. And only those who work in the palace can go there. Soon after, Mom got a job as a royal portrait artist, and I would beg her to take me along someday. But she always said I was too clumsy, and the palace was full of delicate things.
I'll be careful, I promise.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's also a ghost who has lived in this palace for decades.
Was the ghost there when you were a kid?
Yep.
Then it must be old by now. I can easily outrun it.
Of course, I didn't believe her. If anything, it made me more curious about the palace. When I was 9, Mom was called by the Duchess to make her portrait, and this time, I followed her. Somehow, I managed to sneak inside without getting noticed. And boy, was it pretty! As I wandered around, I slipped into a nearby room full of toys and blingy things. I'd never seen anything like that before, and it was so fascinating that I grabbed a few of them. But when I reached home, I felt guilty and scared. If anyone at the palace found out, Mom could lose her job, and this was stealing.
I'll bring you guys back someday when I work at the palace. Till then, you can hide here.
My passion for working in the palace grew stronger as time passed. I begged Mom to teach me how to paint so I could become a royal painter just like her. And by the time I was 17, I was better than her. One day while I was painting, Mom came home with some big news. The king is coming to town after 17 years, and they want paintings for the whole palace. We started working day and night, finishing all 20 paintings in under a week. But a day before the delivery, Mom slipped and sprained her ankle. I'll ask someone from the palace to pick them up. No, I can take them. I promise. I won't break a thing. Whoa! Are you sure? We can't lose the job. Yes, Mom. You can count on me. I managed to convince Mom and then left for the palace. I also took the stuff I'd taken all those years back. I could finally put that back. When I entered the palace, it was exactly as I'd remembered. Wow, how dull. This place could really use some color. I was so lost looking around that I tripped over a giant statue's foot, and the paintings flew in the air. Just then, I heard someone scream, and when I looked back and saw a girl, I almost passed out. It was like I was looking in a mirror. I touched her to make sure she was real, and she slapped my hand away. Don't you touch me, you peasant. Don't you know who I am? My doppelganger? We look exactly the same.
No, we don't. I'm a princess, and you look like a street rat.
If I look like a street rat, so do you, because we have the same face. Wait a minute. Is that gold? Oh my God, you're a thief. The girl started screaming again, and I was surrounded by palace security within seconds. Just as they held me, I bit one of the guards and ran till I reached home. When I told Mom what had happened, she looked at me in shock, and minutes later, the king arrived with the Duchess. Oh, my sweet daughter, it is you. You're what? Mom, what's happening? My mind went blank when the king told me how years ago the nanny had taken me out for a walk, but we both never returned. Your mother and I searched everywhere for you, but we failed. She was heartbroken and no longer wanted to be here, so we left the palace. But today, when the security guards told me of an intruder who looks just like the princess, I just had to come and see for myself. Mom, is that true? I'm not your daughter?
It's true, Allie. I found you on my doorstep with a note and some money, but I had no idea you were a princess.
Why didn't you ever tell me I'm not yours?
Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Now you were my daughter. I am so sorry, Allie.
It was just all too much to process, and I ran off. I was a princess, and I had a twin sister. I was living a lie for 17 years? I was walking along the road trying to clear my head when a big sports car pulled up next to me, and a handsome guy got out.
Cherry, what are you doing here? It's not safe.
Cherry? Do I look like a stupid fruit? Leave me alone.
I called you pumpkin before, but you hated that too.
What the heck's your problem, dude? This is not a good time.
I was saving this as a surprise. But here, will this make you come with me?
Holy moly! That diamond was bigger than my fist! Calm down, Allie. Okay, you've got the wrong girl. Whoa!
Sorry, I'll have to carry you back home if you don't listen.
I punched him in the nose as the guy screamed like a little boy and then ran for my life. This was officially the worst day ever. The next day, the royal staff packed all my stuff and I was moved to the castle. My royal chambers were bigger than my whole house, and everything was beautiful, except it didn't feel like home. Mom wasn't there, and even though I was mad at her, I missed her. I was unpacking when my sister walked in.
I know you think you're suddenly a princess now too, but don't let this get to your head. Remember, I rule.
Charlotte, dear, don't be so rude to your sister. You should be happy she's back. Okay, Amber.
Allison,
darling, we're starting with your royal lessons from tomorrow. Be ready at 4 a.m. sharp.
Good luck with that. It's not easy being a princess. She wasn't kidding. It was a mad schedule. Mornings were for horse riding, then music in the afternoon, and martial arts in the evening. My body was super sore and I was exhausted, but within a few weeks, I'd grown tougher and learned a lot. One evening during martial arts practice, someone walked up to me. It was the diamond guy.
I thought they were just rumors, but you are prettier than Charlotte.
We look exactly the same, like identical. Can't you see that, or did the punch make you blind?
Feisty. I'm Prince Arnold, by the way, Charlotte's fiancé.
Isn't she too young to get married?
Are you jealous?
What? Move along, dude, unless you want another punch. But the guy just winked and left. What a flirt! Later that evening at dinner, Dad announced that he'd be holding an official coming out party for his daughters, and the entire village would be invited. What's a coming out party? Lame question. It's your official introduction. So why are you having one? Don't people know you already? That's when Dad told me that Charlotte had always been sick all her life. She had a rare genetic heart condition that didn't allow her to roam around too much. It was only recently that she'd gotten better. But I'm still better than you. What's your problem? My problem is that you're here to take my crown away from me, and I won't let that happen.
Enough. That's for me to decide. Now eat your dinner. I'd root for you.
I kicked that butt face under the table, and he turned red. Much deserved. The coming out party had sent the whole town into a frenzy, and Mom was called to make our official portraits. Seeing her made me feel so much better. So, how do I look?
Like a princess. Have you forgiven me?
Maybe. I mean, you're still my mom.
Of course I am.
The party was a huge success, and I could see the king's pride in introducing his daughters.
You should see Allison fight. She's a natural. Her paintings are so good. I think I should send her to Paris to become a professional.
Dad, I wanted to become a chef, and you didn't allow that.
That's because you weren't well, Charlotte. Now, don't interrupt me while I'm talking, darling.
I was a little embarrassed with all the praise, and it clearly bothered Charlotte, so I excused myself and went out for some fresh air, only to find that jerk, Arnold, making out with a maid. What the heck, dude?
Oh, hey, Allie. Don't worry, this isn't serious. And you're next.
I felt furious and turned around to leave, but he blocked me.
Oh, don't be so mad. Come here.
Arnold pulled me in and was about to kiss me when I pushed him hard, but Charlotte walked in just then. What's happening?
Wait, I knew it wasn't you. My darling Charlotte, this imposter tried to take advantage of me. She tried to kiss me while pretending to be you.
What? That's not true. This guy's been flirting with me ever since I came here. Charlotte, he's a jerk. I just caught him making out with a maid. Enough. First, you try to steal my life, then my dad, and now you have your eyes on my fiancé? I won't let you get away with it. With that, Charlotte went inside and got on stage as everyone stared at her in confusion. Attention! My twin sister is a manipulative witch. She's a thief and a liar, and so is her mom, that lady. Tell me, Allison, did she teach you how to be a lowlife? Because you surely weren't born one. Say what you want about me, but keep my mom out of it. I feel sorry for you, Charlotte. How could you be so bitter? It's so... Before I could finish, Charlotte jumped on me and we got into a crazy fight. As the king pulled us apart, Charlotte started shaking and fell to the ground. We rushed her to the hospital, and the doctors informed us that she had fainted because of stress and needed rest. I wanted to visit her, but the Duchess stopped me.
I think it's best that you stay away. You've done enough damage. Brother, she's not good for Charlotte's health.
We might not get along, but she's my sister.
She's right, Allison. I think it's best if you give each other some space. Maybe you can stay with your mom for some time. It will only be temporary, love, and I'll have you back as soon as possible. I think we dumped too much on Charlotte, and she needs to get better.
Of course, I understood, but I was actually happy to get away from everything for a while, especially since Charlotte and I were on the front page of every newspaper the next day. People called us the Crazy Royals. We were a joke. I was packing my stuff when the Duchess walked in.
You're finally going back to where you belong. I knew you'd never fit in here, and it was a mistake to bring filth into the palace.
I know I didn't grow up here, but I'm still a princess by birth. So please, mind your manners and never talk to me this way again.
Don't forget your place.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I pushed her aside and left for my old home. Mom was ecstatic to see me, and to be honest, I felt happier than I'd been in weeks. A few days later, once Charlotte was better, the king announced her engagement to Arnold to give people something else to talk about. Dad invited me, but I decided not to go to the ceremony. I just wanted to stay away and avoid any more drama. On the engagement day, Mom had gone out for something when Charlotte came over. What are you doing here? Don't you have an engagement to get to? I can't marry him, Allison. He's a snake. I should have trusted you. Good time to say I told you so. But what do you want from me? After our fight, we can't have another media blowout. Dad will never allow me to call off the engagement at the last minute. Please, come with me. Maybe we could convince him together. Please help me. Charlotte was crying like a baby now, and I didn't want her to have another fainting episode. So I agreed. But just as we entered the palace, Charlotte stopped. I need to fix my makeup. The entire town is in there. Wow, priorities. Thanks for doing this. I'll be right back. I started to walk around when I spotted Charlotte. She's here. I've done everything you asked me to do, including the fake fainting. Now do your part and make her leave forever before Dad decides to bring her back here again.
Leave it to me now, princess. I have the perfect plan to make sure you get the crown.
Oh my God, these people were crazy. I had no idea what her plan was, but it sounded dangerous. So I ran straight to Dad, and seconds later Charlotte followed.
Allison, I thought you weren't coming, but I'm so glad you did.
Of course she had to come. She had to ruin my engagement. She just can't see me happy. Oh my God, Arnold, hold me, please. Oh, shut up already. Don't you guys get tired of manipulating? King, Dad, whatever, you should see this. I played the video for the entire hall to see, and Charlotte turned pale.
Charlotte?
Dad, I'm sorry, but you seem to like her more because she's tougher than me. And when Auntie told me that she was after Arnold and my crown, I couldn't take it anymore. But this was all Aunt's idea.
Sister, what were you planning to do and why?
Suddenly, the Duchess turned into a mad person and started screaming.
I'm tired of being your servant. I'm the older sister and the crown was mine, but these girls took that away from me, and I would have gotten away with everything if this one hadn't shown up. What do you mean? You knew she was alive?
Whoopsie, you did a boo-boo. The Duchess confessed how she'd paid the nanny to take me away and drop me in the jungle, but the nanny had dropped me at Mom's doorstep instead.
Charlotte was so sick as a kid, I didn't think she'd survive for so long. With both of you gone, I'd be a queen, but
Karma's a witch. The king gave orders to take the Duchess away to the dungeons for treason, and Charlotte turned to me. I was horrible to you, and I probably don't deserve your forgiveness. But could you try? It might take some time, but I'll get there.
What about me?
You can chew your shoes and get lost. Yeah, I always knew you were a jerk. I was called back to the palace, and I took Mom along this time. Charlotte and I changed history by taking over the crown together. We were both queens in our own way, and I learned that those who love you will always stick by your side. Hi, I'm Zoe, and I grew up in a small town in Iowa where nothing interesting ever happened, till one day someone moved in next door and my life turned upside down. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Dad was a farmer, and as a kid, I always saw him struggling for money, so when I joined high school, I started working part-time to earn extra cash. That's also how I got my first guitar. At the end of the day, I would sit back playing songs from my favorite band, the Starboys. I wanna hold you in my arms and never let you go. You're the sunshine that I want, that makes my life flow. These guys were like California's BTS, only more popular, especially their songwriter and lead singer, Nico. He was so mysterious though. He didn't even have a social media account and hardly came to interviews. But my favorite was Dylan, the other singer in the band. I had his posters everywhere in my room, and I prayed every night I could meet him just once. I must have prayed extra hard because a week after my 19th birthday, a huge truck pulled up at the house across the street, and 4 familiar boys jumped out of it. Now that's what nature and isolation smells like. The only thing I can smell is cow dung. You couldn't find a better place to lay low, Nico? The heat here is making my butt sweat. We need some time away to concentrate on our music, and this place is perfect. Now get in before someone spots us. All 4 boys hurried inside, while I just stood there dumbfounded. What the freaking fruitcake? The Starboys were gonna be my neighbors? I could scream my lungs out. The next morning, I got up extra early to bake some cookies and hurried next door to welcome the new neighbors. Okay, stay cool. It's just Dylan. Dylan, the love of your life. And no, Dylan. Just Dylan. I tried to stay calm, but then Dylan opened up and I jumped on him.
Oh my god, it's you! It's really you! Are you for real? Can I touch you?
Who are you? Oops, sorry. We haven't met. I mean, I've met you in my dreams lots of times, but you obviously don't know me. Before I could finish, someone pulled me inside and pinned me to the wall. Nico!
Who sent you? Which newspapers? Spill or I'll call the police on you for trespassing.
Zoe, neighbor, cookies, baked, love Dylan, huge fan. I can't breathe.
So you're not the paparazzi?
No. Now, can you move away? Your cologne is too strong. It's giving me a headache.
You might not be the paparazzi, but you can still go around telling people we're here. We can't risk it, Dylan. Let's pack our bags and go.
No, please. I won't tell a soul. Just let me hang out with you guys. I'm your #1 fan. I can do anything. Cook, clean, play guitar. You name it. I'll be your Snow White, but not as white. I can even entertain you with my very professional magic tricks. Now watch this carefully. I'm gonna pull this tablecloth and everything will stay just as it is. You have to be quiet. Let me concentrate. Abracadabra! I pulled the tablecloth, feeling confident. But I guess I pulled it too hard and everything came crashing down. It doesn't always work, but yeah, not a magician. Snow White, remember?
That's enough. Look, we don't need anyone. Just shut up and leave.
I wanted to argue more, but Nico looked really mad, so I ran off. Over the next few days, I tried everything, from posing as the pizza delivery guy to prank calls, but nothing seemed to get past Nico. Then one evening, I was pretending to jog outside their backyard, trying to get a glimpse of Dylan, when I heard someone arguing.
You really have no business telling me what to do when you're not half as talented as I am. We're here because of my talent, Dylan. I'm the one who writes all the songs. If people knew how fake you are, you wouldn't be standing here.
What? I wanted to hear more when suddenly I heard someone unlatch the door. I turned around too fast, got a head rush, and landed flat on my face. I tried to sneak away, but Nico caught up with me.
How long have you been standing here?
I wasn't standing. I was just getting a feel of this grass. It's so nice and dewy at this time of night. Snow White likes nature and...
Stop lying. I know you heard something.
Oh, you mean how Dylan's fake? Yeah, okay. I heard everything. So he's not the singer everyone thinks he is? Does he use auto-tune? OMG, That's big.
Dylan, yeah, that's it. You caught us. He's totally fake. But listen, Zoe, no one can know. It'll destroy the band. Do you want that?
No, I don't. Okay, fine. I can stay quiet, but you'll have to buy my silence. Help me date Dylan. Even if he's fake and all, he's still cute and I want him.
That's impossible. You're not his type at all.
Cool, then maybe the press is his type. I'm sure he'd love to have a little date with them.
Wait. Okay, I'll think of something. But you have to promise to me to keep your big mouth shut.
Shake on it. And just like that, I was in. Nico welcomed me into his home as the new housekeeper, and everyone, including Dylan, was so confused. But Nico explained how I was really good at cooking and cleaning, so everyone got on board. In the house, I kept a close watch on Dylan. I noted the time he ate, slept, pooped, everything. I tried to get close to him, but Nico ruined the moment every time. Hey, Dylan, want me to help you with that? I'm really good at applying sunscreen.
You are? Great. Too bad Dylan has to leave. We have to discuss the new song. Chop chop.
Dylan! Oh, you're working out. Let me help you with those crunches. Go 1, 2, 3. Give me one more. Yes!
That's very inspiring. But I'm starving. Make me an apple pie and some pumpkin spice latte because I'm craving Starbucks. Do it right now or you're fired.
Ugh, so annoying. I pulled Nico aside the next time I saw him. What's wrong with you? You're supposed to help me date Dylan, but you keep pulling me away from him.
Relax. You need to play hard to get. Boys like that. Have patience and stop drooling all over him.
But I was anything but patient. Then one evening, I was leaving for home when I saw Dylan swimming. And holy cow, he looked so hot. I was just admiring his perfect body when suddenly I saw a strange guy in a hoodie tiptoeing his way around the pool. He was definitely some intruder. So before he could harm Dylan, I sprang into action, but he dashed inside the house. I was running after him when I slipped and landed into the pool instead, right on top of Dylan. I tried to get out using Dylan's shoulders as a makeshift ladder, without realizing that I was pushing him into the water.
What do you think you're doing? Stop drowning me.
There's an intruder. He just went inside the house. Help me get out. Put your hand under my butt and lift me out, now!
What? You're crazy.
Dylan got out of the pool and stormed inside, and I followed.
Fire this stupid girl or I will. What's wrong?
I saw an intruder run in just now. I'm sure he's hiding here somewhere. We need a game plan. You two go that way. Nico, you go to the right, and Dylan and I can search the bedrooms.
Zoe, we've been here the whole evening, and if there was an intruder, we would have seen him.
But I just saw him come in.
You're hallucinating, weirdo. You've ruined a perfect evening, so thank you and go away.
As Dylan left angrily, Nico turned to me with a towel. I swear I saw someone go in, Nico. Or, I don't know, maybe I was imagining things. I mean, sometimes I see little pixies flying here and there at night. And we all know pixies aren't real, right? Oh God, I messed up everything. Dylan hates me. The Snow White plot isn't working.
He doesn't hate you. He's always been a little short-tempered.
How am I supposed to win him over when he doesn't even look at me? And you're not helping at all like you promised.
I told you to be patient, but I guess that was clearly a mistake. Hold on, give me your phone. Ew, Zoe, what is this?
Oh, I always keep a banana with me. What if the world runs out of food? What if I'm stuck in a hurricane with no food? Girls gotta be strong, and bananas are a great source of potassium. You want some?
No thank you. Just go online and see some of the girls Dylan's dated in the past. The more you look like them, the more he'll notice you.
I spent the night studying each girl carefully, and the next morning I dressed exactly like them. But Nico took one look at me and burst out laughing.
What is wrong with your face? You look like you were in a bar fight.
It's called makeup, and you're the one who asked me to dress like those bimbos in the pictures.
You've clearly done a fab job. Come with me.
We went to the mall with Nico in sunglasses and a baseball cap, and he started picking out clothes like crazy. I was trying them on when he got a phone call and left. When he came back, he looked really tense.
We need to leave now. Thanks. We'll take them all.
What? These clothes are worth both my kidneys and a good chunk of my liver. And why are we leaving?
Don't ask questions. Just do what I say.
Nico threw some cash on the counter and we left in a cab. I tried asking him what happened, but he didn't respond. Instead, he got off somewhere in the middle of the road before asking the driver to drop me back home. What was that all about? The next morning, I was still thinking about what happened with Nico, but then Dylan walked up to me and I lost track of everything.
Hey Zoe, you look nice today. What are we having for breakfast?
A few eggs. eggs and some bread?
Sounds great, babe.
Dylan winked at me, and I felt my knees go weak. He called me babe. I wanted to update Nico on the progress, but he was nowhere to be seen. Then later that evening, I was leaving when finally Nico came home. Where were you? I've been waiting for you all day.
Why?
Relax, Snappy. Just wanted to tell you that Dylan noticed me today. Finally, like Snow White's prince and all. And why are you so tense all the time? You know you can tell me all your secrets, Nico. I'm a very good secret keeper.
Okay then, here's one. I think you're very annoying.
That's not a secret. You make that pretty obvious. Give me more.
I'm busy, Zoe. We'll talk later.
Nico didn't talk to me for a couple of days, and I was getting really distracted and impatient. I guess Nico noticed because a few days later, he told me that the boys wanted to go for a hike, and he'd convinced Dylan to take me with them for directions, so they won't get lost.
Here's your chance to get on Dylan's good side. And for that, we need to work on your conversation skills. They're horrible.
What are you saying? I'm a very interesting person.
Yeah, if interesting and crazy mean the same thing.
That's not very informative.
Look, all you have to do is act shy around him. Say something romantic.
Like this? Nico, your eyes remind me of my dead grandmother. Calm and pretty.
Dead grandmother? Really? Try this. Your voice is like a warm hug on a chilly day, and your laugh is like a symphony of joy that fills my life. I'm addicted to the sound. And can you try not to have feathers and leaves stuck in your head?
Nico tucked a strand of hair behind my ears and then walked away, and I felt something strange in my tummy. But it was probably that expired tuna I'd eaten the night before. On the day of the hike, I did everything Nico asked me to. Acted shy, kept quiet, and even tried to flirt a little. I guess it worked because by the end of the hike, Dylan asked me out on a real date to a club. I spent hours getting ready. I chose a black dress and was almost done with my makeup when Nico showed up at my door.
Heard Dylan finally asked you out on a date. Wait, you're wearing that?
Yeah, what do you think?
You look good. I mean, good for Dylan, but you don't look like yourself. It looks like you're trying too hard.
Seriously? First, you asked me to dress how Dylan likes, and now there's still something wrong with me?
I didn't say wrong. Never mind. It's not my place. Good luck on your date or whatever.
With that, Nico left. What was his problem? I was still a bit annoyed when Dylan showed up, but we actually ended up having a great time together. He even asked me out on his second date, and I was thrilled. After the date, Dylan excused himself to the washroom while I waited for him outside when someone tapped on my shoulder. Nico.
So how was it?
Wait, why should I tell you? You didn't even say sorry.
I'm sorry, okay?
You don't mean it. Hold on. Have you been waiting here all this time?
I had to make sure you didn't end up making a fool of yourself, and it looks like you didn't. One sec.
Nico came closer and opened my hair, setting them loose, and I felt something turn in my belly. I really needed to stop eating tuna. Just as he left, Dylan walked up to me and we left, but I couldn't shake Nico off my mind. It was so difficult to figure him out, and I was failing miserably at it. Dylan and I started dating officially. The first few days were great, but as time went by, I realized that we had nothing in common. He was totally self-obsessed and didn't give a hoot about anyone else.
What do you think about my hair? How about my shirt? This is vintage Prada, by the way. I'm pretty sure you've never seen a shirt like this before, right? Well, you will now, because you're my girl. Have you seen my shoes?
By the third date, I was practically yawning on Dylan's face, and I thought he felt the same, except at the end of the night, he kissed me. Before I could react, a bunch of photographers jumped out of nowhere and started taking our pictures. I thought Dylan would tell them off, but instead he started posing. I panicked and hid behind a tree. Who is that?
The paparazzi, obviously. They've tracked me down. Look, just come out. You can't hide like this. They'll make a joke out of me.
Dylan pulled me out and introduced me as his girlfriend. At one time, this would have been my dream, dating Dylan, but now I just wanted to run away. Soon, Dylan and I were the hot topic, and everyone wanted to know about the poor girl he was dating. We were constantly getting interviewed, and it was exhausting.
Does Dylan snore while sleeping?
Do I look like his mother? How am I supposed to know?
Are you dating him because he's rich or because he's very rich?
Are you talking like this because you're dumb or because you're really dumb?
Calm down, babe. We fell in love. Although I must say, Nico tried his best to sway her. She's so pretty, I wouldn't blame him. And he always wants what I have. Obviously, I'm better, and that's why we're together.
That's not true. Nico...
Oh, look at the time. I'm late for practice.
Before I could say more, Dylan rushed us out of the interview. Why did you lie about Nico and me? He'd be so upset.
You think I care? And you're supposed to be my girlfriend, so you should be on my side.
I didn't know we were choosing sides. I thought you guys were a team.
Team? Nico's anything but a team player. He's nothing like what he seems.
You aren't either. With that, I slammed the car door and left. I was furious at the way Dylan was behaving. devastating, and I knew in my heart that I didn't want to be with him. I wanted to talk to Nico about it, but for the next few days, every time I tried, he'd make up excuses about being busy with his songwriting and just walk away. Then one day, I was coming out of the grocery store when I noticed Nico sitting in the coffee shop across the street. I was on my way to him when suddenly, a black van screeched out of nowhere and two men in dark suits grabbed him, pushed him inside, and left. Nico was getting kidnapped. I stood there horrified for a few seconds, and then my brain sprang into action. Hey, can I borrow this bicycle? No? Never mind. I'm taking it anyway. Stop crying. It's important. Okay, so it was a really small bicycle, but it did the job. I pedaled with all my might and didn't stop till I finally saw the van. Get out now and release Nico, or I'll kick your butt to whatever prison you came from. Step away from the car, you freak. You've damaged it. And I'll do a lot more than that if you don't let Nico go, you kidnapper.
Mommy, who's this crazy lady?
Wait, this wasn't the right van? Dang it. I apologized and ran home immediately to inform the rest of the boys that Nico had been kidnapped. But as soon as I got there, everyone was gone. Like all their stuff was gone too. I tried calling Dylan, but he didn't answer, and neither did anyone else from the band. Had something happened to all of them? I decided to wait another hour before informing the police. But I guess I dozed off because when I woke up, it was morning already. I rushed downstairs to Dad watching the TV, and what I saw next was the most shocking news of my life. The news report said that Nico had faked his voice and had hired someone else to sing in his place. In fact, he never sang at all. He was just a songwriter. That was not true. Dylan was the one with the fake voice. I needed answers, and since no one was giving them to me, I decided to take things in my own hands. I knew it from the news that the Star Boys were holed up in a hotel in California, so that's where I was going. Hey, Dad, can you feed the chickens and make sure the pig doesn't run away again? I need to be somewhere. It's important. Okay, thanks, bye. I reached the hotel, but the place was bustling with media. Somehow, I made my way to the reception. Luckily, the staff recognized me as Dylan's girlfriend from all the useless interviews I gave with him and led me to their room. What are you doing here? First, I'm here to dump your sorry butt. And second, how dare you frame Nico and spread false news about him? It's you who's fake. You hired someone to sing in your place. You're the liar here. Calm down, you walking carnival. The only liar here is your beloved Nico, and you're about to find out why. I turned around to see Nico on TV with the same intruder guy I'd spotted in the boys' house.
The news you've all been hearing is true. Everyone knows my dad's a big music producer who gave us our first break, and I wanted to take the top spot as the lead singer for myself. But I can't sing a note, so I hired this guy to do it for me. I'm ashamed of lying to my audience and my fans for so long, and I have no excuse except saying that I was young, naive, and stupid. I ask you all to forgive me, and also, I'm quitting the band.
He's quitting the band? He can't. He writes all our songs. Aw, you're scared you'll have to actually prove you're better than Nico now? Dylan glared at me angrily, but I ignored him and left. But I was still reeling with shock at the truth. All of social media exploded with Nico's news. People were calling him a liar and a cheat. Even his dad was facing backlash. It was a huge mess. I was still shaken as I left for home that evening. When I got there, I saw Nico waiting on the porch for me. Nico, what are you doing here? And how are you? What do you think? I messed up big time. At least you're okay. First, I thought you were kidnapped. Then I thought Dylan had framed you. Then I found out you're a big fat liar. It's been a lot to process, man. About that day at the coffee shop, those guys you saw, they were my dad's bodyguards. I messaged Dad that I wanted to come clean, and he came down here immediately to talk me out of it. And that's all. I wasn't getting kidnapped. But yeah, you're right. I am a big fat liar. But Nico, why did you lie? Because I was stupid and spoiled and wanted popularity. And then I got addicted to it. But over time, it can become a huge burden living a lie. You feel like you've lost yourself. And then I met you, and you're the most original person I've ever seen. You inspired me to be more myself, and I should have never asked you to change for Dylan. Yeah, I'm an inspirational person. People tell me that all the time. In fact, when I was a kid... I'm still talking? Sorry, go on. Wait, I'm feeling a little itchy. Can you please scratch my back for me while you talk? What? Fine. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that I like you, Zoe. I did almost from the start, but you always had your heart set on Dylan, so I stayed quiet. And now I think it's too late. What's late? Oh, you mean your confession? You know why I keep a half-eaten banana in my pocket, Nico? It's because I'm always prepared for the worst. And also because I'm always hungry. Anyway, the point is, I like you too, Nico. And I wish you would have told me the truth. But it's not always easy, and I get that. I think you were really brave to do it publicly. I mean, your career's tanked, but it was an admirable thing to do.
So, you're saying you forgive me?
Well, depends on how good of a kisser you are.
Let's find out, shall we?
Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night, as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day, after school, cornered me by my locker.
Hey, Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it, keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me, his eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She flitted the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. My mom's eyes filled with tears.
I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful.
I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering. Magic? Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong? The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople. My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately. Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late. I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper. You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna. I do understand. And Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn. As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
We worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to back up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Hi, I'm Clara, and I'm a story hunter. I see a story in everything, and I won't stop until I find it. But before we get into it, please like and subscribe to MSA. My parents thought they'd never have kids, but 10 years after their marriage, they had me. While Mom was over the moon, Dad always seemed annoyed when I tried getting his attention.
Daddy, look! I found a ladybug in the park. Isn't she cute? I rescued her from a parade of ants.
Could you please take this girl away? I'm on a phone call.
Of course, honey. Come on, Clara. Let's read some Nancy Drew.
Yay! My favorite!
Dad was weird, but at least I had Mom. She was a journalist before she married Dad and had the craziest stories to tell me. And growing up, I wanted to be just like her. When I turned 10, Mom got me my first recording set, and I went crazy interviewing people on the streets.
Since how long have you been homeless? That's a cute dog. Did you steal it or buy it?
People would pass me weird stares, but I just didn't care. I was following my passion. One evening, I was in a far end of my neighborhood when I missed a turn. The street was empty and it was getting really dark, so I started to walk quickly when a shady black car pulled up next to me.
Hey, kid, are you lost? It's freezing out there. Hop in. I'll drop you off. Don't be scared. I won't harm you.
See, before he could finish, I punched him hard and ran. I thought I was successful, but seconds later the car stopped again and the guy got out, and I was shocked to see he was the frickin' mayor. He wasn't hurt, but this was so embarrassing. I apologized and he dropped me back home, but someone on the street had made a video of me punching the mayor and it went viral. I was the joke of the town, and Dad was furious.
You've crossed all limits. You hit the mayor.
It was a reflex, Dad. I was scared, and I've read so much about these kidnappers in a black car.
All this investigation and these stupid stories are ruining you. What if he wants to take action and drag us to court? I'm a really private person. I don't want this.
Jeez, relax, Dad. He won't. He knows it was just a mistake. Why are you getting so worked up?
That's it. You're grounded. And no more story hunting.
But why? Mom, say something.
But as always, Mom said nothing, and I was done for. Growing up, Dad and I drifted further apart. He stayed cooped up in his office while I got busy with school and perfecting my investigation skills. On my 15th birthday, I begged Mom to get me a professional recording set with a mic, but she simply refused. We just don't have the money for it. I decided to try my luck with Dad and ask him for some money. I wouldn't tell him what it was for exactly, but he wasn't in his office. As I was leaving, suddenly my foot got caught in the carpet and I landed on some boxes full of money. Oh my God, Clara, what are you doing in here? Mom, you said we don't have any money. What is all this? It belongs to your dad, and it's not your concern. But it's a lot of money, Mom. It has to come from somewhere. Is Dad A mafia guy? Oh my god, he robbed a bank, didn't he?
Stop it. Please, Clara, you don't understand. You need to leave, now. And don't say a word about this to anyone, least of all your dad. Promise me.
Something was definitely fishy, but I'd never seen Mom so serious. So I did what she said. I wanted to know more, but I just didn't get the chance to go into Dad's study again. Soon, I got busy with school and forgot all about it. One time in 11th grade, Lena, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl, walked up to me. I heard you can uncover any truth in the world. Is that true? That depends on what kind of truth you want. Well, don't tell anyone, but I think Nick's cheating on me. Who's Nick? Do you live under a rock? Nick's my boyfriend. He's the captain of the football team. Got it. What about him? I just told you. He's cheating on me, and I want you to find out the truth. Oh, yeah. Leave this to me. Be careful. He's a very good liar. No liar can ever hide the truth from the world's greatest investigator. Go and chill, kid. I got this. I started following Nick around everywhere, but I couldn't find any dirt on him. Until one day, I saw him sneak into the coach's office and saw him making out with another girl. I waited till he left without noticing me, and then, right in the middle of the cafeteria, I made him pay. I dropped an entire carton of milk all over his head.
What the heck? What do you want, weirdo?
Listen up, everyone. This jerk right here cheated on his girlfriend.
No, I didn't.
I knew you'd say that. Here's the proof. Nick looked at me in shock as I showed him the video of his makeout session. Lena broke up with him instantly, and he was getting a lot of backlash for cheating on the most popular girl around. Soon after, he left and got transferred to North High, our rival school. After that, Lena and I started hanging out and became besties. As much as I liked having her around, her band of cheerleaders annoyed me. Especially this girl, Wendy. Lena even had a YouTube channel with her where they ran gossip sessions and fashion advice. You know, I was thinking, why don't we add Clara to the channel? Why? So we lose all our followers and our popularity? I don't think having 5 followers makes you popular. But then again, what do I know? Stop it, you two. Clara is a professional. You saw what she did with Nick, and with her brains and cool stories and my beauty tips and styling, we'll be so much more popular. We'll be like Daphne and Velma. Who? Scooby-Doo? Forget it. We should totally do it. I joined the YouTube channel soon after, and we started with collecting scoops on everyone in school. Within a few months, we hit 1 million subscribers. I was happy, but Lena was on cloud 9. Her popularity was through the roof, and she loved the attention. We got invited to every party in town, and she would drag me with her even when I didn't feel like going. One day I was at her house getting ready for a party when Wendy made a snarky comment. Do you always have to dress up like a homeless person? And why's your hair such a mess? There's nothing wrong with my hair or clothes. I don't want to look all dolled up. Detectives are meant to look rugged, right, Lena? Yeah, but it won't hurt you to put on a little makeup now and then. It'll only make you look prettier. No, it'll make me look like a bimbo. So you think I'm a bimbo? I didn't mean it like that. But Lena was already walking in the other direction. Good job, Sherlock. I wanted to apologize to Lena, but she kept ignoring me at the party and at school the next day. I got that she was mad at me, but it wasn't like she supported me in front of Wendy either. I decided to give her some time and continue doing my bit for the channel. The next day after lunch, I was passing by when I saw Wendy terrorizing the school topper and making him do her assignments. But as I took my camera out, Lena walked up to me and knocked it out of my hand. What are you doing? She's our friend. Nope, she's your friend. She doesn't even like me. Why can't you guys just try to get along? For me? I know you think we're bimbos, but that's the least you can do as my best friend. Oh, you're so dramatic. Okay, fine. I'll let this go. Just this once. And I don't think you're a bimbo. I'm sorry. Stop talking and meet me for boba tea later. Deal? Deal. And just like that, we were back to being besties. And I tried to tolerate Wendy better, even though she still got on my nerves. Soon after, the entire school was buzzing over the senior day prank wars with North High, and Lena was determined to crush the rival school, mainly because Nick was their new student body president. We need to ace this. They should never see us coming. How about we break into the school? You can't be serious, Wendy. You guys will get caught. Not with these masks, we won't. And why are you so negative? I'm being practical. It's the dumbest plan on earth. Back me up, Lena. Actually, I like it. no one will ever know. Now, are you in or out? Out. You know my dad. He would ground me for life if I got caught. You know what, Clara? I've been there for all your dumb investigations. I even got you in on the channel. And now, if you can't support me, then you're not a good friend. Hey, that's not fair. It's my channel too. I made it popular. Really? Wow. Tell me why she's here again. Oh my god, I can't deal with you guys right now. I'm going. Lena turned to leave. I didn't want her to be mad again, so I reluctantly tagged along. But just as we reached there, all the cheerleaders took out spray cans and started trashing lockers and vandalizing the walls. I tried to stop them when Lena banged into me and I went flying into a statue, crashing it to pieces. Those statues are like thousands of dollars. I told you this was a dumb idea. Oh my god, what are we supposed to do? We don't have time. Run! As I made my way home, my heart couldn't stop racing. I'd just made the most terrible mistake of my life, and I prayed no one would find out about it. But the next day at school, I felt numb when the principal called me into his office, with both Dad and Nick waiting for me there, along with a few other people from North High.
Clara, where were you last night?
I was
vandalizing property, right? Are you really that dumb not to know that every school has security cameras? The school authorities checked last night's footage, and guess what they found?
Nick flashed the phone in my face with footage of me crashing into the statue and breaking it. Everyone else had a mask on, but me. How could I be so stupid? But it was a mistake.
Was it? And who are these other girls with you? Do you have a name?
I wanted to punch Nick in the face. He knew I wouldn't rat Lena out, even though I was mad at her for putting me into this mess.
Now, either you pay for the damages, or you get expelled for a month, or you give me the names of all the other girls involved, and I'll think about reducing your punishment.
I can't. I'm sorry, Dad.
Expel her. There's no way I'm paying that money.
With that, Dad simply got up and left, leaving me in tears. How could he do this to me? I knew it was my fault, but he was my father. Wasn't he supposed to look after me or something? That evening at home, I had the worst argument with Dad, while Mom just stood in a corner like a stone.
Were you at that school for some dumb story? You're such a nuisance. I can't believe you're my kid.
I can't believe you're my dad either. What father gets his own child expelled over a few bucks? You never supported me, and you always acted like my existence bothers you. And it's not like you're so perfect yourself. What do you even do, Dad? How do you really make money?
How dare you talk to me like that in my own house? I don't have to take this.
Mom, are you just going to stand there and say nothing? The suspension will go down on my record. How can you be such a coward?
What is she gonna say? Listen to me, kid. You better stop throwing tantrums and do as I say, or you'll be out of here.
I wanted to scream in Dad's face, and I felt angrier at Mom for being quiet. That night, I felt the most alone I'd ever been. The worst part about this was I couldn't talk to Lena either, even though she'd tried calling me 1,000 times. That night, I slept with the worst headache of my life. And the next morning, I woke up to loud noises and Lena shaking me like a mad person. Wake up, dummy. Wake up. Fine, I'm up. What is that noise? Get dressed and come out. Your mom needs you. It's your dad. He's been arrested. Arrested? For what? Just come down. I rushed downstairs, and I was shocked to see our entire yard was surrounded by police cars and reporters shoving cameras in my face, asking a million questions all at once.
How does it feel to be the daughter of a lying thief?
Did you know about your father's crimes this entire time? Oh my God, what was happening? Just then, I spotted Mom talking to one of the reporters. Mom, what's happening? And why is Lena saying that Dad's been arrested? What Mom told me next shook my entire world.
Your father is a criminal, Clara. He was laundering money from his company to fake accounts abroad.
I just knew it. That's what all the money was for, right?
Yes. I didn't say anything because I wanted to protect your dad. But what's the point of saving his sorry butt when he couldn't even stand up and protect his daughter? So I told the police everything. I even gave them evidence. I don't want to live like a coward.
Mom, I'm so proud of you. And I'm sorry for calling you that.
It's okay. I know it was a lot for you. Now, let's start afresh.
Talking about a fresh start, can we be friends again? I miss you, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. Looks like you did me a favor there. If not for you, I wouldn't have been expelled, and Mom would have never taken this step forward. So, thank you. So that means we're cool? Well, will you treat me to boba tea later? And keep that Wendy away from me. You got it. Hi, I'm Jules from Arizona, and I have the most opposite parents ever. But that's not why I'm telling you this story. If you want to know more, please like and subscribe to MSA. My mom was a lawyer who worked long hours for a multinational company, and Dad was a broke, stay-at-home artist with a wild imagination. He'd spend hours telling me stories about random superheroes, which Mom thought was a waste of time. On my 10th birthday, Dad threw me a huge superhero party, and everyone was asked to dress in costumes. We've got a costume for you, too. Ugh, really? Wonder Woman? The guests are gonna be here soon. I can't wear this junk.
But Mom, I stayed up all night to pick that outfit for you.
Well then, sweetie, you obviously need to make better choices in life, which you won't if you continue sticking with your dad. What's the matter with you? It's her birthday. Why can't you loosen up a bit? And why can't you be like an adult? Ugh, I'm so tired of this. I need a break. With that, Mom simply tossed the costume aside and left. As time went by, I became more like Dad. I loved art and painting. Life was good, except when I turned 16, Mom asked Dad for a divorce. He tried convincing her otherwise, but she was set. Since Dad was struggling to find a job, Mom won full custody, and I had to move with her to a new city. Mom tried her best, but she had no idea how to take care of me. Eventually, she found a new boyfriend, a bigger house, and a new cook, and that was the end of her efforts. I started school soon, and on my first day, even though the kids were cool, I just wanted to be left alone. So I went to the school garden and had taken out my sketchbook when this girl in a chicken costume flew past me and hid behind a huge tree. And soon after, a group of girls followed. Have you seen a headless chicken running around here somewhere? Chicken? Here? Nah, maybe try the poultry farm? The girls just pouted and walked away, and I went behind the tree to see the girl in the chicken costume crouching. Hey, they're gone. Are you okay? Who are those people?
Oh, just some bullies. I'm in the school play. Well, not technically, because I could never act in front of people. But anyway, I was just trying out the costumes and they spotted me, and now they're after me to lay an egg. How can I lay an egg? I'm not a real chicken. I'm Maggie, by the way.
Jules, and I think your costume is cool. My dad and I dressed up as superheroes all the time. Maggie and I were quick to become friends. She was a bit introverted and hardly spoke to anyone in school, but when we were alone, Maggie was a totally different person. She would dance, sing, and had some of the best jokes to crack. It was fun to be around her, and with time, Maggie and I got closer. When we turned 17, I started getting a lot of attention from boys, but every time someone asked me out, Maggie would talk me out of it.
Heck no. He applies too much gel on his eyebrows. Such a loser.
I think his eyebrows are just naturally thick.
Nope. He smells like horse poop.
But he's so cute.
Yeah, so?
You deserve better. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maggie was only looking out for me. But then this new guy, Charlie, joined our school, and boy, was he a stunner. Charlie and I hit it off instantly and bonded over our love for art. We started hanging out, and when he asked me out, it was an easy yes for me. On our first date, Charlie decided to take me to this really fancy place downtown, and I was more than excited. We were having the best time when suddenly Maggie popped up out of nowhere.
Oh, hey guys, what a surprise.
What are you doing here?
I was just here to get their snail croissant. Oh, they're the best in town. Anyway, now that I'm here, maybe I should just join you guys for dinner. That's of course if Charlie doesn't mind. You know, right? Perfect. You know, Charlie, I never thought Jules would find anyone. Not after she found out she farts when she's nervous.
I do what?
It's okay, babe. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We all have our ups and downs.
You have more than what a normal person does.
Like the time you pooped your pants because you ate too many burgers before a roller coaster ride. Or like that you shaved your head when it was too hot and...
Okay, that's enough. She's just kidding. I don't do that. Tell him.
Yes, I was just turning around to tell him. Didn't you see me turning around? Yes, tell him now. Like I was literally turning around and about to tell him. Stop telling me to tell him. It sounds like an order and that I have to obey you. Charlie, I was turning around to your side. You saw that, right? Just tell him, Maggie. Now you said my name, so it's officially an order. Fine. Yeah, I was totally kidding. I'm not. Oh, look at the time. My croissants must be ready. Enjoy your date. So nice to meet you.
Maggie left soon after, but the damage was done. Charlie looked visibly disgusted, and the next day in school, he told everyone that I was a weirdo with a thing for shaved heads and farts. Everyone looked at me like a crazy person. It was so embarrassing, and I only had one person to blame, Maggie. But where the heck was she anyway? I tried calling her, but she didn't answer, so I searched the school for her and finally found her hiding in one of the bathrooms. rooms. What do you think you're doing?
Oh, Jules! Hey! I was just cleaning some spider webs. What's up?
What's up is that the whole school is laughing at me after what you said on the date. Why would you do that?
Charlie is a knucklehead, okay?
I said all those things because I wanted to see how he'd react, and look, he acted like a jerk. That's a sign he doesn't deserve you. Stop it, Maggie. No one is ever good enough for me according to you. I'm so done with this. Just go and tell everyone that you made everything up. Maggie did end up telling Charlie that she lied, but obviously he didn't believe her, and no boy in school ever asked me out again. I was so mad at her. I refused to meet her or even take her calls, even though she kept apologizing. It was frustrating. I had no one to share my feelings with. So I picked up painting again to distract myself and even applied to a few prestigious art colleges. And one evening, I was wrapping up an application form when someone knocked on my door. Maggie, what do you want?
I love your stares. They're powerful and impressive, and a step above the rest.
Are you seriously gonna sulk all your life? I said I'm sorry.
No, you didn't.
Okay, then I'm saying it now. I'm sorry, Jules. I went a bit overboard, but honestly, I was just looking out for you. Can we start fresh? Pretty please? We're best friends. I'll think about it, but you better behave yourself.
I promise.
And Maggie stayed true to her word. A week later, I got accepted to one of the best colleges in the city, and Maggie volunteered to help me set up my room. We were almost done when this gorgeous girl walked in.
Where do you think you're going?
To my room? Wait, are you my new roommate? Nope, that'd be me. Oh, thank God. I thought I'd have to spend the next 2 years with this weirdo. I'm Alice, by the way. Jules.
And I'm Maggie.
Good to know. Alice was the professor's daughter and was hands down the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Apart from being a great artist, she was also the lead singer in one of the college bands, and one night she asked me if I wanted to join her at one of her performances. We got to talking, and Alice was really charming, fun, and intelligent. I loved being around Alice, except Maggie kept demanding me to hang out with her.
We should catch the new Avengers movie.
I kinda saw it last night with Alice. What about an MSA video marathon then? We haven't done one of those in a while. I don't think so. Alice and I have this project to work on, and
Alice! I am tired of listening to her name. You just met the girl.
And I like her. She's my friend.
Sounds like more than friends to me.
I didn't know what Maggie meant by that, but a few days later, I was at one of Alice's shows when Maggie walked in. You didn't tell me you were coming.
Well, since you won't hang out with me, thought I'd come to you. Why? Are you not happy?
Before I could say another word, the performance started, and as always, Alice blew my mind. Watching her on stage was always amazing, but something in my heart jumped when she blew a kiss at me while singing.
Ew, that was so cringe. Stop blushing like a moron, Jules. And what's the whole hype about this Alice? She literally sings like a pregnant horse. I could do so much better than that.
And with that, Maggie went on stage and pulled the plugs, and the crowd went silent. What do you think you're doing?
Saving people from your horrible voice?
Give that back. Alice tried to snatch the plug from Maggie's hand, but Maggie pushed her. Then Alice got up and she pulled Maggie's hair, and the two of them got into a huge fight. Before I could butt in, Alice shoved Maggie, and she tripped over something and ended up falling off the stage, unconscious. Alice and I took her to the hospital where the doctors told us she had a broken arm. Maggie got discharged the next day, but the doctors said that she needed to rest. Her parents requested if I could help her with her recovery since she was always happy around me, so I tried to drop in whenever I could, but every time I said I couldn't come over, she'd freak out or have a full-on panic attack, making me feel like I had to drop everything and go see her. Even Alice started noticing how stressed I was. Then one day, she told me about this great art exhibition in town, and I really wanted to see it. I told Maggie that I wasn't well, and surprisingly, she understood. Alice and I were having a great time, and the exhibition was out of this world. I've missed that smile, you know. Me too. Thanks for bringing me here. I don't remember the last time I felt so happy. Stick with me, and you'll always be happy. Alice brushed a strand of hair away from my face, and I felt my insides explode. She came closer, like she was about to kiss me, when suddenly someone screamed my name. I turned around to see Maggie staring at us furiously.
So that's why you couldn't come over, huh? Because you wanted some time away from your girlfriend? I thought you were sick, so I brought you chicken soup. But then I saw this dumb art fair invite, and I knew you tricked me. You didn't leave me a choice. I'm sick
sick of babysitting you. I have my own life too, and it doesn't revolve around you. So it revolves around Alice? I've seen how you two look at each other, and it's not just friendship. That's none of your business. Stay out of this, you witch. Enough. You can't talk to Alice like that. So you'll take her side over mine? With that, Maggie started crying like a banshee. She picked up expensive art pieces and started smashing them to the ground, one by one. I tried to stop her, but she ran around like a mad person before security finally caught up to her. The police were called, and Maggie and I were immediately taken in for questioning. Our parents were called, and it was a huge mess. Mom dropped me back off at my college, where Alice was already waiting for me. Are you okay? Look, Jules, you need to cut that girl loose. She's clearly obsessed with you. I don't know what's gotten into her. I mean, she's always been weird, but she's not a bad person. Then why did she spread that rumor about you in school? I had a friend who went to the same school as you and did some digging. They told me how she said something about you farting. And wait a minute, you asked around about me? Why? Because I wanted to know more about this stupid friend of yours. Then you should have asked me. Don't go sneaking around like that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You should know better and stay away from someone so toxic. She's not wrong, Jules. Sometimes it's okay to let go in order to stay happy. As painful as my separation with your dad was, it ended up being a blessing because we're so much happier. Just be selfish for once and choose your own happiness. Oh my God. You all need to stop telling me what to do. I'm not some kid, okay? I can make my own decisions and do my own thing too. With that, I stormed off. I knew what Maggie did wasn't right, but I was so tired with everyone trying to make decisions for me. Maggie got out soon after, and she would send me gifts and bouquets to say how sorry she was, but I was done with her. Alice tried talking to me too, but soon after finals started and I got busy with my studies. I just needed some space from everyone. Then one day, I was buying groceries when I spotted Maggie in the line ahead of mine. She saw me too and immediately walked over. You've been avoiding me, but I don't blame you. I pushed your buttons too hard, and I deserve this. But I miss you, Jules. Maggie, you're a great person, but I think it's better if we don't stay in touch anymore. I'm finally happy in my space, and I want to keep it that way. I get it, but at least can we have coffee? One last time, for the sake of our friendship? I wanted to say no, but looking at Maggie's desperate face, I agreed. She led me to her car and started driving, but I noticed soon that we were not headed in the right direction. I asked her, and she told me that it was this new place a little outside the city. I felt uneasy and asked her to stop the car, but Maggie started speeding up. What the heck are you doing? You'll get us killed. You said you were my bestie forever, and then you dumped me for that stupid Alice. I loved you, Jules, you know that? What? Yes, I loved you, but you told me you were into guys. That's why we couldn't be together. I kept begging Maggie to slow down, but she just wouldn't listen. Panicked, I tried to take the wheel from her hand, but the car slid off the road and hit a tree. Within seconds, a crowd gathered around us and helped me and Maggie out. Thankfully, we weren't injured. Jules, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? Get away from me, you freak! Don't you dare touch me! 15 minutes later, both our parents arrived. Maggie's parents apologized and begged me not to press charges, even though I really wanted to. Mom took me home, and this time, I decided to cut Maggie off for good. I got a restraining order from the court, and after that day, I never saw Maggie again. I went to therapy and started feeling a lot better. A few days later, Alice asked me to meet. We sat on the hood of her car watching the sunset. So, I've been thinking about you, and I feel like we have a spark. No, it was just a firefly. Really? Such a pity. Yeah, I know. These sparks are getting out of hands lately. Maybe we can set them on fire? We grinned at each other, knowing exactly what was going to happen next. Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys, and she was always sick. Since Mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even Mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, Mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but Mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when Mom found out, she went ballistic on me. Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while. Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it. I'll just wear it later. What are you saying? Come here. Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed. I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left.
Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger?
Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age. You're thinking too much. Here, I got you these. Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well. Oh, I want to pluck out my ears, they cry so much. I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys. Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that? Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk? Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. You get the point, right? And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out. What do you think you're doing? I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look. Wow, that's me? Yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep. I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee? Fine, but I want a copy. Deal. Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight. Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating. I've always wanted to make movies, and I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid. Oh, yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins. Okay, I believe you. Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail. Really? That was on your mind? Well, that and something else. With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along, but the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing. Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet? Actually, yeah. He has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one. Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe. Come on, Blake, that's not very nice. What? I'm kidding. I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes. Eli. Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles. What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something. Could you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring. So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you. And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside.
What's the matter with you, Blake?
What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but
what? Your sister's not normal.
And you are? You're so boring. If someone stole your identity, they'd give it up because it sucks.
You really need to watch your tongue.
And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger.
I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere.
You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister.
I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem.
I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking.
Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that?
I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli.
You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it.
I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys.
Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one.
But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli?
Who's Eli?
Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years for my own life?
Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear?
Mom left and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things or are you ignoring me?
Neither. I'm just busy.
So, I told my mom I want to make movies and she went bonkers, but
look, Carly, you and your family have issues and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say.
But you told me to live my life. You said...
Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore.
Eli, wait.
Tell your sister she won.
I felt frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always, and you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kinda bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom. What's wrong? Is Blake okay? Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you? Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that? Because you never have. Not since we were kids. Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake... No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together, and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me, and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here? Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake. Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything. I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family, and this would have made you sad. But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away. I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug. Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house. Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes. Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd? Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants. Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move. There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning. Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us. I kinda hated being around all of them, so I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student. She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting? Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying. Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin. I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful. Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much. It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda. Mom? Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family. Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad.
Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework.
That's very kind, but you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guest?
You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it.
Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad, and suddenly he pulled me aside.
What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket?
I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes.
Because there's something about that girl I just don't like.
You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey, girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at her house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad.
What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today?
Caused you stress? What are you talking about?
Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement.
My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah, I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life, you don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast.
I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport.
Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister.
Jessica, what's gotten into you?
Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about? Hadn't they gone to the passport office together? I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset.
I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones.
Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police.
Okay, but go tell Dad first.
I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing.
What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough.
So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or...
Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing.
What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer.
Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing.
Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it. You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is, or what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor, helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us?
I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us.
We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone.
I was just lucky some forest rangers found me. But don't worry, I'm all right now.
Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared, and we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of con men that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go. I am so sorry, you guys. I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me, and I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage. He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us. You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift.
Hey friends, I'm Sabrina from Miami. Please like and subscribe. I was born to two high school sweethearts who loved me to bits. My parents were like each other's best friend, and people called them couple goals. But in reality, they were complete opposites. While Mom was a hardworking, no-nonsense lawyer at a big firm, my dad, well, he was a stay-at-home dad. Polar opposites. Yeah, I know. But still, they were so much in love. As a kid, I wanted to be just like them. I was the best student in class, and I guess that came from my mom, considering what a book nerd she was, and a total goofball. That part, I am 100% sure came from my dad. As a kid, I always dreamt of becoming a scientist after a field trip with my school to a science lab. I was mesmerized by the many colorful test tubes. I would read science magazines like they were fairy tales and was able to remember everything. Why is it so hard for you to wake up in the morning? Come on, we're going to be late.
That's because of Newton's first law. A body at rest wants to stay at rest. 5 more minutes. Pretty please.
Not happening. And don't throw your science facts at me. Ah, you little rabbit. Okay, fine. I could take a 5-minute nap too. Growing up, I was always close to Dad because he was the parent mostly around. One time, Dad took me to the water park and I was having so much fun. When I went for the water slide, I spotted a girl crying and instantly recognized her. It was Gemma from my school. Even though we were in different sections, I had often seen her. Hey, what happened? Are you hurt?
No, my mom. She wants me to go down the slide. But look at it. It's so scary. It's dark. I'm scared.
This one? It's for babies. Come on, I'll be right behind you. The trick is to close your eyes and enjoy. Ready?
Okay, ready.
Saying that, I pushed her and then followed her. When we came out on the other side, the look on the girl's face had changed.
OMG! It was perfect. Let's do it again. Yay!
We had a blast, but our fun was cut short when we heard some people scream and run out of the pool. I turned around and what I saw made me want to hide my face from the world forever. Dad was in the middle of the pool while the water around him was turning blue and all the kids were running out of it.
No. That's your dad, right?
I'm not with him. Yeah, I'd say the same thing if my dad did that. You see, my dad was adorable, but he could be pretty annoying at times. I guess that was the reason why Mom was always saying that she had to raise 2 kids instead of 1. Well, Gemma and I became pretty good friends, and the fact that she kept the whole pool thing a secret made me like her even more. While I was happy to finally have an awesome friend, things at home were going south. I started to notice that Mom and Dad were always at odds. One moment they would be smiling at each other, and the next they'd be arguing like kids. They'd bicker over the smallest things, like who would take the trash out, who squeezed the toothpaste from the middle, who left the dishes dirty, and whatnot. One time, they started a huge fight over air conditioning. Yeah, it's frickin' freezing. Where's the remote control? Do you have any idea how much last month's bill was? So, now you're gonna throw the I'm the one who brings the money in thing at me. Mom? Dad? I have homework. Can you help me? How about later, honey? Daddy has to go out with his friends. Friends? Yeah. Run away like a little boy. Ugh, you're always acting like a kid. I always hated their fights, but on my 10th birthday, they crossed all limits and started arguing on my birthday in front of so many guests. I had had enough. Oh, please. For once, I really wish you guys would either stop fighting or just leave each other. Because of Mom and Dad, I officially hated love. As if my wish came true, the next day Mom left for New York, and when Dad found out, he was heartbroken. I can't believe it. How could she do this? I know we had our differences, but this? How come she didn't ever think about you? The realization stung.
Mom didn't just leave Dad, but me too. For many days, my mind was in chaos. Seeing me so quiet at school, Gemma asked me what the matter was, and I told her everything. I am never falling in love. It's stupid. Totally. Friendship is the best ship. With Gemma by my side, I felt like things would be all right. But boy, was I wrong. With Mom gone, Dad was out of control. It was like his life's mission to embarrass me. One time when I had participated in a debate competition, Mom was a no-show and I knew the reason. As for Dad, he was in the audience all excited for me, dressed up like a cheerleader, carrying a huge sign. Oh my God, I might die because of embarrassment. Come on, your dad is so supportive and cute too. After my speech was done, I heard noises from the audience.
This idiot has been screaming in my ear for an hour now. It's time he gets taught a lesson. What? If cheering for my daughter is a crime, then I'm a Ah!
Before Dad could even finish his sentence, the other guy gave him a black eye. I so hated that my dad got his butt kicked the same day I got an award for the best debate, but he was always acting like a kid on a sugar rush. Once we got home, I was so angry at Dad that I locked myself in my room, even though Dad apologized many times. When I finally came out, Dad was relieved.
Honey, I am so sorry. I just wanted to make you laugh. Happy. I thought if I acted like a friend, we'd be...
Wait, but why a friend? I want you to be my dad. I can have many friends, but only one dad. I guess my words struck a chord because after that day, I saw how slowly Dad was becoming more responsible. He was managing the house and even started a small business from home, which was going well. He even started to help me with homework, and when I had a science fair at school, he worked with me and we made the best project. On the day of the fair, I stood proud with my project and Gemma was with me. Everything was going fine until I spotted Phoenix, the school's outcast. In grade 1, poor Phoenix had vomited all over a girl, and since then, everyone called him Puke Boy behind his back. For some reason, Phoenix was always smiling at me, and Gemma would often tease me by saying the guy had a crush on me.
Looks perfect, just like you.
You're in the way. Phoenix, can you maybe move aside with your snacks? Right when Phoenix turned, someone shoved him hard. The jerks from the basketball team were here, and Phoenix happened to be their favorite target.
Puke Boy fell on his food. Again. Oh, are those tears in your eyes? Hey, want a hand? Nah.
Instead of helping Phoenix up, they shoved him back and started laughing. I couldn't just stand there and watch the poor guy suffer, so I gave him a napkin. What are you doing? Are you all right?
Whoa, we got something going on here. Sabrina and Phoenix sitting on a tree. Kissin.
Before he could finish, I gave the jerk a much-deserved slap, and that really angered him. But before he could come at me, the principal came and took the whole group away. Good riddance.
Oh my God. I want to be you when I grow up. Thank you so much, Sabrina.
You're welcome. That was something, Sabrina. Gemma and I spent the day with Phoenix, and it turned out he was a gem. Not only was he good at school, he had a heart of gold. After that day, we started to hang out with Phoenix a lot. As time passed, our friendship grew stronger, and in the final year of high school, all three of us decided to go to the same university. I was doing so well, but then I had a 2-week break before my final exams, and I had to go and visit Mom. I was dreading it because I knew she'd be pissed as I didn't attend her wedding a couple of years ago, but when I reached her place, I was pretty shocked. Wow, Mom had surely married a rich guy, and now she even had 2 kids. Meet your brothers. Aren't they adorable? Yeah. So, we're going out. How about you look after the boys? Before I could say anything, Mom and her husband rushed out and I was left to babysit. The entire week went by in a haze, and I realized one thing. Mom had moved on. I knew I should be happy for her, but I felt betrayed. At least I had Dad, but once I was back, I got a surprise at home. Dad was dating again. First, Mom has a new family. Now you're both moving on? Where do I fit in?
You are our child. Nothing in the world can ever come between the love we have for you.
Yeah, some love. Ugh, but why was I blaming Mom and Dad? I was the one who had wished for them to be apart. The guilt was keeping me awake at night, and to take my mind off it, I poured my heart and soul into my studies and got a scholarship to my favorite university in New York. The best thing was that Gemma and Phoenix were going to be with me, but in different facilities. It was totally worth it considering how we got to meet every single day. Things were going great, and in the third year, I was one of 2 students selected to be part of a research team. That was huge! Finally, my dreams of becoming a scientist seemed so near. While working for a research assistant, I met Jacob. The guy was sure amazing, and every time I'd meet Gemma and Phoenix, I'd be telling them about him. Looks like someone has a crush. A crush? Yuck! Jacob and I, we're just good friends.
Yeah, everyone says the same thing when they have a crush.
Did I really have a thing for Jacob? No. I needed to focus on my studies and research. So I started avoiding Jacob, even though I felt bad about it. One time, I was late in the lab with my professor when I had a total eureka moment. I created a new material that looks like plastic, but 100 times safer than plastic. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Professor, you have to come and see what I found.
What? Impossible.
Look, I tested it again and again. The results are the same.
Yeah, she's right. Congratulations, Sabrina. This is fantastic.
This will revolutionize science.
Well done, Sabrina. I always expected the best from you.
I was so happy, but when the research paper was published, I got the shock of a lifetime. It was named after my professor and didn't say anything about my contribution, but I discovered it.
And who will believe a science student over a double PhD scientist?
I'll tell everyone. You won't get away with this.
Oh, really? Well, then be prepared to lose your scholarship and fail epically.
What a monster! I had been such a fool trusting him with my research. I needed to tell Gemma and Phoenix about this and ask them what to do next. I ran to Gemma's dorm room, and right when I opened the door, I felt the air knock out of my lungs. Gemma and Phoenix were kissing. What the heck? Sabrina, wow,
Finally. I was telling Gemma for so long that we should tell Sabrina about our relationship, but look how well everything fell into place.
Fell into place? Are you crazy? This can't be happening. No way! You betrayed me! It was like the walls were closing in on me. I felt like my mind was spinning. It actually was, and when Gemma came to hold me, I slapped her. Accidentally. Gemma, I am so...
What has gotten into you, Sabrina? You hit her.
I didn't mean to. Saying that, I ran out of there. I had been walking in the rain for what felt like forever. All my dreams were crushed. My family, my friends, and my career, everything. I didn't know why, but that night I ended up knocking on Mom's door.
Oh my God. What happened, sweetheart?
Mom? It was the first time I opened up to Mom, and in the end, I came clean. I told her how my wish had caused her and Dad to leave each other and how the guilt ate me. Because of them, how I hated love. It was never, ever your fault. You're a grown-up now. Listen, everything breaks if you don't take care of it. Your dad and I, we didn't take care of the love we had. Things fell apart. Don't be afraid of love. Don't run away from it. Otherwise, you'll never know the real joy of life. Remember, whatever life throws at you, you've got to be steadfast and strong, and everything will fall into place. Even though we're no longer together, look what we have. A smart, strong daughter. You, sweetie. Strong? Smart? Me? Ugh. And then I told Mom what my professor did and what a fool I was for trusting him. Well, Mom, boy, was she pissed. She then brought in the big guns. She sued my professor. Perks of having a lawyer mom. On the day of the hearing, it was the first time I saw Mom in action, and boy, was she fierce. Jacob was also there to support me, and in the end, the judge ruled in my favor. I was so happy, but the victory didn't feel complete without my friends, and I knew what I had to do. Today is my wedding day. Gemma, my bridesmaid, and Phoenix, the best man, look absolutely amazing. I am so happy that they're part of my big day. It was all because I had finally accepted my fears and came clean to them all those years ago. I had told them how I was afraid that our trio would break up because of them dating, but it was Gemma who assured me that taking a chance at love was totally worth it. And I finally gained the courage to tell Jacob how much I liked him, and he felt the same way. As I'm about to say I do, I realize how I didn't have to run away from love, but run towards it, because it's the best joy of life.
As Hermes, messenger of the gods, I've borne witness to countless tales spun across the tapestry of Olympus. With my winged sandals, I have traveled across the realms of the universe, carrying tidings that have altered fates. Among these tales, one that stands out in my mind is the story of Persephone, and how a twist in her fate affects every mortal until eternity. You see, Demeter is the goddess of harvest, and she could turn the earth green with her touch. She made countless flowers bloom and coax bountiful crops from the soil. With her presiding over the planet, no living creature ever went hungry. She took great joy in her role, but her heart belonged entirely to her daughter Persephone, the maiden of spring.
I've never seen anything like you. Are there more of you nearby?
Little princess, I know of a field where the flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. I can take you there if you want.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be a sight to behold.
Then come with me, sweet child.
Enough, spirit of mischief! I have given you plenty of chances to change, but it seems all you want to be is a troublemaker. Did you think you could lure my daughter away and I would be unaware?
Curse you, Demeter! Why should you and your child receive all praise and adoration when we, the spirits of nature, fade into the background?
A heart that is as poisoned with envy as yours cannot be cured. You are banished forevermore from these woods. Did you forget that you are not allowed to venture into the forest alone?
I'm so sorry, Mother. I only wished to see the magical flowers.
And you shall see many wonders, my child, but always within the safety of my reach. The world holds great beauty, but also grave danger. Come now, it's almost dawn. Let us go out into the meadows and make our own magical flowers bloom.
That sounds perfect, Mother.
Demeter always wanted to keep Persephone close to her. But as her daughter grew older, she turned into a beautiful young goddess who attracted the attention of many young suitors. Anytime a god smitten by Persephone's beauty sought her hand in marriage, Demeter sternly turned them away.
I cannot marry her off, Hecate. She is too delicate for the harsh world outside. Huh? These gods who come after her, they only see her beauty, not her gentle soul. They cannot care for her as I do. Demeter, you must be mindful of what Persephone wants too, or she might grow to resent her cage. A cage? Is that what you would call it? She has everything here that she could possibly desire. She's a powerful goddess, and under my guidance she can wield life from barren soil. Any god she marries will only dim her light. No, she will be here with me forever. Innocent and loved.
I do not desire to leave your side, Mother. I will stay here, forever.
But fate had different plans for Persephone. On a rare trip to Earth's surface, the Lord of the Underworld, Hades, was wandering through a grove of trees when his gaze fell upon a scene that held him transfixed.
Hades, my lord, you seem to be troubled. What weighs on your soul?
As you well know, when my brothers and I overthrew our father, the kingdom was divided among us. Zeus received the sky, Poseidon the sea, and I the underworld. I've never complained about my lonely lot, and do my duties justice. I don't frolic or play like the other gods, and work hard in my solitude. But mortals and gods alike see me as the embodiment of darkness, and their tales paint me as a monster to be shunned. My realm is necessary, but it is hated by all, as am I. But do they not see that I also have a heart, that I am made of the same cosmos as they, even yearn for the light sometimes?
What has brought this on, my lord?
Persephone, she is the light where there is none. She is life where all is death. Ever since I laid eyes on her, I can think of nothing else. But would she ever see past the darkness that cloaks me? Could she ever gaze upon me and see not a lord of despair, but a soul longing for companionship and warmth?
Persephone, Demeter's daughter. Indeed, her radiance rivals the dawn, but she is of the upper world.
I must have her as my queen, as my wife. Her presence would bring joy and life to a realm that only echoes with loneliness and sorrow. And I must believe that even in the underworld, love can find a place to blossom.
My lord, her mother would never allow it.
Perhaps there is a rightful path to this union. I will go to her father Zeus with a proposal of marriage. I only need his permission according to our customs. Get my chariot ready and prepare for my departure. Today, either I win a queen for my empty halls, or I resign myself to an eternity of despair.
The next day, when Persephone had wandered far from her companions in a field and was kneeling down to admire Narcissus, suddenly the earth beneath her shook.
Fair Persephone, be not afraid. I am Hades, lord of the underworld. My kingdom is vast and rich, but it lacks the radiance of your presence.
Unhand me!
Come with me, and rule by my side in the shadows where eternity lies.
Let me go. My mother will tear the world apart to find me, and there will be no place dark enough to hide.
Where is Persephone? Something has happened to her. I can feel it. Leave everything and search for her, now!
Demeter's grief upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immense, and as she roamed the earth searching for Persephone, she had neglected her duties. And so, the crops and trees began to suffer.
My daughter! My heart!
In her desperation, she sought the counsel of her old friend, Hecate.
Hecate, you who see into the shadows, help me find my daughter. You must seek Helios, Demeter. His all-seeing gaze pierces through deceit and darkness.
Taking the advice to heart, Demeter ascended to the chariot of the sun, where Helios guided the day.
Helios, please, you must tell me where my Persephone has gone. You see everything from your throne. Surely you must know. I can't bear this pain any longer.
Helios the sun god had indeed seen everything that fateful day, but had chosen not to interfere. However, he was moved by Demeter's grief.
Demeter, your daughter has been taken by Hades to the underworld. He desires her as his queen.
That cannot be. My daughter, queen of that cold, dead realm? I won't allow it.
Perhaps it is not as dire as you fear. Persephone's grace could bring life even to the underworld. Also, he is one of the most powerful, wealthiest gods in the universe, and she would rule by his side. Is that so terrible?
This is an outrage! How dare he take my daughter? Did Zeus know about this too?
Zeus allowed it.
In her fury, Demeter descended back to earth.
Return my daughter to me, or I will let the earth perish in my sorrow. I will let this world turn into ice and ash. I will plunge it into eternal winter.
Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone wept in despair and lashed out at Hades any time he tried to speak to her.
To rule the underworld by your side? I want nothing to do with you. You've stolen me away from the sun, from my mother.
I understand your anger, Persephone. I only hope, with time, you will see me and my world differently. Until then, I will respect your wishes.
As enraged and heartbroken as Persephone was, she eventually got tired of her despair and ventured out of her chambers to observe Hades and her new home.
I built this for you, to remind you of the surface and to give you a place of peace.
I've never seen something like this. It's so beautiful.
As are you, my queen. Each realm has its supreme ruler, Persephone. But here, you and I will rule together as equals. You will never be beneath me, but always near me.
Meanwhile, on the surface, Demeter's grief and rage was a storm that screamed across the lands. Where she walked, earth cracked, rivers ceased their babble, and crops withered to dust under her shadow. As she withdrew her blessings from the world, famine began to spread far and wide. The cries of suffering mortals eventually reached the ears of Zeus on high Olympus, who could no longer ignore the matter. So he convened a meeting of the gods.
Demeter's wrath endangers all. We must find a solution that honors both her demands and the laws of gods.
If my daughter wishes to leave the underworld, let her return to me, or I shall never again let the earth bear fruit.
Very well, Demeter. If Persephone wishes to return, she shall. If she chooses to stay with Hades, so be it.
With a heavy heart, Demeter agreed, and Zeus commanded me, Hermes, to negotiate Persephone's return. So I descended into the gloom of the underworld, where Hades sat upon his throne with Persephone by his side. Her face was as pale as the ghosts around her.
Hermes, why does Olympus disrupt the quiet of my realm?
Mighty Hades, Zeus commands you to release Persephone, lest the earth die with Demeter's heart.
I cannot ignore the decree of Zeus or the pleading eyes of the one I love. But know this, the ties that bind us are not easily broken.
What do you mean, Hades? Just then, Persephone looked down at something she was clutching in her hand, and I saw it was a pomegranate. Suddenly, the realization of what had happened dawned on me. Fair Persephone, did you eat from that fruit?
I couldn't help it.
6 seeds, to be exact. Each of them has sealed her fate and has bound her to the underworld.
I knew I had to think quickly and come up with a deal that Hades would accept. Otherwise, Demeter would let the earth starve forever. She only ate a small portion of the fruit, so she should only stay with you for part of the year. She will spend 2/3 of the year with her mother on Earth, and 1/3 with you in the underworld.
Go now to your mother, but feel compassion kindly in your heart towards me, and do not feel sorrow upon your return. For while you are here, you shall rule as my equal, and have the greatest rights and honor among the gods, as well as my undying devotion.
Persephone assured him she would return on the agreed time, and he arranged his chariot for her to depart. Demeter's joy knew no bounds when she was reunited with her daughter, but she was furious at the deal that had been struck.
How could you possibly eat the fruit of the dead? It is common knowledge that eating anything in the underworld binds one to that realm. Why would you do that, Persephone?
It was a moment of great weakness. I wish I could reverse it. I am so sorry, Mother.
Demeter had no choice but to accept the deal. And once her wrath subsided, the earth turned green and bountiful again. But when it was time for Persephone to return to the underworld, Demeter began to mourn once more, and winter would arrive, thus setting the cycle of the seasons.
My daughter, my soul, your return brings life to this world.
Mother, in the darkness, I've learned the secrets of the deep earth, and in your light, I bring forth life. Together, we bind the world in a cycle of death and rebirth.
And so, in this tale of compromise, the dance of the seasons has found its rhythm. An enduring love story was also set into motion, for even eons later, Hades and Persephone are often mentioned as Greek mythology's most happily married couple.
I can give you all the wealth of the earth, Persephone, but I cannot give you the sun and the breeze. I know you long for them when you are here.
You have given me more than I ever expected to experience in my life, Hades. You have given me respect, power, and a love that is genuine and rare. With you, I feel the most like myself. With you, I feel free.
So you do not regret your decision to eat the pomegranate seeds?
Never, my love.
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening?
What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall.
You're acting weird lately, and I like it.
Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me.
Tell me what?
Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating?
What?
Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her.
Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently.
That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror.
Are you falling in love with me now?
What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there?
Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but...
You like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
And I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello, I'm Eric. We got some of your mail. I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are. So unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the newsflash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire! What the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my God, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even going to go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude. And she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up!
You shut up.
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first.
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases since she met all the criteria. But what's it going to cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady is okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not going to get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just gonna sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage.
I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret that's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle, and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute, too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both? Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls.
Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. So I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's. And then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey, jerk, you pushed me. That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway? Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years. Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties. Cooties aren't real. Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash. Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention. Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive! Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying. Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom. Hey, subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else. You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl. Oh, you're gonna regret that. Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this. Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1. Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side, and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me, and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge? Then the principal sent me to detention. And by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Ah! Here you go. As fresh as a daisy. I was working. I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace. We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kind of sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, because I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guest of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling?
Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a vase and hurled it at a guard and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad off to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited to join the super-secret agent training program. I delivered his invitation myself.
So now that you've been a hero, what's next?
I think I want to finish high school here.
I knew it. You love me. You can't resist my pecs. Or is it that my brave heart or fearless spirit? If I was a 10 before, what does that make me now? 20?
I'd give you a solid 4.
What?
I'm kidding.
Sheesh, you had me worried.
Then I pulled Nate close and kissed him.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina from China. Or so I thought. Please like and subscribe. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids,
But Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset. What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone. Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down. Oh God, stop. Are you gonna kill me? What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him. I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back. I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone. I left it at the hotel. Gosh, he was such a handful. Take me with you. What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh. I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl. Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online, and that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she? You want to know her and not me? Fine. She's a family friend, but why? Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me. Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter? I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice. If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love. But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself? I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine. Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well. Oh, yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard. Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl. I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep. You, get away from him. I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend. Then why was she clicking your pictures like that? Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time? Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it. But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Ah, are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time! What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that? It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom, and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom. I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you. What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away. That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked. Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart. But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe. I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust. Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit, too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap. Oh my God, what's wrong? I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know? Okay. And is the girly scream part of the training too? Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill. Makes sense. You want to get off my lap now, princess? I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town. Come on, you can't finish a burger? Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face. And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the? Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you. He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known?
Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot?
Why didn't you say something then?
I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar.
Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine.
Huh? What necklace?
I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it.
Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was.
But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine.
Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you.
Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand.
Where did you get this from?
It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears.
Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive.
She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China.
Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me.
So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake.
Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her.
Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me.
I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years.
I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more.
Oh, dear. Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard?
Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life.
Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out?
I'll have to think about it. Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy.
Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me?
Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you. Suddenly, my eyes went all wide. What? You don't like me?
Oh, no. I mean, yes, I like you a lot. But I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him.
How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks! Leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was going to get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't going to stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's got to eat, man. I have a healthy appetite.
I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment. You want money? Here you go. And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him. What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle. Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off, fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly the door flew open and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do, and you should go and be with Aiden. Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me. Are you okay? I'm sorry about what happened back there. No, don't be. It wasn't your fault. So, what now? Are your parents going to be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you? Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that. He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there. And so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other. Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich? That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me. Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you. Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble, so I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me. You. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, 'cause this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
I woke up as the maids drew the curtains and I could hear the sound of birds singing. I slipped into my shimmering gown, just like Elsa's, placed delicate heels on my feet like Cinderella, and styled my hair like Rapunzel's. I looked awesome. Why wouldn't I? It was my 7th birthday after all.
Whoa, I want to pinch myself. Is it for real? You look stunning, my princess.
Thanks, Dad. But you remember your promise? You will rescue me if I need you to, right?
Of course, sweetheart.
Hi, I'm Olivia, the princess of a small country in Europe. Dad threw a grand party for my birthday, and everyone was stunned to see how pretty I looked.
Oh my God, the princess came straight from heaven. You light up the room with your beauty.
The party was great, but then the son of a duke started boring me with how awesome his new school was. He went on, and all I wanted to do was return to my baggy jeans and hoodie and continue playing Minecraft. So I gave Dad a signal, our secret signal. I coughed once and then rubbed my nose, and just like that, Dad came to my rescue.
The princess needs her rest, don't you, darling?
Yeah, I do need it. Real bad. Yep, my dad was the best. He spoiled me rotten, and for him, my happiness was everything. My aunt asked him why he spoiled me, and he had the best reply.
I'm her father, not just her king. Olivia is strong and wise, and her life is her own to decide. I only want her to be happy.
Growing up, I felt like I was different from other princesses. I mean, how many princesses do you know who got to go to a normal school, stay up late playing video games, feed their pets, and give them baths? I could go out and play with kids and just be myself. I loved to live a simple life, just like everyone else. I remember one time I begged Dad to take me to the circus in town.
Oh, honey, I could bring them to the palace. You don't need to go there.
No, Dad. You know I want to go like everyone else, and I want you to come with me. Dad wasn't too sure about it, so I suggested we get a little creative and disguise ourselves to throw off the paparazzi. It was so worth it.
Oh, girl, that's really fun.
Yeah, I told you so. Okay, now say hooray! All of a sudden, I had terrible hiccups, which worried Dad, so I told him I was fine and went outside for some fresh air. As I walked around, I heard cries and rushed towards the tent to find people trying to train a monkey. Hey, you just stop it. How cruel. You can't do this to this poor baby.
Ho, ho, ho. Ordering us? Who do you think you are? Some princess?
Show off, kid. I ran away not because I was scared, but because I wanted Dad to know about it. And later, he dealt with it. But I remained upset for days, just imagining how that poor animal must have felt. One day, I heard some kids playing in my garden. When I went to check, I learned they were twins, Sophia and Ted. Their parents were friends of Dad's, and he promised to take care of them now that they had lost everything. The twins and I got along great. Ted was so much like me. We had all the same interests, and he was so gentle with animals, which I loved. Sophia was also sweet, and when we first met, we started talking like old friends. But gosh, she had this royal attitude that I just couldn't get with. Guys, I'm going on a tree planting campaign. Would you join me? It's going to be so much fun. No thank you. I don't want to get my hands dirty.
I've never done it before, but since you're doing it, it'll be interesting. I'm coming.
Ted was the sweetest. My life was perfect, but when I turned 8, my hiccups became awful. And to make things worse, my eyes started to twitch. Dad was worried and took me to a doctor, and it turned out that I had Tourette's syndrome. Even though I tried my best to control the tics, sometimes I just couldn't. One time in class, I was reading a poem that felt like I was on a bumpy road. This poem, seeing how all the kids just stared at me and then some giggled, my ears turned red. It was so awkward, and I ran from the class and just wanted to hide my face. But Ted followed me. Olivia, don't sweat it. Don't let this little thing put you down. Show the world you're not scared to take on whatever comes your way. Nobody's perfect, and that's okay. He was right, and because of him, I never felt bad about myself ever again, even though the paparazzi once made a meme video of me. It did hurt me sometimes, but it's part of life. Being a princess would never be that easy. On the other hand, Ted always tried to make me happy. He gave me cards every day. That's the weirdest thing he always did. That's so cute, Ted. But nowadays, no one makes cards.
But I always have time for you.
You know I care about you the most.
Oh, come on. That's a little overdramatic. Just because I don't make Olivia one card every day means I care less about her? And then the twins started to fight, like always. I immediately came between them and stopped them from bickering because it could easily turn into a war. When we graduated from high school, he asked what I wanted to do. I told him I wanted to go camping and explore the wild. And to my surprise, he agreed. A couple of days later, I set off on a cruise to reach a forest camping site. I went to my room to freshen up, but when I came out after taking a bath, I screamed in horror when I saw a guy lying on my bed. Who are you, and what are you doing in my room? I'm going to call security right now.
Actually, that's my line. This is my room, 206. Why don't you check it again?
I marched to the door and cringed when I saw that the jerk was actually right. I'm so sorry for that.
No problem. Do you need help with that?
Yes, thanks a lot, jerk. I grabbed my stuff and walked to my room as everyone stared at me. I went out to the ship's deck to take a couple of pics for Instagram, but I slipped and was about to fall. Thank God someone grabbed me. It was Mark.
Oh, you okay?
Oh God, you're hurt. It's just a scratch. It's okay. He looked so worried and instantly pulled out his handkerchief to tie it around my arm. That was kinda cute of him. The next day we reached the campsite, and I was totally mesmerized by it. I loved the greenery and the peaceful atmosphere. Everyone had split up into pairs, and guess what? Mark ended up with me. I saw a pond and decided to refill my bottle, but then all of a sudden, Mark snatched the bottle from me. Are you crazy?
No, but I'm not sure about you. Didn't you see that water snake?
I was stunned. He saved me for a second time, but he kept bossing me around like he was some kind of camping and forest expert or something. It was really annoying.
You packed this many clothes for a camping trip? Are you serious? Perfect. You don't have a sleeping bag? Were you thinking we'd get beds here? You can't go out of the tent without a mosquito repellent spray. You know what? I can't wrap my head around how a princess could give up all luxuries and live in the wild.
You know I'm a princess? For how long have you been stalking me? Are you from the paparazzi? You some spy? Some mafia guy? Look, I know karate and I'm not afraid to kick your butt.
Hey, hold on. How difficult could it be to know about a princess? You are world famous, you know. So why are you here?
I sat with Mark by the fire and told him how I had always wanted to see where animals lived freely. I talked about my love for animals and how I hated those who hurt them, how I even turned vegetarian, and it made me happy when he said he thought the same way. We stayed at the camp for 2 days, and I have to admit, Mark wasn't that bad. Yeah, he was still talkative, but I actually had an amazing time with him. But when the trip ended, we went our separate ways. After some time, I went to college, and right on the first day, I saw a familiar face. You really are a stalker. So you followed me here too?
Like, oh my God, this must be my lucky day. I'll get to see you every day.
Ew, so cheesy.
Is he bothering you?
No, he isn't. He's just naturally annoying. After that day, Mark was always around. And Ted, well, it looked like he wasn't too thrilled.
Hey, Olivia, just be careful around him, yeah? Just don't be too trusting of anyone, all right?
Oh, come on, Ted. Don't worry. He's a nice guy and a good friend of mine.
Oh, so he's your friend now too, huh? I didn't know that. Guess you've been spending a lot of time with him, huh?
Whoa, someone was jealous. But it's not like I could help it because I really started falling for Mark. I couldn't figure out why I kept smiling when he was around. When we were in the second semester, we had the assignment to make an awareness campaign, and I chose Mother Earth. Mark and I worked together on it, and soon we even created a YouTube channel educating people about animal rights and plantations. It made me so happy to teach people about it. Just a couple of days later, Ted asked me to go with him to a big business award ceremony. I didn't want to go, but he begged, and since I didn't want to break his heart, I agreed. It was boring until I spotted Mark and went to go talk to him. But I stopped in my tracks when I heard the announcer.
And the award for Best Leather Supplier goes to...
And then Mark went on stage with another guy who looked a lot like him. His brother. At that moment,
I felt like my world had turned upside down. It was then that Ted told me how Mark's family owned a leather company that used animal skins and wood that was cut down from trees in the forest. And right then, Mark spotted me. Ted, I want to get out of here. Now.
Look, Olivia, I'm sorry. I know I kept the family business a secret from you, but I was scared to lose you.
How could you do this? You were never honest with me. I held Ted's hand and left.
I warned you many times to stay away from him, but you didn't listen to me. But don't worry, I'm always here for you. I'll never hurt you.
He was right. It was me who acted stupidly and trusted Mark. Mark tried every possible way to contact me, but I shut him out. At college, he tried to talk to me, but every time he came, Ted was standing right next to me. I so wanted to hate Mark, but my heart wouldn't let me. Ted, on the other hand, tried everything to make me happy, but nothing worked out. Sometime later, Sophia and Ted made a plan for a family holiday in France, and right outside the Eiffel Tower, Ted suddenly got down on his knees and proposed to me with a ring. Holy moly, what is this? But my words were stuck in my throat. Right then, tons and tons of paparazzi came flooding in and flashed their cameras at us. Dad and Sophia looked at us with a smile. Ugh, it was like I had no choice but to take the ring. After that, it was like the whole country was talking about Ted and my wedding. The news spread like wildfire, and people even came out with merchandise with Ted and my faces on it. I was stuck. Seeing me look so worried all the time, Sophia asked me what the matter was. I lied and said everything was fine. You were never a good liar. Olivia, it's not Mark, is it? What? No. Maybe. Actually, yes. I can't get him out of my mind. Does it mean that you don't love Ted? Then why did you take the ring? But before I could answer, Ted entered. A couple of days later, we had a Christmas celebration at our palace, and when I went downstairs, I was shocked to see a familiar face. Mark. Apparently, he was Sophia's guest. With Mark and Ted both there, it was getting tense. So I ran to the garden to get some fresh air, and that's when I heard Mark.
Olivia, can we talk? Look, I am so sorry. I should have told you everything earlier, but believe me, I left my brother's company a long time ago, when I first met you.
You did? Then why were you there?
It's 'cause I was invited to that award function by Ted, and when my brother won the award, he asked me to go up with him, then everything turned into a mess. I think
Before he could finish, someone grabbed Mark. It was Ted. What's going on?
What's going on? I'll tell you, sweet princess. You're out here talking to this jerk while being engaged to me.
Oh, shut up, Ted. You are the real jerk. All this time, I thought Olivia liked you. But now I know she doesn't. I can't just stay quiet. Olivia, Ted wants to marry you just so he can be the next king. He took you to that award party on purpose. He manipulated both of you. I know I should have told everyone earlier, but I couldn't. He's my brother. But now, seeing how miserable you are, I just couldn't stay quiet. I'm sorry, Olivia. How could you?
I did nothing wrong. You are a royal. You should marry a royal. You could at least be a little thankful after how much I did for you. Everything you wanted, I did, even if I hated it. I even touched those ugly pets of yours. Yuck.
That did it. Nobody calls my pets ugly. I gave Ted a much-deserved slap. And the next thing I knew, the guards took him away. Apparently, Dad had seen everything. As everyone went back inside the palace, Mark and I stayed outside. Now that I knew everything, I had so much to say to him. I had to apologize. But before I could even say a word, he came up to me.
So, princess, we are standing under a mistletoe. You know what that means?
Yeah. He kissed me, and I knew in my heart that I would get my happily ever after with Mark. Hi there, I'm Ellie, and I've got a story that'll make you laugh, cry, maybe even question your own sanity. But hey, don't we all need that from time to time? So like and subscribe and strap in. because this roller coaster is about to take off. You see, I was born with a slight anger problem, the kind that made me want to karate chop a stuffed animal when I was just 5. Yep, I had anger issues. On a sunny day at the park, 5-year-old me just wanted to have fun on the swings and slides, but things took a different turn.
I'm gonna slide like a penguin. Move it. I'm going first. Hey, no cutting. That's not nice.
Do I look like I care? The bully pushed past me, smirking. Feeling furious, I climbed the ladder fast with my juice box in hand.
You'll be sorry, mister.
I squeezed the box hard, squirting juice straight into the bully's eyes. Then I slapped him and pushed him down the slide, and his nose started bleeding. He started crying like a baby, and his dad came running over.
What is wrong with you? Behaving like a monster? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I picked up a pebble and threw it at him, but it missed him by an inch.
Don't tell me how to feel. You should be thanking me for teaching your awful kid a lesson.
I threw another pebble at him and then ran away. Mom and Dad yelled at me all the way back home. I cried and said sorry. Then I jumped onto my parents and smothered them with kisses till they forgave me. Yeah, I think I'm a kind person in general. I mean, as long as I'm not angry. Fast forward to 1st grade, and there I was, little Ellie, eager to make friends at school. One day during recess, I spotted a group of girls playing hopscotch, and I approached them.
Hey you, I think we should be friends. No thanks, I already have friends.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but I wasn't giving up so easily.
Oh yeah? Well, you haven't met a friend like me.
I started shouting and spinning with my arms spread out like a wild little windmill. I even threw my sandwich on the ground.
I'm fun, I'm cool, and I'll bring snacks to share. So why wouldn't you want to be my friend? Say yes, or you'll regret it. Say it.
The girl hesitated, then let out a sigh.
Okay, fine, I'll be your friend. Please, just stop yelling at me.
And just like that, I made a new friend. Her name was Lucy, and she was the best. 2 years later in 3rd grade, my family told me one day that we had to move for Dad's job. Scared of losing Lucy, I got really angry.
I won't leave Lucy. She's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere.
I protested by staying in our backyard treehouse, and I refused to come down till my parents changed their mind. We know you're upset, but we have to think about what's good for the family. But when I didn't budge, my parents caved after a few days. I was so happy, I finally climbed down from the treehouse. And I learned that standing up for what matters can make a difference, and that my anger was the best thing I had. It gave me whatever I wanted. What I didn't realize back then, though, was that Lucy eventually figured she could take advantage of my anger issues to get her way, too. If she wanted something from someone, she'd come up with a sneaky plan to get me all riled up against that person. Yeah, it always made me the bad guy fighting and bullying people, while Lucy looked like she was the nice, calm friend of a monster. But no one got seriously harmed. As we entered middle school, though, Lucy started doing it more frequently and for bigger things, and I began getting into serious trouble. Like one day, Lucy came to me saying that Mrs. Thompson had called her into her office and said she was giving her a C- on her project.
You know what else she said? She told me that I should get myself a better friend because you're distracting me with all your fights and affecting my grades while you get good grades yourself. She even said that you hang out with me just so you can feel better than me. Can you imagine?
What? That's not true.
Of course I know that. Listen, in today's lesson, I'm gonna confront her about this psychological manipulation. And if she sneezes a lot, it means she's nervous that I've told you everything she said. You know all the teachers fear you,
but Mrs. Thompson is always sneezing because of her allergies.
Yes, but sneezing a lot means she's nervous and she's hiding something. She told us that once, but I guess you forgot.
Lucky you have me to remind you. When it was Mrs. Thompson's class, Lucy gifted her a red nose, and seconds later, when she confronted her about the manipulation, Mrs. Thompson started sneezing like crazy, and I felt furious.
How could you? I thought you were a nice teacher, but you're just like the rest.
And with that, I pushed her hard. She fell down and screamed in pain. While everyone's attention was focused on me, Lucy sneaked into Mrs. Thompson's laptop and changed her own grade on the project. Mrs. Thompson broke her arm, and I got suspended for 3 weeks. My parents were furious with me and insisted that I tell them exactly what happened. When I did, Mom said that Lucy was the manipulative witch here. I yelled at her and didn't talk to her for days. How could she say that about my BFF? Days later, I visited Lucy, and her mom opened the the door and looked at me like I was some cockroach.
Ugh, you again. What do you want? I heard what happened with Mrs. Thompson. Why can't you be a normal human being? Poor Lucy, she almost failed her project because of you.
What?
Yeah, you're crazy and you're affecting my child. She'll end up failing all her classes because of you.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Hey, listen, you silly woman. I was about to scream at her when Lucy showed up and pulled me inside her bedroom. Please, Ellie, you can't talk to Mom like that no matter what she says. But I'm a good friend and I forgive you. Now calm down, girl, and take the Snickers bar. I know it's your favorite candy.
Lucy had clearly been spreading lies about me, but I was too blind to see it back then. And when I returned to school, things were a bit different.
A new girl, Isabella, had joined our class. She was rich, pretty, and quickly became popular.
Lucy seemed annoyed by her existence, but she seems like a cool girl to me.
Till one day, Lucy and I saw Isabella walking out of the bathroom, and I noticed a marker in her hand. Lucy went in to use the bathroom as I waited in the hallway, but moments later, she came out, dragging me back into the bathroom with her. OMG, you gotta see this. You won't believe what Isabella wrote about you on the door. It's totally her handwriting. I'm so done with this annoying psycho Ellie. She's always bullying everyone. I want a peaceful, calm school that I can brag about to my rich friends. I offer $1,000 to anyone who can get rid of her. DM me on this Instagram account if you're interested. What a stupid, ugly witch. Furious, I stormed over to Isabella. How dare you write that about me on the bathroom door? I saw you with that marker, so don't you dare lie to me. Ellie, seriously? I had a marker, but I was working on an art project. I didn't write anything about you. Oh, yeah? Well, Lucy seems to think it's in your handwriting, and Lucy said that? Okay, you should stop listening to that friend of yours. She's just using you like a puppet. Can't you see it? For some reason, Isabella's words struck a chord with me, like she just said something out loud that I kinda already knew. But I quickly brushed my thoughts away. You don't know anything. Just leave me alone. But Isabella didn't leave me alone. She'd always make an effort to talk to me and waved at me with a smile. I started warming up to her, and we got closer. But that drove Lucy crazy. One day during lunch, I was sitting with Isabella, laughing and chatting, when Lucy stomped over angrily. Ellie, how could you ditch me for Isabella? After all we've been through together? Just calm down, will you? I'm not ditching you, just spending time with Isabella. We can all be friends, you know. Are you for real? How dare you replace me? And with that, she pounced on me. I didn't want to fight her, so I just pushed her away, but she grabbed my hair again. Luckily, someone called a teacher, and Lucy got detention for 2 weeks. And I swear, those were the best 2 weeks of my life. Things were calm and peaceful, and I didn't have a single fight with anyone. Isabella even convinced me to start getting therapy for my anger issues, and I felt really good about it. Then one day, Isabella told me something. Hey, Ellie, yesterday when I got back from school, I was shocked to find Lucy in my house. I asked her what she was doing there, but before she could reply, her mom showed up. She's our maid. I swear I had no idea. She said she'd brought Lucy over to help her clean the kitchen before Christmas. Oh, yeah, I know that her mom works as a maid for you, but we never talk about it, because I don't want to embarrass her or anything. But I don't have a good feeling about her suddenly being in your house. She might be up to something fishy. So we decided to keep an eye on Lucy that afternoon, and we watched from a safe distance as Lucy's mom gave her instructions to clean. But just a few moments later, after her mom left, we heard a loud crash, followed by Lucy's scream. We rushed to find Lucy lying on the floor with a broken shelf and scattered kitchenware around her. We tried to help her up, but she screamed in pain and couldn't move. Just then, Lucy's mom and Isabella's parents came running too.
Oh my God, what happened?
Oh, Mom, I was just reaching for something on the shelf, but it was unstable. It just all came crashing down on me.
Lucy's mom turned to Isabella's parents furiously.
This is all your fault. You knew this shelf was broken and you never bothered to fix it. I told you so many times. Now my daughter is injured because of your negligence. I'm gonna sue you for this. You'll pay for the harm you've caused my daughter.
Isabella's parents tried apologizing repeatedly, but Lucy's mom didn't listen to a word and called an ambulance to take Lucy away. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Lucy, although I was almost sure she'd hurt herself on purpose to cause trouble for Isabella and her parents. She probably hadn't expected it to be this bad. And sure enough, the injury was very bad, and Lucy couldn't walk for a few months. A few days later, the teacher planned a visit to Lucy's house for the class to cheer her up. But the moment we entered Lucy's room, she went ballistic, calling me a horrible friend who'd betrayed her, and calling Isabella bad names too. I was feeling angrier by the second, but I tried staying calm. Just then, Lucy's mom walked in, and she started calling me a bad friend too.
Are you here to hurt my Lucy even more, Ellie? You've made it obvious whose friend you really are.
But be aware, Isabella, I'm certain she only chose you because you're rich. Ellie has always been a bad, rotten egg.
Suddenly, I just snapped. I jumped at Lucy's mom and she fell back and hit her head on the floor. Everyone looked shocked, and I knew I'd messed up big time. I ran out crying. When Mom found out about it, she was so mad. Ellie, I can't believe you attacked Lucy's mom. She called me, threatening to contact Child Services and telling them that you need to be put in some rehab center because you're a danger for other people. I honestly felt terrified hearing that, and my first instinct was to lash out and scream in my defense. But instead, I took a deep breath and thought of my friendship with Isabella, and it helped calm me down. Mom, I know it was wrong, and I'm really sorry. I'm working on controlling my anger. I'll be better, I promise. Mom looked really surprised and then nodded, but she still took my phone away and grounded me for a month, and I didn't protest. I knew I deserved that. Back at school, Isabella told me Lucy's mom was going ahead with the lawsuit, and I really wished there was something I could do to help. Lucy or her mom wouldn't listen to a word I'd say. But then one day, I was in the school's bathroom when someone knocked on the stall door. It was Lucy's mom.
Ellie, I need to talk to you. I've been reading Lucy's diary, and I've discovered the truth about her actions. She's been using your anger issues to her advantage. I sometimes had a feeling that something was off with Lucy's behavior, but I never knew for sure.
Are you still gonna sue Isabella's parents or report me to Child Services?
No, I just wanted to apologize to you, and I won't be causing you or Isabella's parents any more trouble. I'll also get Lucy the help she needs. We might even move to another town and live with my sister if it means Lucy can get better therapy. I'm so sorry for everything, Ellie, and I want to thank you for being a good friend to Lucy, despite everything.
With that, she gave me a quick hug and left. I felt tears pricking my eyes. I was kind of sad I wouldn't get to see Lucy again, but I also felt lighter and free. Moments later, Isabella walked in. Ellie, everything's gonna be okay. Isabella hugged me tight, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like everything would be okay. I was peacefully dozing off on a plane to China when suddenly someone yanked my hair and chomped on my ear like it was a snack. I whipped around to find a naughty-looking boy. Ow! Seriously? Keep your teeth to yourself, kid! He then burst into tears and his mom turned to me.
你竟敢对他大喊大叫，他还是个孩子。
I wish I understood Chinese, but her dramatic glare made it clear I was the villain here. I tried to dive back into dreamland, but the woman next to me had other plans. She woke up and started chewing her gum like a goat who hadn't eaten for 300 years. It was so loud that people from 30,000 feet below could hear it. Excuse me, could you tone that down, please? Tone down the what? Oh, great. Her voice was even more annoying. I shrugged it off and reached for my trusty earphones instead. But before I could enjoy some music, the guy on my right suddenly smacked my shoulder. What is wrong with this flight? Everyone was driving me nuts. Left, right, front, and back. The culprit was so engrossed in some stupid adventure game on his phone. Hey, quick question. Do I look like a punching bag to you?
A little bit.
You can't play your stupid game without attacking a real person, you know.
Chill, girl. It's called reflexes. Maybe if you had better ones, you wouldn't get hit.
The audacity of this guy! I couldn't help but think, why do these online gamers waste their time in a virtual world when there's a beautiful one right outside the window? Real life is 1,000 times better. Or so I thought. Hi, my name is Alira, and I'm an aspiring photographer who loves traveling around the globe and capturing the most beautiful scenes and moments. I had always enjoyed doing it alone, but things took a wild turn when a weird and mysterious guy started tagging along and changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After dealing with all those annoying passengers, I eventually fell asleep after listening to music while letting my imagination run wild. Soon enough, the plane finally landed, and I headed straight to my beautiful hotel. I took a short beauty sleep while waiting for nighttime to roll around, and when it finally came, I excitedly jumped out of my bed, took my camera, and immediately rushed outside. Stunning views, beautiful people, inviting lights, glowing lanterns, and the sweet traditional vibes of China. This is the dream. Walking along the streets, I stumbled upon a guy sleeping on a bench. Judging from all the stuff around him, he must be homeless. Poor thing. I found myself clicking pictures of him, my camera perfectly capturing his struggles and hardship from every detail of his form. Just then, a green owl suddenly appeared from behind the bench, perched on the sleeping guy as if he owned him, and scowled at me. Relax, little buddy. He's all yours. To my surprise, the guy woke up and scowled at me too.
Who are you? And what are you doing here?
His eyes then lowered to my camera.
Were you taking pictures of me while I was sleeping?
Duh, I was taking pictures of the street, but you were blocking my view. It's not my fault you were sleeping there.
That's a terrible excuse for disrespecting my private space.
The private space? That's rich coming from you, who is sleeping on public property.
Delete my pictures, or I'm gonna delete it myself.
Don't you dare touch my camera! Do you have any idea what it takes to capture a beautiful moment or view? The countless hours, the right timing, the quest for the perfect angle. I pour my heart and soul into every shot. Those aren't just pictures. It's a piece of me, a piece of my struggle, my passion, my life. So please, don't take that away from me. I trailed off when I realized that he was now holding my camera and swiping through the shots. But how? So you're not only homeless, you're also a snatcher. Give it back, you jerk. I lunged at him to retrieve my camera, but he suddenly vanished. I spun around, and he was still swiping. This guy, I swear to God.
In all fairness, you have quite a remarkable talent for capturing beautiful images.
What do you think of me now? Just some lousy, try-hard photographer? I snatched the camera back, and this time he didn't resist. He practically handed it over. I immediately checked my gallery and realized he hadn't deleted anything.
Relax. I usually don't meddle with other people's business. Unlike you.
I tried glaring at him, but I felt like I ended up pouting, which made him smirk. Oh, well, at least I finally bumped into someone who speaks English. I'm so tired of racking my brains and using weird hand gestures to understand what the locals are saying. He ignored me and started picking up his things as if preparing to leave. So, where are you from?
Not from around here.
I see. Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe under the bridge, at the back of the junkyard? Just anywhere with a roof where I can recharge my energy, so I can continue my pursuit of answers to my questions.
Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the streets. I think you should speed your pursuit up, because the rain is about to pour, buddy.
I don't mind the rain. It helps me think better.
But your owl doesn't. He stopped in his tracks when he realized that I was right. You know what? Why don't you just come with me to my hotel? I'll get you a room. It's just nearby.
I appreciate your hospitality, but I don't need your pity.
Oh, look. Mr. Grumpy Bench Guy is being such a drama queen.
Fine. But the moment the rain stops, we're out.
Another thunder rumbled as we started walking away. When we reached my hotel, the receptionist immediately greeted me with a question.
给你朋友另一个房间?
As I scrambled for my translation book, Hatham suddenly swooped in.
Shida, Ching.
Did you just speak Chinese?
I speak multiple languages. I have a constant hunger for endless knowledge.
So, you're a polyglot. So cool. That's literally my dream. But learning another language is so difficult for me. What's your secret?
Oh, I use this splendid application on my phone, Duolingo.
Oh, I have heard about it, but I never tried it.
It has a fun and engaging approach to learning a language. It's like casually playing a game, which is a pretty good motivation for the learning process.
Okay, that sold me. I immediately downloaded the app and was greeted by a cute green owl named Duo, who looked very familiar. I turned to his pet, who was sitting on his shoulder. Whoa, Duo looks exactly like your owl.
They have the same name too. Just a little warning. Duo's nice and helpful, but he can be a little persistent sometimes. But it's also for your own good.
Well, he seems to be a cute little guide. I went straight to my first lesson, and I was already liking it. Shui means water. Shui? Gosh, I am so thirsty. I need some shui. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is my room, and yours will be that one. I was talking to him, but he seemed preoccupied with something over my shoulder. I turned around and realized that he was looking at my collection of postcards on the wall. To my surprise, he suddenly barged inside.
Where did you get these photographs?
Those are the places that I captured with my precious camera. And these right here are my goal destinations. They're beautiful, aren't they? He looked so ecstatic as he gawked at one of the pictures like it was the most delicious meal he had ever seen.
Where is this place?
That's my next destination, the Tianzi Mountain. It's one of the reasons why I visited this country.
Take me with you.
Consider yourself lucky, my friend, because I'm going there tomorrow. I always preferred traveling alone, but maybe it was time for me to try it with a travel buddy this time, at least for a day, and just for fun. The next day, we traveled to the mountains, and when we got there, Haytham's calm demeanor instantly changed to ecstatic.
The stone forest.
An image of a familiar place seemed to have flashed right before his eyes. The stone, what now? He ignored me and started navigating the place, running around like he owned it. Dude, wait up! We rode a cable car, crossed a river, and jumped from one stone to another, and after an hour, I felt like collapsing. Slow down, Spider-Man. I'm not a marathon runner with endless stamina, you know. Jeez. When I finally caught up, I found him standing in front of a mysterious and ancient-looking monument. He fiddled with a rock against it, but nothing happened, and he looked super frustrated. Hello? I would really appreciate it if you would tell me what's going on. What is that thing? And what are you trying to do with it?
This is a totem, and I need an electroelement to activate it.
What do you mean, electroelement?
Electroelement. Something, anything that produces lightning.
Oh, you mean electricity?
Huh?
Lucky for you, I've got something here.
What is that?
You don't know what a taser is? It's my go-to for self-defense. Zaps people with electricity or whatever you call it.
Interesting.
He immediately took it from me and tried it on the totem. After a few sparks, it suddenly got triggered and a glowing symbol appeared on top of it. Holy cheeky bananas! Is that a hologram or something? He found 2 more totems, and after doing the same thing to each of them, a strong streak of light came from above, forming a pillar. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of secret experiment from the government? And what's your deal with all of this?
I've been traveling from place to place looking for these runes. Since I'm not from around here, I don't know where to go. I need to activate these beacons in 6 places scattered around the world. With your knowledge and resources, things are going to get easier for me now.
But for what? Why are you doing all of this out-of-this-world stuff?
We need to go.
Dude, you didn't answer my question.
Sometimes, the journey to find answers is more important than the answers themselves.
Whatever you say, Plato. After activating the first beacon, we embarked on a thrilling and action-packed adventure of a lifetime. After Tianzi Mountain, we rushed straight to Huanglong River, which Haytham kept calling Luhua Pool Liu. There, we had to light up some fire totems. There were 5 of them, but according to him, only 3 needed to be activated. Of course, those 3 we needed were surrounded by water. Great, right? Haytham was all business, using his fancy tricks to get those waterlogged totems blazing, while I just snapped pictures of these outrageous moments. Our next stop was the breathtaking Matterhorn in Switzerland, aka Dragonspine, according to my travel buddy, where we faced a puzzle with circular platforms and wall signs. The place was so cold that I had to huddle by fire torches just to keep myself from turning into a popsicle. I let Mr. Mysterious Smarty Pants solve the puzzle by himself, while I continued my Duolingo sessions. You know I can't miss those streaks. With each beacon we activated, I felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. What was this leading to? And why did it feel like the world had turned into one big adventurous playground? During our flight to our next destination, I found myself fully immersed in my new favorite app, Xin Ten Toila Elira.
You could take a break sometimes, you know?
I need to learn the basics, at least for now, and I like how Duo keeps reminding me with his cute little expressions. When we finally reached Vietnam, I decided to try out what I learned by asking the locals about the directions. Xin Loi, Bang Ko Te Chung Toi Duang. The woman stared at me as if she was solving the most difficult math puzzle. Ko Te.
Xin lỗi, no ngan kundit cho, chung toing vit dong vit vin, ha long dok trong.
Được chứ, bạn chỉ cần đi thẳng, rồi đi qua cái cây khổng lồ kia, sau đó rẽ phải và đi bộ khoảng 200 mét sẽ thấy một khoảng đất trống.
Okay, I guess it was too early for me to attempt a conversation. After learning the direction, Haytham continued walking towards the bay. Ugh, Why is this guy so good at everything?
You still have a long way to go, Elira.
I literally just started. Just wait and see. I'll be leading the leaderboard with an unbeatable streak in no time.
I commend your determination. Keep it up.
Soon enough, we were greeted by the beautiful emerald waters and towering limestone islands of Halong Bay, or as Hatham called it, the Golden Apple Archipelago. While I was snapping pictures left and right, Hatham got to work immediately. He solved a music rock puzzle thing, and after activating the place, we toured around the city and enjoyed their local food. I even tried conversing with the locals with the help of my brilliant travel buddy. It got me even more determined to learn more. So during our flight to Scotland, I got really busy with leveling up and earning rewards. I never knew that learning could be this fun.
Learning could also be done in silence.
Sorry. And soon, we finally reached our next destination, the Isle of Skye in Scotland, or as Hatham called it, the Star Snatch Cliff, Mondstadt. After walking around, we came across a green fan-like object. I watched in amazement as he applied some wind pressure to activate it, unleashing a powerful upward current. Whoa, that's so dope. So, what's next?
Time to fly.
After taking a large cloth from his bag and holding onto it, he wrapped his arm around me, and we gracefully floated in the magical breeze. I never thought I would experience flying like this, not even in my wildest dreams. If this is a dream, I hope I can keep enjoying it and not wake up too soon.
Our imaginations know no bounds, Elira. They possess the extraordinary ability to unlock infinite possibilities.
We then found 2 more fans along the way before we finally activated the totem at the top of the cliff and summoned the pillar. I stood there for a while and looked ahead at the seemingly endless horizon, thinking about how Hatham sees this beautiful world in his own vision. Finally, we were down to the last one, Deshra Desert Sumeru, or as we call it, the Great Pyramids of Egypt, my favorite. Hatham looked so nervous and excited while I was taking some pictures of the legendary structures. After hours of touring around, I followed him as we headed to the group of old, weathered columns. So, how do we solve this one?
We need to hit the larger columns until you match them with the corresponding symbol on the smaller columns beside them. Match all 3 big ones to the smaller ones to summon the last pillar.
Aye, aye, Captain. I grabbed a tree branch lying nearby and used it to help him hit the columns until we finally summoned the last pillar.
All the pillars scattered across the world that we activated should be glowing now too.
I dropped my jaw in amazement when their fusion created a swirling, glowing vortex or something. Is that a freaking portal?
Yes, it's a portal back to my world, Elira.
To your world? So there's indeed another world out there? Before he could answer me, the earth beneath us mildly shook, and a horrifying creature suddenly appeared right in front of us. Holy crunchy potatoes! Is that a transformer? Did Hatham summon that machine from their world? What if he was actually a bad guy who was set to ruin our world? Oh my gosh, what have I done? I wasn't ready to say goodbye to our beautiful Earth just yet. I have yet to discover the other wonders of... My paranoid voice trailed off when I realized that Hatham was gone. Just then, I felt a strong, glowing presence behind me. I slowly turned around and saw him and Duo transforming into something with dust particles and glowing green projections dancing around them. Everything then cleared away, revealing a strikingly handsome video game character and his adorable sidekick. Hatham, is that you?
This is my true form, Elira. And my real name is Zal Hatham, a scholar from Sumeru, and our academia scribe. That machine in front of you is a primal construct, only found around the desert area of Sumeru. This machine enemy is often found guarding the temples and ruins, and I need to defeat it.
So it's like the final boss in the game, and you're the brave hero. I suddenly felt bad for suspecting him as a bad guy. As the primal construct started charging toward them, 3 ethereal green mirrors popped in and hovered around Hatham, radiating a brilliant emerald light that almost blinded me. He then started fighting the monster, moving with grace and precision, consistently blending freestyle moves and rotational attacks with his sword and abilities. Watching them fight was mesmerizing, as if I had been transported into an epic video game. He unleashed a barrage of reflective attacks, boomerangs slicing through the air, slashes carving through steel. Each hit dealt a lot of serious physical damage. Soon enough, the terrifying machine was finally defeated. Dude, you were so cool! How did you do that?
I don't need to fight. I only need to think. Everything else is connected. All I have to do is find the weakest link, deal with the causal factors, and everything else tends to resolve itself.
Okay. Enough with your deep philosophical words, dude, and maybe start explaining everything to me properly. You know, I've been following you around like a dumb little kitten and catching up with your stamina.
As a gratitude for helping me, you deserve to know the truth. My friend Kaveh and I were trying to open a domain, but something went wrong. It started malfunctioning. The rule is to hit these columns using a physical attack and never use any elemental attack. Kaveh didn't know this, so he used his elemental skill because he thought it was more efficient. It made a different reaction to the process, and instead of opening a domain, it opened a portal that connected to the human world. And before I knew it, it started sucking my friend. I tried to save him, but I was the one who got pulled inside instead. I got teleported here, which was a very different place, and I have been finding my way back for quite a long time. Thanks to my friend Duo here, who also got accidentally teleported for some reason. He's been my companion since the day I got here, and he's the one who has been helping me learn the different languages of humans.
Now that makes sense, and no sense at the same time. I swear, I'm stuck in a fantasy adventure novel. Anyway, I'm glad that you finally made it.
I appreciate all your help in this journey of mine, Alira. As much as I wanted to discover more about your interesting world, I need to return. Tevat needs me.
Oh, well, traveling won't be the same anymore without you. I'm gonna miss you a little bit, I guess.
Just play Genshin Impact, and I'm sure you will enjoy the magical beauty of our world, Tevat. We have 7 nations brimming with natural wonders that you would love to capture. You'll meet a diverse set of people with unique personalities and abilities like me. And together, we will fight exciting enemies. We'll share every adventure in this enchanting realm.
I felt a lump in my throat as he extended his hand, but knowing that I would be seeing him again, I shook it with a smile.
See you around, Alira.
I watched them as they entered the portal, returning to their world. Come here, boy. Bam, bam, eat that monkey butt. All right, hate them? Time for some snacks. Ever since I started appreciating video games, I became the annoying passenger this time. These games opened my eyes to the existence of extraordinary places that remain hidden from our physical world, places that only exist in our minds, yet they possess the power to transport us on thrilling adventures. They hold captivating magic and beauty, offering a gateway to fictional worlds. Now, I embrace the opportunity to immerse myself in both realities, and because of it, I have never felt alone again. I was so into the game that I jerked when an incoming announcement sound chimed in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We will begin our final descent to Paris shortly.
And now, it's time to explore the famous beauty of Paris. Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Wait, is it allez-vous? Allez-vous? Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
You're never here when my tears dry. You're never around to see me thrive. When it's my birthday or my day off, you got other plans and can't show up.
Your mom, she isn't okay.
There will still be other hospital expenses, and you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
Can you tell me where the trial patient files are? When we visited Mom next at the hospital, I was able to slip away and retrieve Mom's file and another patient's who was receiving the drug. That night, Meredith and I used every Photoshop skill we had to make duplicate copies, complete with the hospital's seal and everyone's signatures to ensure that Mom was the patient chosen for the treatment. And the next day, I slipped the files back in. I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I'd broken at least 5 different laws. But as I walked away, I didn't feel like a criminal at all. I was walking down the hospital corridor with Freddie when Meredith came running towards us.
Where have you been? Mom's awake. She's finally awake.
Oh my God, seriously? This better not be a joke, Meredith.
I swear on my beautiful face, it's the truth. The doctors are just checking her vitals.
Can you girls stop making so much noise? It's a hospital.
Oh, shut it, nurse. We're in the coma ward. Who are we disturbing here? Don't you want these people to wake up?
How dare you talk to me like that? This is preposterous.
That's not even a real word. Remind me to buy you a dictionary. How did you become a nurse? Jeez.
You ran down to Mom's room to find her fighting off the doctors. She jumped onto her bed like an animal and started screaming at them.
Where am I? Are you doing science experiment on me? You will not touch the daughter of Vladimir. I learned how to catch fish with my bare hands when I was 3 and tackled a bear when I was 5. You think you are any match for me?
Ma'am, we mean no harm. We're your doctors.
How are you old enough to be a doctor? You have a pimples like a teenager.
I'm fully qualified.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where I am before I take your eyeballs out and play bubbles with them.
Mom? Mom turned and stared at me with wild eyes.
Let's get out of here before she attacks us.
For once, I agree with Meredith.
Who are you? And what did you just call me?
Hey guys, the last time you saw me, I was walking down a hospital corridor after switching the clinical trial files. That was 2 years ago, so let me get you up to speed on everything that's happened since then. Mom entered the clinical trial, and her tests started showing signs of progress, but she didn't come out of her coma anytime soon. Freddie tried to help us, but Meredith and I had to learn to manage on our own, and it turns out there's a lot you can steal from a hospital. We never had to buy toilet paper or cleaning supplies again, and we always had endless cups of pudding and Jell-O. Meredith, is that diaper cream you're putting on your face?
A girl's gotta moisturize. It's very hydrating. My face is as soft as a baby's butt. What did you score today?
More useful things like new bed sheets, pads, towels, and batteries for our TV remote.
Time for our show and more Jell-O. Woohoo!
But we still needed money, and after high school, we went back to our conning ways. I always pushed away the guilt and justified it to myself with things like, we needed the money, we had no other choice. But I have to admit, I also felt a thrill every time we outwitted someone and got away with it. It started out small, like hitting venues of concerts and games in different cities and selling fake tickets to desperate fans, hoping to get in at the last minute for twice the regular price. By the time they figured the tickets were bogus, we were gone. Or going to the American Idol audition venues and convincing hopeful contestants that we were part of the TV show crew, and we'd get them through to the next round if they paid us a little money. Then, we set up an Instagram matchmaking business account with tons of fake success stories. We were getting booked for our services by loads of women. We'd always meet at the client's house in disguise.
What is this exquisite dessert? It's like a cloud melting in my mouth.
It's a Japanese cheesecake, delivered fresh every day from Japan.
You are just the kind of people I like. Ow!
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Wow, I mean, this cake. Yes, business. This is your daughter? Oof.
We know she's a bit plain.
And she's 6 feet tall? With that face?
Is her case hopeless?
Oh no, we've dealt with a lot of uggos before. Believe me. Ow!
What my partner means is there's someone for everyone out there, and we're experts at making those two people meet. We'll need a small advance, and we'll bring you a portfolio of suitable bachelors in a week.
You'll be the mother of the bride soon, watching your little giraffe walk down the aisle. Sounds good, right? Make that check to cash, please. Can you also pack the rest of this cake?
We'd take the advance, keep in touch for a few weeks saying we were gathering options, and then disappear. Of course, people soon started commenting on our page, calling us frauds and reporting our account, but we made a good amount while it lasted. We tried out a wedding planner service next.
That's a gorgeous cake, but it's so expensive.
But it goes so perfectly with your pink and white theme.
Also, we're planning to order 2,000 pink and white roses.
And an ice sculpture for the reception area.
How much will all this cost?
You can't put a price tag on happiness.
Daddy will have a heart attack.
He's gonna have one anyway. I just saw him eating a block of cheese. Why should that stop you from having the wedding of your dreams?
Really, you deserve the best on your big day.
Okay, I'm sold. Let me write you a check.
When that went bust, we became travel bloggers and influencers. With our huge number of fake followers, we managed to get into the best hotels for free as long as we wrote a review. When I'm rich, I will buy a hotel and live there. They have the best beds.
Room service? Yes, we'll have 2 lobsters, 4 sushi platters, 2 beef burgers with fries, the prawn tempura, the fish tempura. Okay, anything with the word tempura. And why don't you bring up the entire dessert menu? Thanks.
Of course, none of these businesses lasted too long, and we were always on our toes, traveling from place to place, changing disguises, trying not to get caught. The only person who had any idea of our activities was Freddie. But whenever we went back home, he was always happy to see us and never asked questions. 2 years had gone by like this, and Mom was finally awake, except she didn't remember being our mom. Now, we had no chance to ask her about the fake IDs and laptop we'd found, because all she seemed to remember was her childhood in frickin' Russia. We showed her pictures of us together, and the doctors explained that she'd lost most of her memory, and they were unsure if she'd regain it.
Oh, my girls, I am so sorry I don't remember anything about you, but I feel a connection to you, as strong as the frost on my toes, walking barefoot in snow, and as sweet as the smell of my grandmother's honey cakes, and as deep as the violet skies of Siberia, and—
Yeah, we get it, Mom. We love you too.
As the three of us sat in a cafe later, I was still trying to process everything when I saw Meredith had a faraway look on her face. I know that face, Em. What are you planning?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking how excited Arthur will be when he finds out Mom is awake.
You're talking about our neighbor, Arthur?
Yeah, he's been visiting Mom every week for 2 years. He's always been in love with her. He'll be happy, but she won't even remember him.
That actually works in his favor. Mom always found him irritating.
What are you saying exactly?
What if we convinced Mom that she was deeply in love with Arthur before she went into a coma? I'm sure he won't have any problem playing along. Maybe we even say that they were engaged before she got sick. If we set them up, Mom will be taken care of for life. Arthur is rich with a capital $sign.
Wow, Meredith, you're a frickin' genius.
Jeez, why are you girls always scheming?
Because our parents are not neurosurgeons.
You can't use that excuse forever.
Watch me.
Like we expected, Arthur immediately agreed, and we got to work. We photoshopped tons of pictures of Mom and him, and soon he even turned up with a giant emerald ring.
You chose this Russian emerald ring from an antique shop where I proposed to you.
Oh, it is so beautiful. I wish I remembered all of these moments. But I do feel a connection to you, as strong as the smell of lavender on a Russian summer breeze, and as warm as Papa's fur coat, and as comforting as a bowl of kidney pickle soup, and—
Kiss her, now!
As Arthur and Mom kissed, Meredith and I walked out of the room and burst out laughing. We laughed till we almost peed our pants. Oh God, my tummy hurts. Are we doing the right thing? Fooling Mom?
She's no fool. She asked me how rich Arthur is yesterday. Now she feels very connected to him.
And within a month, Mom was walking down the aisle in a grand wedding in Arthur's garden. Of course, Meredith and I had made all the arrangements and totally overcharged Arthur.
I promise to cherish and to love you forever, and follow you to the ends of the earth.
We will go to Russia and start our new life there in the lovely house you have bought me as a wedding gift. And yes, I will cherish and love you and whatever, etc., etc.
Now you may exchange rings.
Did you just hear what I just heard?
Are they moving to Russia?
That can't happen. Is it too late to object to this wedding?
Shh! You guys are ruining the ceremony. What's wrong with you?
Are you a moron? You know she can't go to Russia.
Why not? She's Russian, isn't she? Oh yeah, she shouldn't go to Russia.
Hold it, everyone. Sorry, Mom, but you can't go to Russia.
Oh, sweetie, I will take you girls with me, don't worry.
We're taking them with us?
No one's going to Russia.
Can we, discuss this later? You're ruining the moment.
Arthur, shh. Listen, Mom, we need to talk. As I got up to talk to Mom, I tripped on my dress and crashed into this big cage holding 100 pigeons, and they all started flying off.
This was supposed to be for after the ceremony!
But suddenly, those pigeons turned vicious and came back to attack everyone. They clawed at people's hair, poked them with their beaks, and pooped everywhere. As the guests ran around in chaos, someone slammed straight into the wedding cake. Meredith and I grabbed Mom's arms and dragged her home.
What is wrong with you two?
There's something you need to know, Mom.
Meredith and I ended up showing her all her fake passports, IDs, and the laptop, and she was stunned.
My name is Alexei, and none of these IDs have that name.
Mom, we don't know who you really are or why you left Russia. What if you were a spy or some sort of criminal? What if you're wanted in Russia? If you go back there, you might get arrested or worse. Apparently, many years ago, some bad people were looking for you, and we don't know why. You have to stay here and keep a low profile.
But I want to find my parents and see my home. It's all I remember.
You can't risk it. Not till you get your memory back. Or we get someone to tell us what's on that laptop and figure out who you are. We're sorry.
We hugged Mom as she cried, then fixed her makeup and returned to the wedding. The pigeons had left, and the guests were leaving too.
Stop, everyone. The wedding isn't over yet. And Arthur, Mom wants to move to Hawaii instead. From the top, people!
Arthur was very confused, but they finally got married. Later, as everyone moved towards the dance floor, Freddie asked me to join him.
So, now your mom is well and you have a rich stepfather. What are your plans?
I like traveling around with Meredith. Maybe I'll do that for some time. There isn't any reason to stay here anyway.
Ouch. Why don't you just hit me with an axe?
Of course, there's you. I can always come visit.
That's not good enough, Claire. Look, I have to say this now. I've been in love with you since forever, and let's not pretend you don't know that. Don't you think you can give us a chance? We're best friends, and I'd do anything for you.
I know, Freddie, but I just can't. I love you, but not like you want me to.
You can try dating me. Maybe you'll feel differently.
I don't think I will.
And I can give you a good life. You don't need to live like a freaking criminal anymore.
Some people might call me an artist.
Con artist, yeah. Still a criminal.
Maybe I enjoy being one. It's kind of thrilling.
I don't really believe that.
You don't want to believe that. We're too different, Freddie. You're going to be a neurosurgeon like your parents, and she'll find a nice girlfriend and then marry her and live in a nice neighborhood, and you'll be content. I'm not sure that's the life I want. It sounds boring. I wish I'd said something else when I saw Freddie's hurt face, but there was no easy way to let him down. He kissed me gently on the cheek and walked away, and I felt a lump in my throat. Mom moved to Hawaii with Arthur, and Meredith and I went down a crazy path over the next few years. There wasn't a scam, fraud, or con we didn't attempt. We never stuck to the same thing for too long, in case the police picked up a pattern, but word got around in underground circles about 2 female con artists, and we actually started getting hired for our services. People were always less likely to suspect 2 pretty, innocent-looking girls than someone who looks like a thug. And working with these thugs, we learned how to forge signatures, create counterfeit money, make fake checks, and steal credit card information. I'd always been bad with computers, but Meredith even showed a great knack for hacking. We made good money, partied with rich people, traveled first class, and stayed in amazing hotels. But for me, the glitz and glamour gradually started to fade. I was getting tired living out of suitcases, always wearing disguises and looking over my shoulder. I had no real friends, and even if I met someone I thought I could like, I knew I couldn't be in a real relationship. I was almost thinking of talking to Meredith about quitting the con artist life, when one day she burst into our New York hotel room looking beyond excited.
You won't believe the job we just got. It's gonna pay us $250,000.
Who would pay that kind of money? And for what? Turns out, the kind of people who take you to their headquarters blindfolded. As Meredith and I walked into an underground room, a large chair swiveled around to reveal...
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley. Look at him.
Smiling like he owns the world? I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure. Let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time,
So Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off.
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day, and since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU and my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I liked likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever. I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm going to go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it going to be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day, when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm going to sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just going to pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm going to smash your car and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head?
I wasn't.
He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you? But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out.
What are you doing here?
Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it. At first he hesitated, but then he broke down.
I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here.
Hey, it's gonna be all right. I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches. And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away.
Get away from me. And don't trouble me anymore or I'm going to tell the principal about you.
The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile.
Did you see that? I wasn't scared and what you said worked.
After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt. But he had a weird reaction.
No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables. And if you need money, you can always tell me.
Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me.
I want to see the manager right now and get you fired.
But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him.
Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now. Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress?
As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. Excuse me, sir, you can use this. But for some reason, he looked really mad at me.
Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone.
I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me.
I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that?
Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me.
What happened? Was that guy bothering you?
I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire.
What are you, nuts? Did you want to die?
Suddenly, my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself.
Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt.
Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you, it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile.
I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check.
This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness.
What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina.
What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad?
Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay?
Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James, too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me.
Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left?
No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you, and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes.
What do you want to know about me, Marina?
Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me?
My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but...
Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say any more. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears,
I love you, Marina.
Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me.
Hey, are you all right?
I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James.
He left, Marina, and he's never coming back.
He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery.
I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings.
Gosh, there was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me.
I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and...
Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way.
What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron.
Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him.
Then why won't you say yes to me?
I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here?
How dare you touch her, you filthy.
I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time?
Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you.
Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures?
What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything.
What? What do you mean?
That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there, and I asked him to inform you.
What?
I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now.
Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him?
Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you.
But those messages from your phone and those posts.
I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures.
Timmy, I can't believe you.
You son of a witch.
No, James. Just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that.
Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
I used to think silence was peaceful, Then my mom fell into a coma, and silence became the loudest sound in the world. Everything just kept piling up. And worse, it was just the two of us. No rich dad, no secret inheritance, no billionaire auntie waiting to adopt me and fix my life. I tried to stay strong, but when the nurse gently reminded me again that we still had unpaid bills, something inside me finally cracked. I just nodded, locked myself inside the restroom, and finally broke down. I had already sold almost everything I loved. My iPad, my sweatshirts, even the tiny cute things that used to make me happy. What else was I supposed to give? My hair? Both of my kidneys? I had almost lost hope. Please, I'll do anything. I'll study harder. I'll stop complaining about homework. Okay, maybe not completely, but I'll try. I won't even call the mean girls at school ugly goblins anymore. Just, please, I need a miracle. Just then, I heard a calm woman's voice speak.
If you want a miracle, then look up.
Wait, like treasure?
You are reading it right. A special treasure awaits you.
Is this a prank or something? Hello? I slowly turned around, expecting a hidden speaker or a hospital ghost with good acoustics, but there was nothing. I did not just hear a bathroom wall answer me.
The wall did not answer you. I did.
This is stress. People cry too hard and start hearing things, so this is totally normal, right? Just then, an arrow beneath the message suddenly started glowing. First I'm hearing things, and now I'm seeing things. What's happening?
Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
Okay. Let's say I believe you for 3 seconds. So, are we talking about gold? Money? Something that I could sell for millions? Because I don't need some riddles right now. I need some miracle, or at least some actual cash.
Or some treasure valuable enough to change your fate. Whether it becomes salvation or disaster depends on who finds it first. And right now, you're already running out of time.
Out of desperation to save my mom, I eventually gave in. I followed her out of the restroom, through the hallway, and toward the exit while she narrated every tiny step like a freaking GPS.
Continue forward, and please do not look suspicious. Proceed to the exit. Step over the small crack. Avoid the wet spot. Lift your foot slightly higher. There is an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
I stepped down, and my whole body froze.
Oh, my apologies. I meant there was an unpleasant object 2 centimeters ahead.
Too late. Soon, we reached a narrow alley between 2 old buildings. Miss, are you sure this is the right way?
The path continues forward. Though I understand your hesitation, narrow passages often awaken the mind's instinct for danger. However, if treasure were always placed in bright, comfortable places, far few people would learn anything from searching for it.
So, that's a yes?
Oh, that pretty summarizes what I've said. So, yes.
I finally stepped into the alley, and thankfully it was only normal scary and not dangerous and life-threatening scary. Just then, everything went silent all at once. Even the dramatic pigeon on the street shut up. Miss Lady Voice? Hello? Are you still here with me?
Don't worry. I'm here. Just keep walking. Do not turn back yet. Step back and just breathe slowly.
I only asked if you were there.
And I answered with additional guidance.
The alley stretched longer than it should have. Soon warm wind rushed past me, and when I looked back, the alley was gone, and I was now standing in an open field under a bright blue sky. Holy yummy cheese balls! Did I just teleport to another place? I also noticed a small glowing orb floating in front of me, shining softly like a tiny star.
Yes, you have arrived in Mondstadt, the city of freedom, a land of wind, songs, nights, and many stories carried through time.
I realized that the glowing orb pulsed when the voice lady continued yapping. So that meant her voice now had some sort of a body? So you mean I'm not somewhere in Europe and not dreaming?
Yes. This is not Europe, nor is it a dream. A world with its own laws, gods, stories, wounds, and miracles.
Why am I exactly in this unfamiliar land? I just want my mom to wake up.
Then keep walking, Sabrina. The treasure hunt begins here.
Fine. If this treasure can really give me a miracle, then lead the way.
Watch out! Explosive encounter highly likely nearby.
Explosive what? Just then, a loud boom suddenly echoed from somewhere near the trees, and a tiny red figure then burst out from behind a bush.
Ta-da! Clee is here!
Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. She is known throughout for her enthusiasm, remarkable explosive talent, and a long history of incidents that are best described as energetic.
Sorry about that. Clee was only doing a little fish blasting. Well, maybe not a little, but the fish tastes so good, so Clee thinks being grounded for a day is worth it. Anyway, are you here for the treasure hunt?
You know about that?
Uh-huh. Miss Nicole told Clee. She said a dear traveler named Sabrina would arrive.
Wait, you can hear her too? And she actually has a name?
Of course, Miss Nicole is the best. And she talks inside heads because she can't talk with her mouth. Mom says she's very smart and very nice, but also talks a lot.
Alice said that?
Yep.
I see.
Clee skipped closer and grabbed my hand like we'd been friends for 10 years.
Can Clee come play with her today, Miss Nicole? Please?
Yes, you are allowed. As far as Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a request from her beloved daughter.
Yay! But why does Sabrina look so sad? Did someone make you cry? Was it a bad guy? Clee can blow them up! Only a little. Well, maybe not a little, but Clee will try.
I'm not sad.
You are. I know crying faces. Jean makes that face when Clee accidentally causes big disasters.
My mom is really sick. She's in a coma right now. That's why I need to find the treasure so I can buy her medicines and pay the bills. Clee gave me a soft smile and squeezed my hand.
Mom always says love can travel very far, even farther than my best bombs. So your mom's love must still be with you too, even if she's sleeping.
Thanks, Clee.
You're welcome. And don't worry, we're going to find that treasure, help your mom, and only blow up the bad guys.
Maybe we can do the first two without the third one?
Clee will try very hard.
Just then, Nicole's panicked voice suddenly filled my head.
Watch out! Hilly Charles incoming!
Hilly what? Literally 6 seconds later, masked monsters burst out of the bushes, and Clee pulled out her bombs like this was a normal Tuesday.
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Boing, boing, boom!
Yeah! Oh my god, am I gonna die?
Stay calm. Step back. Duck! Now!
Before I could fully lose it, golden light bloomed beneath us.
Moment of birth.
A glowing flower platform rose from the ground, blocking the monsters just in time. Then a calm boy appeared above us and landed lightly.
Mr. Albedo, you came! Clee knew you would.
I heard explosions nearby and thought it would be wise to investigate. Finding Clee here confirms my hypothesis.
Sabrina, this is Mr. Albedo. He's like my big brother, and he's super smart.
Nicole quickly explained that Albedo was the chief alchemist of the Knights of Favonius, and that his knowledge of ancient mechanisms would be very useful for our treasure hunt.
Clee is my little spark knight. I need to keep her safe and sound. Besides, investigating the unknown is certainly my thing, so count me in.
Well, I guess the more the merrier. After that, Nicole led us to Thousand Winds Temple, an ancient ruin full of broken pillars, weird symbols, traps, slimes, and things that clearly wanted me flattened. But somehow, because of Nicole's directions, Albedo's magic, and Clee's little bombs, we made it through. I thought you were just going to lead me to the treasure. You did not warn me about all this. Seriously, did I get transported into a video game world or what?
A world is only called a game by those watching safely from the outside. To those inside it, every path, every danger, every choice is real.
Wow, that was beautiful, but also very unhelpful.
Then allow me to be more direct. Keep moving. Something larger is approaching.
Larger? Just then the ground shook. From the dark corners of the ruin, 2 giant metal monsters slowly woke up. Please tell me those are statues. Please.
Unfortunately, no. Those are ruin guards. Ancient machines built for battle. And judging by the glow in their eyes, They have already identified us as a threat.
Before I could pee my pants, someone crashed down from a broken wall and stood between us and the machines like a walking shield. One swing sent a ruin guard flying back like a stupid little tin can. Whoa, this guy looked like he could punch a mountain and the mountain would apologize.
Uncle Varka, you came! Klee knew you would. Now the big metal meanies are in trouble.
Ah, the almighty Knight of Favonius to the rescue. How timely.
Ha! Miss Nicole! Didn't expect to find you leading children into ancient ruins.
And I didn't expect you to enter by jumping from a wall. Yet, here you are.
Fair enough.
When the coast was finally clear, Albedo calmly stepped toward the broken machines and found a small glowing fragment inside them. The moment he lifted it, the air around us shimmered.
The first clue has awakened.
First clue? Nicole's glowing orb rose into the air, stretched like a flower opening, and became a beautiful woman.
Well, there you are. I was wondering how long you planned to stay as a floating light.
Wait, you're Miss Voice Lady? You actually had a physical form this whole time? Nicole looked at me, and even though her lips did not move, her voice gently entered my head again.
My apologies. Until the first clue awakened, I could only guide you through a small projection of my presence. Now that the path has opened, I can take this form before you. However, for certain reasons, I am unable to speak. This is the only way I can communicate with you. Now then.
She continued yapping for 8 more minutes straight. And from what I understood, she was an angel called N from the Hexen Circle, a circle of powerful witches. She then explained that the glowing fragment was a piece of the treasure's scattered light and could lead us to the traces left across Tevat.
The treasure you seek was broken long ago. Its light scattered across Tevat, leaving traces behind. This fragment will reach those traces. The brighter it shines, the closer we are to the treasure.
Across Tevat? As in, this whole world of yours?
Several regions, yes.
That means a long trip, but don't worry. With Miss Nicole's incredible sense of direction, we'd never have to worry about getting lost.
Yay! More big adventures!
Wait, no, not yay. I need to go back. I have classes tomorrow and a sick mom in the hospital. Nobody told me this treasure hunt came with a lot of obstacles and a whole world tour.
I understand. Your fear is not unreasonable, but the treasure you seek cannot be reached by standing still. Each clue will bring us closer, and each step will return you to the wish that brought you here.
Fine. For Mom, I would continue this crazy mission. After that, everything turned into the fastest, weirdest world tour of my life. The mute angel continued her directions like an unmutable treasure hunt navigation guide, dragging us across a giant magical map, jumping from one region to another, while I tried my best to stay alive and understand what was actually happening. In Inazuma, the sea was angry, the sky was angrier, and my stomach was fighting for its life.
Storms often remind mortals that control is an illusion, and yet...
Miss Nicole, respectfully, I'm about to throw up into the ocean.
I suggest you give the kid the short version, Miss Nicole.
Very well. Storms pass.
Thank you. That one helped. In Sumeru, we finally got one peaceful break near a waterfall. Albedo sketched the view. Klee showed me Dodoko, and when she said her mom gave it to her so she would never feel lonely, my chest hurt in the softest way. After our little break, Nicole led us to Natlan, where we were nearly roasted alive. Fiery creatures chased us through rocky paths while she calmly yelled directions. And at one point, Varka carried Klee and me like luggage.
This is fun! Uncle Varka is the best!
Hold on tighter!
Every trace we followed made the fragment shine brighter. And by the time we reached Fontaine, it was full-on glowing, like it had finally remembered where the real treasure was hidden. Nicole led us beneath the water to hidden ruins, where the fragment pointed us toward the final trace, the one hiding the real treasure. Freaking finally! Soon, we found a mysterious sealed door, and Albedo figured it out like a puzzle in minutes, using one of Fontaine's underwater mechanisms like it was nothing. The sealed door opened, and I thought we had finally reached the treasure. Behind it were more passages, hidden compartments, and even more puzzles. I swear to God, is the treasure shy or what?
Ancient civilizations valued protection.
Finally, we reached a chamber where a small chest waited on a pedestal. I opened it with shaking hands, but there was no gold,
No money, no jewels, nothing I could sell. Inside was just a small, broken, flower-shaped relic. No, we traveled across Tivat for this? For a broken thing?
It is indeed damaged.
We can fix this, right?
Yes, but not with gold, not with force, not even with knowledge alone.
Then how?
This relic is a vessel of hope. It reflects the heart's deepest wish. It was never meant to make someone rich. It was meant to answer the part of a person who refuses to give up.
I stared at the tiny broken flower and slowly understood. The treasure was never something I could sell to fix my life overnight. It was hope. The one thing I had almost lost in that hospital restroom. Nicole said every region had left something inside me. Courage, endurance, wisdom, strength, and truth. I held the broken relic and thought of Mom's smile, her warm hugs, and the little things she did whenever I was sad. I wish for my mom to wake up. I don't need gold or anything. I just want more time with her. Please. Just then, the relic started glowing. Golden light filled the cracks, and the broken petals slowly repaired themselves until the flower became whole again.
You fixed it!
The restoration is complete. The way home can now be opened.
A portal appeared behind us, and my chest hurt when I realized I was really leaving them. They were supposed to be just my treasure hunting team, but somehow they had become my friends. Klee hugged me first and gave me a tiny Dodoko charm.
So you won't forget Klee.
Fear doesn't mean you're weak. It means what you're fighting for matters. Always remember that, kid.
If fate allows us to meet again, perhaps we could continue this conversation over dessert.
You asked for a miracle, but you were the one who kept walking toward it. Remember that, too.
After a tearful goodbye with them, I finally stepped into the light. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the hospital restroom. I thought it had all been a dream until I felt Klee's Dodoku charm in my pocket. So it was real. Everything was real. I ran back to Mom's room. The bills were still there. Mom was still sleeping. But I felt different. Scared, yes, but not empty and hopeless anymore. One day, my seatmate was secretly playing some online game called Genshin Impact, and the second I saw her screen, my soul almost left my body. The characters looked way too familiar. And then it hit me. So I was in a game? That night, I downloaded the game beside Mom's hospital bed. And when Nicole's banner finally appeared, I pulled for her. Not gonna lie, I really miss her voice and her endless yapping about lore and random facts. Step into the world of Genshin Impact, the open-world action RPG where you explore, battle, and uncover the secrets of Tivat across PC, mobile, and console, all seamlessly connected. Experience exciting new adventures in Luna 7 Truth Amongst the Pages of Piranha, featuring powerful new weapons, fun minigames, and exciting rewards to enjoy. Uncover a brand new story chapter in Sumeru. Meet new Wish Banner characters like Nicole, Prune, and Lowen. One afternoon while I was studying beside Mom, her fingers finally moved. Mom?
Hey, sweetie.
Mommy, you're awake. You're really awake. I missed you so much. And for the first time in a long time, the silence in the room did not feel scary. It felt peaceful at last.
People call me the queen of entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the Queen of Hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby, just like an angel. I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact,
I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Cat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos, and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, because if you don't, who else will?
Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Right. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like 1 trillion times. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day, everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her.
Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue?
Mom kept screaming at Dad, and I just couldn't take it, so I ran away to my room and locked my door. Mom followed me and was still screaming screaming, but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room. I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family.
But what happened?
I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay? The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent.
And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine?
Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it.
Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore.
But we're best friends.
And now we're not. So please don't talk to me again.
Clara left, and I felt completely broken. Did she always think of me like that? I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the gym, Clara walking to her house. What kind of creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her.
I can't accuse any student without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay?
But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work, my awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup, and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird, and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could, so I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there, and moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss? Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up, and then I would just just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait, Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later, I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started to try it. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen— Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a— Emma, I'm such an idiot. I ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now. Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you. I missed you too, Emma. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley, and I live next to the worst family on earth. They're the biggest snobs ever. They drive around in the fanciest cars and clothes and look down on everyone else. And they have a son named Jack, who's an absolute troll. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you might see a shooting star tonight. When I was 6, I was playing with my favorite doll, and Jack ran up to me, snatched it out of my hands, and threw it into the street. A car ran over it and smashed it into pieces. Another day at school, Jack stole a bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and blamed it on me. Ashley took the cookies. No, I didn't. She hid them in her desk. The teacher opened my desk and found a cookie inside. I got in huge trouble, and after school, I saw Jack on the playground stuffing his face with the stolen cookies. When Jack wasn't terrorizing me, his parents were trying to get my family kicked out of the neighborhood. Our house was the smallest on the block, and even I had to admit, it was a really ugly green. And my parents were a little weird sometimes. My dad loved to sunbathe on the front lawn, and every morning, my mom made this strange sound to call all the stray cats in the neighborhood to feed them. She'd also sing to the birds and make birdhouses all day. Our house looked like a zoo, and the neighbors hated it.
Their yard is unacceptable. It looks like an overgrown swamp.
Their house gives me a migraine every time I look at it. Mommy, my eyes hurt.
You have to do something, officer. And can someone please tell that man to put a shirt on?
Jack's parents threw fancy parties every week, but me and my family were never invited. We only lived in the neighborhood because we inherited the house from my grandfather, who used to be a famous investigative reporter. I wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. When I was 12, I joined the school newspaper, and when my teacher's cat, Mr. Whiskers, went missing, it took me less than 2 days to find him on the roof of the school auditorium. Though I suspected Jack had something to do with it. In high school, Jack was the richest and most popular kid. I, on the other hand, only had one friend, my cousin Bethany. Bethany moved into town a week before we started 10th grade. But Bethany was obsessed with being popular and would do anything to get Jack and his rich friends to like her. Jack's friend Sadie was the ringleader of the rich kids, and she made Jack look like a saint. Bethany adored Sadie. She'd carry Sadie and her minions' books, do their homework, and follow them around. She'd even let them copy her answers during tests. They'd smile in Bethany's face and laugh at her behind her back. Why do you let them treat you like that? They're just joking around. Those girls aren't your friends, Bethany. They're jerks. Bethany never listened. She wanted to be popular so bad she couldn't see the truth. One day, my mother dragged me out of bed at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning to volunteer at a soup kitchen. It's important to give back to those less fortunate. But do we have to do it so early? As I was serving food, I looked up to see a familiar face. Jack?
Ashley? What are you doing here?
Jack's face turned white, and he just ran out of the soup kitchen. The next day, I saw Jack at school in science class. The teacher partnered us up for a big project, and we met in the library after school. Why were you getting soup at the soup kitchen?
Did you fall on your head or something? Why would I ever go to a place like that?
You don't have to lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I'm just trying to help.
No one asked you for help.
The next day, Bethany and I were walking to class, and we ran into Jack in the hallway, and Jack gave me the meanest, coldest stare ever. What's up with you and Jack? I saw you two whispering in the library. Are you guys dating? Is it a secret romance? Oh, Jack's so cute and so rich. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. Jack and I aren't dating. Then what's going on? Can you keep a secret? Of course. I told Bethany about how I saw Jack at the soup kitchen and his weird behavior afterwards. But all Bethany cared about was that I had the attention of such a rich, popular boy. But I had an itch to investigate. So later that afternoon, I stopped by Jack's house to check things out. But I heard Jack's parents yelling inside. I heard someone coming, so I hid in the bushes. Then the door swung open and Jack rushed out. He darted down the street before I could say a word. Jack missed our study session the next day. Then he started missing all his classes. I started to worry, so I called and texted him, but he didn't answer. A few weeks later, I went by his house again, but when I knocked on the door, a strange woman answered. There was another family living in Jack's house. The wheels in my head started spinning. I started asking around to see if anyone knew what happened to Jack. Sadie said Jack and his family were vacationing in the south of France? Or was it the Hamptons or Tahiti? It was probably all three. Jack is so lucky. I wish I was rich. There was even talk about why he'd moved. Jack's dad bought a new mansion that's twice the size of the old one.
Twice the size? He's richer than I thought.
The explanation seemed reasonable, so I let it go. During summer break, I was heading home one day after running some errands when I saw a boy in an oversized hoodie playing guitar on the sidewalk. He played a sad song that was so beautiful, it made my heart sink. When the song ended, some people dropped money in the can beside him. I walked over to put in some money too, when a suspicious-looking guy crept up and snatched the boy's can. Then the thief ran toward me. Without thinking, I stuck my foot out and tripped him. Give that back, or I'll turn your face into scrambled eggs. I took a martial arts stance that I saw in a movie once. It worked, because the thief dropped the money and ran. I picked it up and turned to the boy whose hood had come off. It was Jack. Jack? Are you okay? Jack shook his head and broke down into tears. He told me that his parents broke up, then his dad sold their house, stole his mom's money, and fled the country. Now Jack and his mom were broke and living in a shelter. I felt so bad for Jack. No one deserved that.
Not even a rich jerk like him. So I invited Jack and his mother to my parents' house.
Ashley, why is this woman in our house?
They're in trouble, Mom. They need our help. Jack's mom apologized for the way she treated my parents. My parents forgave her and invited them to stay in our guest room for as long as they needed. Luckily, Bethany was away all summer with her family, so I could keep the secret. Jack and his mom were so grateful that they helped out as much as they could around the house. Jack even tried to help my dad fix a leaky faucet. That didn't turn out well, but the gesture was sweet. I tutored Jack to help him catch up on the work he'd missed at school. It was odd having Jack in my house at first, especially when I saw him walk out of the shower with a towel around his waist. A few weeks later, Jack's mom got a job and they moved out. I hated to admit it, but I missed having him around. On the last day of summer, Jack sent me a text asking me to meet him. What's all this?
I wanted to thank you. It's not much, but it's the best I could do.
Jack opened the basket and pulled out my favorite foods, chili dogs and Brussels sprouts.
You and your family are the strangest people I've ever met.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a good thing. No one's ever been so kind to me. And I love how you and your parents live your lives without caring what others think. It's inspiring. How do you do it?
I don't know. It's just how I was raised.
I wish I was as strong as you.
I looked at the biceps bulging out of his shirt. I think you might have me beat.
School's gonna be so tough. I'm supposed to be the rich kid with the fancy car and the millionaire parents and...
You're not that guy anymore. And to be honest, you were a real jerk before. I like the new you way better.
Since we're being honest, I have to admit something.
What?
I think I have a crush on you.
Really?
And I'm pretty sure you have a crush on me too.
Then Jack pulled me close and kissed me. We talked for hours that night, and he even played me some songs. I saw Bethany at school the next morning after summer break. Jack passed us in the hall and he winked at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. What was that? I don't know. Jack's always been weird. Then why are you blushing? I didn't tell Bethany about me and Jack. We were taking things slow. One day, Jack and I were walking home from school when Sadie and her rich friends pulled up in a fancy car. Hey, Jack, where's your ride?
I don't...
You're trading it in for a new one, huh? Always trying to one-up me, Jack. We all get it. You're the richest, but I'm a close second.
Yeah, my new car is gonna be great. It's twice as expensive as the last one.
Jack, what are you doing? Ditch that loser and hang out with us. Plus, we have to decide what color we're gonna wear to the winter dance.
I'm not going to the winter dance with you.
Then who are you going with? Tell me you're not gonna take that freak instead of me.
If you're referring to this amazing girl standing beside me, then yeah, I am.
Sadie was pissed and drove off. I appreciate the compliment, but you can't keep lying.
About what?
Your father's not buying you a new car.
I know that.
Then why lie about it?
Why not? It's not hurting anyone.
The truth always comes out, no matter how hard you try to hide it.
Let's talk about something else. What time should I pick you up for the dance?
I think I'll pass. I'm allergic to liars. Jack and I didn't talk after that. I'd see him at school bragging to his friends about the money he didn't have, lying about the huge fancy house he just moved into, and making fun of the poor kids. He was a rich, self-centered jerk again. I couldn't believe I fell for this guy. Jack called and texted me after school, but I ignored him and binge-watched MSA videos.
What's with the frown? It'll give you wrinkles.
I don't get why Jack has to lie about being rich.
Some people will do anything to keep up appearances. Lie, cheat, sometimes even steal.
But it's not right.
Of course it's not right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy.
I decided to go to the dance alone. Bethany and I were supposed to go together, but she wasn't returning my calls. When I arrived at the dance, I saw Bethany hanging out with Sadie and her crew, following them around, holding their drinks. Hey, Bethany, I've been trying to reach you. Sorry, I gotta go. Bethany was acting strange. She could barely look me in the eye. Then Jack walked up to me, and before he could say a word, everyone's cell phone started going off. I looked at my phone and saw a video of Jack's mom working as a maid. You're not rich, Jack. You're a poor loser. Then all of Jack's rich friends laughed at him. And don't try to deny it. Bethany told us everything. She even made this video. It's true.
Ashley told me that she saw Jack begging for food at the soup kitchen. Shut up, Bethany. No one asked you to speak. Be a good little puppy and stand over there. I felt furious at Bethany. I'm so sorry, Jack. I never meant... It's okay. It's not your fault. I should have stopped pretending a long time ago. Sadie, you're right. I'm poor, but I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. You've never been my real friends anyway. All you've ever cared about is my money. Well, now it's gone and it sucks. But I found something way more valuable. Then Jack took my hand. Oh, geez. If you say you've fallen in love with that freak, I'm gonna throw up. I'd had enough. I walked over to her and accidentally spilled my drink all over her dress. Oh, sorry about that. But you know, the punch does bring out your eyes. You want to get out of here? Yes, please. As Jack and I walked out the door, Bethany ran up to us. Ashley, it wasn't personal. We're still friends, right? Maybe I can fix things with you and Sadie. If you did her homework for a week, then you're pathetic, Bethany. And you deserve someone like Sadie. Jack and I left the party and went to the beach. We ate chili dogs and Brussels sprouts and danced the night away. This is nice. You know what the best part is? What? It doesn't cost a thing. Then Jack gave me the most romantic kiss ever. Lots of little kids say they want to be an astronaut when they grow up, but I was one of the only ones who actually did it. Hi everyone, I'm Marisol from Dallas. Please like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't technically an astronaut yet, but I was getting close. I've gone to space camp every summer since I was little. While the other kids were doing basic algebra, I was solving complex calculus equations just like the engineers at NASA. My heroes were Valentina Tereshkova and Sally Ride, two of the first women to go to space. I wanted to follow in her footsteps and inspire other girls one day. My parents thought I was strange for only eating freeze-dried space food, but I didn't care. Maybe I wasn't an astronaut yet, but no one could say I wasn't living the lifestyle. I had to hide the food, though, because my little brother was always chasing our cat around the house and squirting her with space ketchup. Rodrigo, that only works when there's no gravity. My dad didn't approve of my dream to go to space. He wanted me to aim for somewhere more practical, like a courthouse or a hospital. But being a lawyer or a doctor just wasn't my dream. One day at school, I saw some students gathering around the bulletin board. I pushed through to see what they were looking at. It was a flyer for Space Cadet Tryouts? My heart leapt into my throat. This was exactly the opportunity I'd been searching for. The tryouts were this weekend at the Space Center in Houston. Now I just had to convince my dad to let me go.
Absolutely not. It's out of the question.
But Dad, an opportunity like this might only come along once in a lifetime.
You need to focus on your studies.
I have straight A's.
You have chores to do.
So if I get all my chores done before the weekend, you'll let me go? I could tell my dad was trying to think of another reason to say no, but I didn't give him a chance. Thanks, Dad. I mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, and vacuumed and scrubbed the floors faster than I ever had before. The house was spotless. But every time I told Dad I was finished, he just gave me a longer list of chores. Oh, so annoying. If he thought I was going to let a little housework stand in my way, he was sorely mistaken. Finally, I'd finished everything. My dad looked up from his newspaper and handed me another piece of paper. Dad, come on. I've done everything you've asked. This is getting ridiculous.
Look at what you're holding.
It was a bus ticket to Houston.
This doesn't mean I approve, but a deal's a deal.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That Saturday, as the bus approached the Space Center, I watched the launch pad come into view on the horizon. It was incredible. A piece of history right in front of my eyes. And there was Mission Control. Once we got inside, I got into my uniform and glanced around at the other cadets. There were about 100 of us. Most of them were boys. They looked tough, disciplined, almost like soldiers. But I was tough too, in my own way. I made my way towards one of the girls. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? Go for it. I'm Marisol, Jessa. This place is so cool. I can't believe I'm really here. No offense, but I'm not here to make friends. Sorry, I won't bug you anymore. Just then, an intimidating-looking officer approached, and a hushed silence fell on the cadets.
My name is Commander McLean. I'll be your training officer. Out of everyone in this room, only 10 will make the cut for Phase 2 of training. If you fail, you'll be leaving at noon.
That made me a little nervous. It would be so embarrassing if I came all this way just to leave before lunchtime.
Of the 10 who make the cut, only 1 will be chosen for the mission. Here at NASA, we only take the best of the best.
And before I knew it, we were completing an obstacle course. A lot of the cadets had an advantage over me because they were taller and stronger, but I was smarter. I noticed on the climbing wall that the ropes were frayed. Most of the cadets grabbed the ropes to scale the wall, but I used the handholds instead. While I climbed, I glanced back to see the ropes break, and a bunch of cadets crashed to the mat below. A boy was climbing right beside me, and he winked at me. Who did he think he was? If he thought that was going to distract me, he was wrong. I hit the ground running. The other cadets were coming up fast. Whoa, Jessa was way ahead of the rest of us. I pushed myself as hard as I could, and I finished right behind her.
Congratulations. You just made it to Phase 2.
I stopped myself from jumping and cheering loudly, but on the inside, I was throwing a party. I glanced around to check out who else made it to Phase 2. Some really tall and athletic cadets were still here, which wasn't surprising, and the boy who had winked at me. I was so excited and really wanted to chat with Jessa, or someone anyway. Here I was, in a room with 9 other people who shared my passion for space exploration. But maybe Jessa was right. They were my competitors, and I needed to be serious if I was going to be the top performer. Forget about everyone else and just focus on training Marisol. After lunch, the same boy winked at me again. I could feel myself blushing, but I was annoyed. I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
Our next training exercises made the obstacle course look like a piece of cake. We had to master all kinds of skills, like working the life support systems, orbital mechanics, and space medicine. Thankfully, all my time practicing calculus equations gave me a huge leg up here. The next exercise was the one I'd been most excited to try. Zero gravity training. We floated around the chamber like it was a sea without water. It was amazing.
Be aware, your bodies are not yet used to the effects of zero-G. Most of you will get space motion sickness.
Sure enough, when I looked over at the boy who'd winked at me, his face turned green and he threw up. I didn't mean to, but it made me laugh. I caught the boy's eye and he grinned at me. Jessa was floating around like this was just another walk in the park to her. She was the only one who didn't get sick. During our next break, I decided to explore the Starship Gallery. There were a bunch of spacecraft and even a real moon rock on display. I thought I was alone, but then I noticed the boy checking out the lunar module.
It's incredible, isn't it? I'm Nick.
It really is. I'm Marisol.
It's so wild to actually be here. I've been dreaming of this since I was 2. My bedroom is covered in planets and stars and model rockets. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I?
Your room sounds a lot like mine. I've been obsessed with space ever since my dad bought me my first telescope when I was little. I think he regrets it because all he talks about now is me becoming a lawyer or a doctor.
He probably worries about you. This is a dangerous job.
It's not that. He doesn't believe it's a realistic dream.
Not for most people, maybe. But he didn't see how impressive you were in training earlier.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about space like I do. I felt Nick's fingertips touch mine. It gave me butterflies. Surrounded by all the spacecraft, in the dark with the little starlights on the wall, it was almost like we were really in space. Nick leaned in to kiss me, but at the last second I turned my head. I'm sorry. I really do want to, but I can't. This is my dream. I can't afford to get distracted.
No, I totally get it.
I was glad he took it so well. He really did seem like a great guy. Under different circumstances, I would have kissed him in a heartbeat. But this wasn't the time or place.
You know this means I'm going to do my best to beat you, right?
I'd expect nothing less. Our break was over. Now it was time for something super cool. The space flight simulator. It was awesome at first. It was so realistic that it was easy to forget we were on the ground. But then an emergency alarm started to beep. Mission Control, we have a problem.
There was an explosion in the service module. It ruptured oxygen tank number 2.
I redirected power to our primary oxygen tank, but then a second alarm started beeping. Red lights were flashing everywhere.
There's a line ruptured in your primary oxygen tank. You're losing oxygen fast.
I did my best not to panic. My hands were shaking. Wow, this was intense. All the cadets were scrambling to figure out how to solve the problem.
Remember, only one of you will be chosen for the mission, but this is a group exercise. If you can't work together as a team, you won't survive.
Jessa and I locked eyes. Marisol, can you calculate how much oxygen we have left? On it. Nick, I need you to shut down all non-critical systems to conserve energy.
Copy that. At our current rate, we'll run out of oxygen in 10 hours. That's not enough time to complete our mission. I'm going to try and bring us in for an emergency landing. All of us got to work, nervous and sweating, but we were in sync. It's too rocky. There's no safe place to land. You got this, Jessa. We believe in you. Even though it was just a simulator, I had to admit, it was scary. What if this happened on a real mission? That's what you're preparing for, Marisol. So if it does, you'll be ready. Suddenly, the emergency signals were silent. We all looked around at each other, breathless. Congratulations, cadets. You've just successfully executed an emergency landing. All of us cheered. I even gave Nick a hug. We really pulled together and overcame the odds. It made me stop seeing the other cadets as my competition. They were good people who wanted the same thing I did. And when one of us succeeded, we all did. Later, I was hanging out in the observation area overlooking the launch pad. The sun was setting outside, and it cast a beautiful glow on the shuttle. Mind if I join you? Of course not. I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. The truth is, I was afraid if I opened up, it would make me vulnerable. And it's already hard enough, especially for girls. I know what you mean. You really had my back in the simulator. We're a team. When one of us succeeds, we all do. Friends? Friends. You know, I think you have a really good chance of being chosen. Really? But you're like the best pilot here. I can't do math like you can. Let's make a pact. No matter which of us wins, or if neither of us do, we'll still support each other. Deal. The next morning, it was time for the announcement. We gathered around and waited for Commander McLean. I think everyone was too nervous to chat. Finally, the commander approached. All of you did good work here. I want everyone to walk out those doors with their heads held high. But as I said, there can only be one.
I tried so hard to keep it together, but I was dying to know who was chosen.
Cadet Jessa, congratulations. You're our top performer, and you'll be joining our crew for our next mission.
I felt all the wind go out of my sails. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for Jessa, but I'd wanted this all my life. I'd gotten so close, and now it was out of reach. Still, I told Jessa I'd support her, and I meant it. I gave her a big hug, and we promised to keep in touch. Nick and I exchanged numbers too. When I got home, I looked around my room. Maybe it was time to grow up. I took down my space stuff and put it in a box. Then I decided to take one last look through my telescope. Orion and the Big Dipper were shimmering in the sky. It was so hard to say goodbye.
What are you doing?
You were right. I should find something more realistic. Please, don't say I told you so.
Oh, Marisol, I wasn't right. You were.
What?
Maybe being an astronaut isn't the most realistic goal, but that doesn't mean it's not achievable. This world needs dreamers. If anyone can make it happen, it's you.
From that moment on, I never doubted my path again. I was going to give it my all, no matter what the odds were. And maybe, just maybe, one day I would inspire a little kid, just like my heroes inspired me.
Hi, I'm Catherine from Arizona. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, my parents were very young. Dad was an inventor and Mom was an aspiring model. Mom spent most of her time at auditions and fancy parties, while Dad and I stayed home in his lap. The two of us would go from business to business trying to sell Dad's inventions, but no one ever bought anything. I love that Dad let me help with his experiments, even though I was clumsy. Like once when I was 7, I tripped over my shoelace and ended up spilling some beakers, and the whole lab stank of rotten eggs. Nobody could pass by our house for a week without gagging. Another time, I left a burner on the lab and went to the park, and by the time I returned, I found a fire brigade outside the house. Mom was furious when she came home, but Dad always had my back. He was the sweetest, but Mom fought with him over everything, especially the fact that he didn't make enough money. And then one day, Mom just left with her new friend. Dad said she was going on a business trip and would be back soon. Well, Mom never came back, and Dad did his best to keep me happy. Once when I was 9, we were at the supermarket and Dad picked up the last bag of marshmallows when suddenly a lady started yelling at him. Hey, I was about to take that. Give that to me.
Ma'am, I picked them up first.
So what? I saw them first. Don't you have any manners? It's ladies first. Dad gave the bag to her, but I was furious. He was just too nice, and I had to protect him. Plus, there were marshmallows on the line. I acted nice and offered the lady some gum. And seconds later, the witch started to scream. It was a spicy gum that made your mouth feel like it's on fire for 10 hours. One of my favorite inventions. Dad and I kept working together, and by the time I was 12, we had developed something spectacular. He sold our invention to a huge corporation, and overnight, we became millionaires. We moved into a huge house, and Dad started his own company. But I couldn't help noticing that sometimes he was really sad. What's wrong, Dad? Nothing, honey. I'm totally fine. Then one day, a magazine named him the city's most eligible bachelor, and suddenly, he was going on dates every weekend. I was jealous. For so long, it had been just the two of us. But Dad seemed happier. Dad had always homeschooled me, but now he was too busy. So I started school for the first time in 9th grade. We had a test in science class soon, and I turned in my exam in 5 minutes and got all the answers right. My teacher, Mr. Johnson, swore I cheated. I didn't cheat. I studied the chapter last night. I stood up and recited everything from the chapter word for word. Mr. Johnson was stunned and immediately apologized. After that, he was much nicer to me and even asked me to assist in class. Soon, I was even tutoring kids after school, and people called me a genius. Everyone loved me, except for a kid named Gabe. Gabe and I had competed against each other on the school's debate team. Every time I came in first, and he came in second. Later that year, Gabe and I competed in the science fair. The teachers were really impressed with Gabe's project. That is, until they saw mine. I won first place, and Gabe came in second. You think you're so awesome, don't you? Well, you're not. Things are just easy for spoiled brats like you. Excuse me? You heard me. You're a billionaire's daughter. You have everything handed to you. People only love you because of your money. Your dad probably buys you the first prize every time. I didn't want to admit it, but his words did hurt. I knew Dad gave a lot of donations to my school. Did everyone just like me because of my father? A few nights later, Dad brought home a pretty blonde woman. Catherine, this is Layla. She's my new friend. The next thing I knew, Layla had moved into our house. Dad was head over heels for her. He showered her with gifts and followed her around like a lovesick puppy. Ew, can you two get a room? Layla was the worst. First, she threw out all my favorite foods. She painted my room bright pink, and on one occasion, she dragged me out of the lab to take me to her stylist. You're such a pretty girl. Don't hide your face with all that hair and baggy clothes. Wow, honey, you look like a clown. Layla is the worst. Don't be rude. She's just trying to help. She's ruining everything. After a while, I hardly recognized our house anymore, and Dad spent all his free time taking Layla shopping and on romantic getaways. I didn't trust her one bit. She was probably just after his money. But it didn't matter what I thought, because soon, Dad and Layla were married. A few months later, while Dad was away on a business trip, I woke up at night to get water when I found Layla talking outside with a man in a hoodie. The two argued for a while, then she hugged and kissed him. I saw her coming back in and ran upstairs. What? The next morning, Dad was back and I found him with Layla in the kitchen. Good morning. I made your favorite pancakes. What's the matter, honey? Is something wrong? Yes, it is. I saw Layla with a strange man last night. She kissed him. What? Kat, are you sure you're okay? I was out like a light last night. It was probably just a dream, silly. I felt like an idiot. Layla just lied to Dad's face, and he was too love-struck to believe me. A few weeks later, Dad went on another business trip, and at 2 a.m. in the morning, I heard a strange man whispering with Layla in her bedroom. I was pissed. I grabbed my cell phone. This time, I'd get evidence. I crept towards their room. The door was closed, but I could hear the man's voice through the walls. I pressed record and sent the audio to Dad. The next morning when Dad returned, he and Layla confronted me. Are you spying on Layla? Dad, she's cheating on you. I sent you the evidence. I left the television on, Kat. That's what you heard. I love your dad. I'd never cheat on him. That wasn't the television. It was another man. I swear. She's a liar. I am so disappointed in you, Catherine. She's done nothing but be nice to you, and you've treated her horribly. You need to accept that Layla and I are together, and your lies won't change that. Dad grounded me for a week. After that, I didn't say a word about Layla's late-night excursions. If Dad wanted to be with a cheater, so be it. I focused on school and preparing for the next big debate competition, but I noticed that Gabe wasn't there. He wasn't my favorite person, but I started to worry when a few weeks passed and none of the teachers or students knew why he was absent. Then I remembered that Gabe worked at a local deli after school. One afternoon, I decided to stop by the deli. I saw Gabe at the counter looking like he hadn't slept in days. Gabe, are you okay? What are you doing here? I was just worried about you. I brought you the homework you missed from class. Why are you being nice to me? No one's ever nice to me. You might be my nemesis, but I still care. Suddenly, Gabe burst into tears. He told me about how his mom was sick and he was working day and night to pay for a special surgery she needed. I'm scared I won't be able to raise enough money in time. I can give you the money. I don't want your charity. It's not charity. Consider it an investment. Competing with you keeps me on my toes. Gabe accepted the money, and a week later, he ran up to me and gave me the biggest hug. Whoa, I can hardly breathe, buddy. Mom's surgery was a success, and it's all thanks to you. Also, I'm sorry, Catherine. It's not true that you win everything because you're rich. You're just better than me, and I know that. Soon, Gabe and I started spending all our time together. We studied together every day, texted late into the night, and sent each other our favorite MSA videos. I was happy being at his place anyway because I wanted to avoid Dad and Layla as much as I could. One day as we were walking home, he was unusually quiet. What's wrong? You look like you swallowed a lemon. I don't know how to say this, but I was thinking, just contemplating if maybe you would consider or like to, Just spit it out, man. Do you want to go with me to the winter dance? Oh, I don't know. That might not be such a good idea. It's okay, I get it. You'd rather go with some rich, cool guy, not a poor nerd like me. No, I don't care how much money you have, and we're both nerds, duh. It's just that I'm a horrible dancer. I'd probably embarrass you. You'd never embarrass me, Catherine. You're perfect. Then Gabe kissed me, and it was so romantic. That weekend, Gabe came to pick me up in his mom's car for the dance. Gabe walked up to Dad to meet him, but Dad ignored him and pulled me to the side. Are you sure you want to go out with this boy? He drives that piece of junk, and it looks like he pulled out his suit from the trash. Dad, what is wrong with you? I like him. He's a sweet guy. And since when do you care about how much money someone has? You were never this way before. Not until you met Layla. Don't drag Layla into this. You're my daughter, and you deserve better than a poor loser. You're being impossible. Let's go, Gabe. Gabe and I had a blast at the winter dance, and we officially started dating. I started inviting Gabe over to my house, and thankfully, Dad didn't create a fuss again. He even tried to be pleasant to Gabe, and I was sure he felt sorry for his behavior. One day, Gabe and I were studying a math test in the kitchen when Gabe excused himself to go to the restroom. He came back a few minutes later, and then Dad stormed into the room. You thief! What? What's going on? Honey, calm down. I saw him roaming through the house near my study, and now my wallet's gone. I know he took it. No, I didn't. I swear. Dad grabbed Gabe's backpack and tossed its contents onto the floor. Then he made Gabe turn out his pockets, which were empty. I know you stole my wallet. Where is it? Stop it. Leave him alone. Gabe ran out of the house terrified. I didn't speak to Dad or Layla for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried apologizing to Gabe. We need to break up. Your father hates me. No, Gabe, we can make this work. No, we can't. You're a millionaire and I'm poor. Your dad'll never accept me. I love you, Catherine, but I can't do this. I have my pride too. After that, Gabe didn't speak to me again. He blocked my calls, and when I went to his house, his mom said he didn't want to see me. Days passed and I focused on my studies, but I still missed Gabe and felt so angry. Catherine, your father is upset that you've been ignoring him completely. He didn't mean what he said about Gabe. The things aren't always what they seem. He's been under a lot of pressure at work, and I don't care about your excuses, Layla. All I know is that my dad was amazing and we were happy till you came along, and now he's changed and everything's awful. A few weeks later, Dad and Layla had their anniversary, and Dad made dinner reservations for us at a fancy restaurant. I said I didn't want to go, but Dad looked upset, so I reluctantly agreed. I was getting ready and decided to wear my favorite diamond necklace, which was in Dad's safe. I went into Dad's office and opened his safe, and inside there were suitcases full of money, stacks of gold bars, and duffel bags full of diamond jewelry. But then my eyes wandered to the table, to Dad's lost wallet, and next to it were some newspaper clippings that made my blood run cold. They were all from unsolved bank robberies with pictures of the masked robber. I examined the photos, and one of them had a close-up of the robber's neck and the birthmark on it. It was just like my dad's. Dad? What's wrong, honey? I showed Dad the newspaper clippings. This is you? How could you do this?
What? No, I don't understand. This can't be. I didn't. Then Dad fainted and hit his head. Layla called the ambulance and Dad was rushed to the hospital. I sat in the waiting room while Layla spoke to the doctors. Then she asked me to come into Dad's room. Layla and I have been keeping a secret from you. I have dissociative identity disorder, also known as a split personality. I struggled with it when I was younger, and I had it under control for years. I was his psychiatrist and fell in love with him. He was good for a while, but then his condition got worse. That was your dad in the hoodie outside the house that night, and he was the one you heard in the bedroom. He was supposed to be out of town getting treatment, but both times, he came home acting strange and saying things that didn't make sense. He didn't ever let me tell you because he didn't want you to worry. I have no memories of the robberies, Kat, I swear. I didn't know things had gotten that bad. I'm so sorry, honey. I hugged my dad and Layla. I felt so bad for Dad and for how I'd treated Layla. Dad was released from the hospital. The judge decided not to press charges for his crimes, but ordered him into therapy, and we returned all the stolen goods. Layla and I supported Dad through his treatment, and a few months later, the doctors released him from the psychiatric facility. And over this time, Layla and I grew closer. One day, when I got home from school, I opened the door to see Gabe and my father standing inside. Layla told me I chased your friend away, and I've apologized for how I treated him. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused you both. I would never stand in the way of your happiness, Kat. Thank you, Dad. Gabe rushed over to me and kissed me, and from then on, he never let me go.
Hey, it's Juniper, the rhyming whiz. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved poems. It all started with my amazing grandma and her incredible library. People would line up just to catch a glimpse. But when I turned 13, something really bad happened. My grandma left us, and because of a big business loss, my parents had to close down the library she loved so much. It was heartbreaking to see her special books being sold off. I felt so sad and lost without her and the library. Life went on, but one day, I spotted a real gem, my grandma's collector's edition book of Emily Dickinson's poems. I knew I had to get it to honor her memory. OMG, OMG! Mom, Dad, I need to have this. Please, please? It's pretty expensive. I know you want this because it once belonged to your grandma, but honey, we can't afford this. And you're just 16. Do something fun, like some TikTok dances. Isn't poetry like watching grass grow? I knew Mom and Dad would never understand my love for poetry, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I took every job I could, from mowing lawns like a boss to delivering newspapers. I was working hard. One day, while I was sweating like crazy, Mrs. Peterson, our neighbor, approached me with an offer I just couldn't refuse, to babysit her toddler son, Tim. But I was a bit unsure. While Tim was as cute as a button, his older brother Jim was a handful. We were in the same class, and that dude had a special talent for getting into sticky situations with his failed magic tricks. But beggars can't be choosers, so I accepted the job. So there I was, babysitting like a pro, changing Tim's diapers and trying to keep Jim out of trouble. And one day, Jim called for help, all tangled up in chains while attempting a magic trick. I helped him out of the tangled mess, all the while laughing my heart out. You really need to be careful with your magic, Mr. Magician.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But you know, it's all part of the magic charm. How about being my assistant? Every magician needs one.
One day in the library, I was reading a poem, and Jim looked over.
What's so fascinating about those words?
Poetry is like a secret language of feelings and thoughts. It's like life in a nutshell, bro. You should try it. And he did. For the first time, I had a friend who showed interest in poetry, and I appreciated it. One day, Jim and I were hanging out at the bowling alley, and he went to get me some water. Right then, something totally unexpected happened. Aaron, of all people, came over to me. I'm not gonna lie, my heart was literally racing with excitement. But what he said next shocked me.
What are you doing here with Jim the Dim? Shouldn't you be with someone like me?
Did he really have to? No way I was gonna just stand there and listen to him diss my bestie. Hey, don't call my friend that.
Just look. He's so dumb. He couldn't even figure out how to get water without making a total fool of himself. What an idiot.
Whatever. At least he's not a jerk like you. Fuck off, Aaron. Once Jim finally returned with a water bottle, he could tell something was up just by looking at my face.
Hey, what's going on here? Is he bothering you? Back off, loser. Can't you see we're having a little chat here? She is my friend. If you're bothering her, you're bothering me too.
That's right. We're a team, so just back off and let us enjoy. Aaron's face turned redder than a chili pepper at a hot sauce convention as he walked away, and I realized he's definitely not the guy I thought he was. I mean, sure, he's hot, but I should have known better. The dude's got a black belt in meanness. Lesson learned. Next time, check for both hotness and kindness before developing a crush. But the next day at school, when I saw Jim, I was stunned. He had a black eye. What the what? Who did this?
It's nothing. I fell from...
Don't you dare give me that fell from the stairs. Spill the beans. What happened?
I got into a fight with Aaron.
He did that? Oh, I am so gonna teach that jerk a lesson. Saying that, I ran to the parking lot where I knew Aaron always hung out with his goonies, and the moment I saw him, I threw a punch at him that left him stunned.
You'll regret this, Juniper. I'll make you pay. How? By hitting a girl? You're worse than I thought you were, Aaron. Back off, Jim. It's between Juniper and me now. So, Junie, you think you're tough? Yes, she is. Want to see how tough she is? Let's settle this with a rap battle. Yeah, I know you've been preparing for it. So, Aaron, are you up for the challenge? 'Cause Juniper destroyed you here, and she's gonna destroy you there, too.
Bet I will. I'm not afraid of you, Aaron.
We'll see about that. But just so you know, if I win, you'll have to go on a date with me.
No way.
Oh, you will. And if I lose, I promise I'll apologize to Jim in front of the entire school. Fair deal, right?
Bring it on. As Aaron walked away with his friends, reality hit me hard. I had just agreed to a rap battle with Aaron, and if I lost, I'd have to go on a date with him. While I would have been thrilled about the idea before, now that I knew Aaron was a jerk, I had zero interest. Jim, I don't know if I can do this.
Juniper, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. But think about it. The cash prize is a whopping $5,000. We can split it. You can finally get those poetry books you've been dreaming of, and, well, I can perhaps get that PlayStation 5. My mom's been denying me forever.
His words sparked a glimmer of hope within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could pull this off. All right, let's do this. And so, we went all in, writing and rehearsing like crazy. Aaron and his crew seemed just as determined, and we saw them often practicing at the nearby park every day after school. One rainy afternoon, as I was on my way home, I was about to slip in a puddle, but Aaron caught me just in time.
Careful there.
I didn't need you to rescue me. Even though I didn't want to, we both ended up finding shelter under a small roof, and there, I felt a bit uneasy. It was a tight space, and we had to stand close, making the situation all the more awkward.
I never thought I'd be stuck in the rain with my archenemy's BFF.
I don't know why you think he's your enemy. Jim's an amazing guy. It's you who's a grump all the time.
Just like everyone else. You also probably think I'm just a jerk.
Duh.
You think you've got it all figured out, huh?
Well, I've got it figured out that a tough guy act you put on, it's to keep others away. You know, you don't have to be a meanie all the time.
Whatever. It's just that things at home aren't good. Everything feels like a mess.
Well, everyone has problems, Aaron. I guess it's time you realize that and perhaps show people the goodness in you.
You're weird. You know that?
Takes one to know one, I guess. As Aaron and I kept talking, I realized he wasn't so bad after all. Once the rain finally eased up, we both went our separate ways, but I couldn't help but feel a newfound understanding for Aaron. As the days passed, I saw a new side of Aaron, and it amazed me. One time, I spotted him helping a stray dog find its way home, and another time, he even shared his lunch money with a classmate in need. One day, I noticed Aaron leaving school in a hurry, forgetting his phone. I chased after him on my bicycle and found him at a hospital, sitting in a room and crying. Hey, Aaron.
What are you doing here?
You left your phone at school. Is everything okay? You seem upset.
It's none of your business. This is my mom. She's been in a coma for a long time. I come here every day to see her.
Oh my God, I had no idea. I hope things get better for you.
Yeah, thanks.
From that day on, I saw Aaron in a totally new light. And when I told Jim about how Aaron's mom was sick, without revealing the part that I spoke to him, he just rolled his eyes.
That guy's a phony. Don't believe everything you hear, Juniper.
Jim hated Aaron, but I guess I had started to have feelings for him. One day, at lunchtime when Jim wasn't around, Aaron approached me.
Hey, Juniper. Want to catch a movie together? Barbie's playing. I heard it's hilarious.
Sure. Why not? But just as friends, right? But Barbie? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I know you'll love it. If you love it, I'm sure I'll love it. I'm talking too much. See ya.
Day of the movie arrived, and I had come up with a plan to watch Barbie with Aaron without Jim knowing. I told Jim I was feeling sick and needed to rest, which wasn't entirely a lie because I felt butterflies in my stomach at the thought of spending time with Aaron. At the cinema, Aaron and I laughed our hearts out at the silly scenes in Barbie. It was so fun. But as we left the cinema, I was in for a surprise. Jim was standing there looking heartbroken and hurt.
Juniper, you lied to me. I thought we were supposed to be best friends, and here you are with Aaron of all people?
It's not what you think, Jim. Aaron is a really nice guy.
Juniper, please. This guy, he's a snake. Hey, dude, I'm standing right here. You better shut that mouth. You shut up and stay away from Juniper.
Before I knew it, Jim threw a punch at Aaron and knocked him on the ground. I was shocked. Are you crazy, Jim? What's gotten into you? You hurt him badly.
But Juniper, you're my friend. You're supposed to be on my side.
Jim, I'll be friends with whoever I want. I can't stay around you. It's like I don't even know who you are. I then helped Aaron up and walked him home. He could have pressed charges against Jim, but he didn't, which was very kind of him. In the days that followed, Jim tried to contact me many times, but I wasn't ready to talk to him yet. It felt like everything was spinning out of control, and I needed some time to sort out my feelings. So, on the day of the rap battle, instead of participating, I messaged Jim that I wouldn't be joining. All he replied with was a simple okay. Feeling torn and anxious, I decided to at least visit the rap battle to see Aaron perform and support him, but what I saw there left me shook. Jim was trying his best, but Aaron, he was killing it, and not in a good way.
Hey, Jimbo, you lost your friend. Now you're on your own. My tricks played well. She fell for my lies. What a surprise. To the cinema. Took her. She didn't know. Faked about my mom. Perfect sorrowful show. She thought I'd changed, but it was just a facade. Remember that call? I tipped you off. So odd. To gain her sympathy, I took a punch so tough. Now she's on my hook. My power to show it's enough.
My emotions went wild as I heard Aaron's hurtful words. Seeing Jim's pained expression, it hit me hard. He was right about Aaron's tricks. It all clicked. He had done the whole nice guy act to distract me from the rap battle. He messed with the wrong girl. Without even thinking, I jumped on the stage next to Jim. Jim, my buddy, you know I got your back. Through thick and thin, we never lack. Fake friends leave, but we stand tall. Bonds unbreakable, never gonna fall. They're just haters, but we're the real deal, and that's all. As for you, Aaron, you're a fake, always playing games. Lies, manipulation, it's all the same. Emily Dickinson said, tell the truth but tell it slant, but your lies won't fool me. They won't enchant. With Jim, I stand firm. Your tricks won't grant. Hearing this, Jim jumped up and down and hugged me tight.
I knew you'd come.
I had to. Now come on, let's win this thing. Jim and I were doing amazing. We were spitting verses in the mic like we were on fire. In the end, it was us against Aaron and his gang, and I decided to bring my A-game and finish him once and for all. But before I could speak, Jim took the mic and left me totally blown.
You call my friend naive, but let me retort. She's like a rainbow, shining bright, never short. Like twinkle, twinkle, little star, she'll reach for the sky, while you're stuck in the dark, telling lie after lie. Life's a journey, not a devious scheme. In the little engine that could, she follows her dream. She'll rise and shine while you're left in the dark, with no true friends, no real spark.
The rap battle ended. Jim dropped the mic, leaving Aaron speechless. OMG, how did you do that?
Learned from you, Juniper.
In the end, we totally nailed it and won the cash prize. As Aaron tried to get off the stage, I quickly called out his name. Hey, Aaron, remember the deal? Apologize to Jim in front of everyone. Come on, yeah, come back on stage. Aaron's face turned red as a tomato, and like a kid who was punished, he took the mic and apologized to Jim. Now that was a mic drop. Once we left the venue, Jim took me straight to the bookshop where my grandma's book was.
Get that poetry book you've always wanted.
But it's not just my money. We both won. You get part 2.
No, I wanted to win just for you, Juniper.
OMG, you're the best friend ever, Jim. Remember, true friends got your back, no matter what. Fake people and lies can't break real friendship. Trust your buddies. Hi, I'm Lucy. Get some popcorn and settle down because my story is bonkers. Don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. My childhood was crazy. Mom was super strict and was always breathing down my neck to make sure I followed all her dumb house rules. Lucy, this placemat is 0.5 inches to the left. I'm so disappointed in you. Seriously? I got no dessert because of freaking placemats. And Dad was a complete weirdo. He stayed in his study all day long and only left at night with a suspicious-looking briefcase. But whenever I asked him what was in it, he would always tell me to mind my own business. So rude. One day, I was playing football by myself in the park when two mean-looking men grabbed my ball and squished all the air out of it. Hey, are you stupid? You're supposed to kick the ball, not squish it.
She's a little firecracker. Where's your dad, little girl? He owes us an apology.
Why? Who are you? And what did my dad do to you?
You ask too many questions. Let's just say your father isn't a very nice man. Selfie!
And they took pictures with me and left. What was going on? I ran home and confronted Dad. He looked panicked but told me it was no big deal. But I wasn't going to let it go. That night, I sneaked out of my room like a ninja and tried to get into Dad's study. But suddenly, a loud alarm went off and red lights flashed all over the house. I nearly jumped out of my skin in fright. Dad was so furious, he made me write 200 times, "I will mind my own business." But the next day, he was gone. I looked for him everywhere and called him, but his phone was off. And I felt guilty. Had he left because of me? But Mom refused to talk about him. Aren't you even a little bit worried about Dad? He's missing. He's a grown man. I'm sure he can take care of himself. People said he's a bad man. What did he do? What if I told you about listening to idle gossip? And straighten your back. Ugh, she was the worst. Rather than go to the police and file a report, she moved us to a new city. I was so mad at her that I stopped showering for a week. Then I accidentally smelled my own armpits and nearly fainted, so I finally took a bath. But I stopped doing chores according to her ridiculous rules. Lucy, I told you to dry the laundry, not dye it. Oops. But I was only getting started. I always put the forks and knives in different drawers around the house after washing them and screwed up the TV remote so it wouldn't work properly. I dyed my hair orange and got fake piercings and tattoos, but told her they were real. She was so upset, she got me enrolled in an insanely strict school. They have uniforms and rules. I'm sure they'll knock some sense into you. Not if I knock them over first. St. Mary's was a mansion with super rich kids. The lawns were perfectly kept, and the halls were so clean they shone like diamonds. But I got in trouble on the very first day. I was putting my books in my locker when suddenly someone threw a hoodie in my face. Wear this. Your ugly face is gonna make me vomit. Then look somewhere else, creep. This is a respectable school. We don't want people like you, so you better clean up. She knocked the milkshake out of my hand and pushed me down in the mess. I saw red. I was about to get up and slap this crazy witch when suddenly a boy came running down the hall and stood between us.
Picking on the new kid on the first day? You're really desperate for attention, aren't you, Crystal?
Mind your own business, Anthony. This is my school, not your dad's office. What I say goes.
Maybe I should give him a call and we'll see who really runs this school.
Crystal looked furious. She flipped her hair and left with her minions, and Anthony helped me up.
Hey, I'm sorry about Crystal. Just because she's the principal's daughter, she thinks she can boss everyone around.
Thanks for coming in like a knight in shining armor.
I always wanted to save a damsel in distress.
Oh, you didn't save me. You saved her from me. But the teachers at the school were like Mom Pro Max. They gave detention for everything. Need to sharpen your pencil twice a day? Detention. Spend more than 5 minutes in the bathroom? Detention. The last straw for me was when one of the teachers took away my bag of candies and threw them in the trash. Just keep your candy at home. Mom is a bigger candy police than the teachers. One time I had more than one M&M and she took me to the dentist for a cleaning.
That's intense. Come over to my place and we can play video games and eat all the candy you want.
Anthony's house was bigger than the White House. There were guards all over the place and a whole room dedicated to gaming consoles, snacks, and a freaking cotton candy machine. Fart in my face to wake me up because I must be dreaming.
You are so weird.
We played till our eyes hurt, and it was the best time I'd ever had in my life. Over a dinner of greasy burgers, I told him all about my parents, how we'd moved so suddenly, and how I'd never had a normal childhood, and how Dad left. I think Dad was a criminal or something. That's the only logical explanation.
Is that why he disappeared?
Maybe. This is the best burger I've ever had. Mom would freak out if she saw me eating this.
That just shows your mom really cares about you. My dad builds bridges and has a whole list of rules that he needs to follow strictly or people's lives could be in danger. Your mom is just trying to build a strong bridge.
I'd never really thought about it like that.
maybe Mom wasn't so bad. But Anthony was so wrong, because when I got home, Mom was waiting for me in the living room, boiling with anger. How dare you go to a friend's house without permission? Do I even know these people? You'd know about my friends if you cared about anything other than your stupid rules. You're grounded. I hated my life at home, and Crystal was making me miserable at school. She was the student body president and was always after me for breaking some rule, which she made up herself. Ugh, I know you can't fix your ugly face, but at least have the decency not to smile. Your crooked teeth really make everyone cringe. Detention. For smiling? That isn't against the rules. No, but it should be for you. Well, if I'm gonna do the time, I might as well do the crime. I was getting detention so often that kids in school had started calling it getting a Lucy. It was ridiculous. So I decided to get even in the most Lucy way possible. I came in super early one day, did a little dance for the security camera, and drew poop emojis all over Crystal's locker. But why stop there? The whole school was a blank canvas. So I drew the little brown swirls on every whiteboard and bathroom stall. The school went nuts. One of the teachers fainted. The principal called me into her office, and soon after, Mom showed up with Dad's briefcase. She told me angrily to go outside for a few minutes. You're definitely going to get expelled, Lucy. That's what happens when you don't follow the rules. But just then, the principal came out looking pale and sweaty. Well, Lucy, I've decided not to expel you. I can see you don't do well with rules, so maybe we can relax a few and make learning easy for you. What? I was shocked, but Crystal had a full-blown meltdown. This loser drew poop all over my locker. She can't get away with this. I want her out, Mommy. Kick her out. The principal had to drag Crystal into her office because she was kicking and screaming like a 5-year-old. And Mom grabbed my hand and took me home for the day. What just happened? What did you say to the principal? Did you threaten her? What's in that briefcase? That's none of your business. Just keep your head down at school. I saved your butt this time, but it won't always work. No, maybe you're a criminal just like Dad. I don't trust you at all. I won't do anything you ask until I know the truth. I ran out the door and went to stay with Anthony. It was the only place I felt safe. Mom kept calling, but I ignored her calls. The next day, people in school were looking at me like I was some kind of hero. One of Crystal's minions actually dusted my locker and opened it for me, while another girl brought me coffee and offered to carry my books. What's going on here? Why are you guys doing this? Because someone finally put Crystal in her place. She's no longer the student body president thanks to you. We were all so tired of her being mean to us. Aw, shucks. But I didn't really do anything. Thanks for the coffee, but you don't have to do this anymore, okay? Life was pretty sweet after that. The teachers left me alone, and Crystal's day of ruling the school halls was over. She was always glaring at me like she was planning something evil in that petty brain of hers. And a few weeks later, I found out what. Someone had spray-painted poop emojis on every teacher's car and left a giant cat turd on the principal's windshield. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Then who did? You're such a witch, Lucy. Everyone tried their best to make you straighten your ways, but you're a lost cause. Once a criminal, always a criminal. You take that back. You're a criminal. I slapped Crystal so hard that her contacts fell out. I was expelled on the spot, and the teachers reported me to the police for destroying their cars. My case was being investigated, and I was probably going to end up in juvie. But I wasn't a criminal like Dad, and I had to prove my innocence. So that night, I sneaked into the school's security room and got all the camera footage on a USB, and then ran to Anthony's place. Lucy, what happened? Why did you do that to all the teachers' cars? I didn't. Someone's framing me, and I'm going to find out who. We used his laptop to look through the videos, but there were hours and hours of it, and I was getting sleepy. I went to the bathroom to change into my pajamas when I saw something that made the hair on the back of my head stand up. Hey, Lucy, I think I found the footage, but it's no good. The person's wearing a hoodie and a mask. I don't think you'll be able to prove it wasn't you. And that's exactly what you wanted, didn't you? I threw the hoodie and mask in his face. They had the same spray paint stains as the one used to make the emojis. He looked shocked at first, but then an evil grin spread on his face. No one is going to believe a nobody like you.
They shouldn't have believed your dad either. What are you talking about? What does my dad have to do with any of this? He has everything to do with this. When you joined the school and I read your name, I knew you had to be that nosy journalist's daughter. Journalist? Stupid, naive Lucy. Doesn't even know anything about her own parents. Yes, he found some stupid evidence against my dad for fraud and ruined his reputation. He sent him to prison. And now I'm going to send his precious daughter to jail. Just then the door slammed open and the police rushed into the room. Anthony, you're under arrest for property damage. What? It was her. You have no proof it was me. Actually, you slipped up. I have a dashboard camera in my car, and that caught your face when you were ruining it. Lucy, are you okay? Suddenly, Mom came into the room, and I was so glad to see her. I gave her a bear hug. I was so scared, Mom. Anthony told me some weird stuff about Dad. He's a journalist? Yes, sweetie. He is a very brave man who exposes criminals and bad men in the government. People are always trying to harm him, so he had to leave the country. And that's why we moved, to keep you safe. But how did you know I was here? I know I'm gonna sound like a psycho stalker, but I got your phone tracked. You weren't picking up and I was worried about you. The minute I saw Anthony's last name, I realized who he was and I knew you were in danger. I am so glad you stalked me. I didn't realize you were living with so much stress. And tell me now, Mom, what's up with the briefcase and how'd you scare the principal? It has your father's research and proof that he's used to expose people. I told your principal I had dirt on her. Do you? Nah, but it scared her enough to let you stay on in school. But you don't have to go back there. We can find you a better school. That's okay. The kids aren't half bad there. But when can we see Dad? I was thinking we could visit him in the summer. Would you like that? I would love it, Mom. As I sat in my sports car preparing for the race of a lifetime, my manager Ruth shot me a nervous look. If your dad finds out, we're dead meat. They're probably giving away some charity award somewhere. Besides, they already control everything. This is my way of living my life. Now sit still. As I drifted and turned the car around, Ruth was screaming, "Slow down, Your Royal Highness!" Oh, come on. The fun has just begun. I pumped up the gas, and my brand new Ferrari was whooshing past the rest of the cars, putting me ahead in the race. Told you I'd win. Just then, a big van came out of nowhere and started clicking my pictures. Time to run. Hi, I'm Penelope, a real-life princess from Belgium. Please like and subscribe. I grew up with really controlling parents. They planned my daily schedule and made me go to boring meetings and dinners so I'd be ready for my duties one day. I wasn't even allowed to go to school or parties with people my age. My life was miserable. After what had happened at the race that day, everyone in the kingdom called me the crazy princess. The media is having a ball. This is so harmful to our reputation. Your reputation? I aced that race, and they're saying I came in second. If anyone's reputation is hurt, it's mine. Enough. You are next in line to the throne, Penny. Mend your ways or I'll get you married. I'm 17. You can't get me married. I must be at least 18 according to the rules. I am the king and I set the laws. Dad received a call and left before I had a chance to argue any further. Surely it wasn't serious, right? The next morning, I was swimming in my private pool when Ruth walked in with William, Prince of Denmark, and my childhood best friend. I got out and hugged him tight. Wow, you've become prettier over the years. I wish I could say the same for you. We laughed and decided to catch up over dinner. But when I got to the table, I saw him talking to my parents, and they looked serious. What's going on? Penny, darling, we were just discussing the venue for the marriage. Oh, wow. Who's getting married? Us. William looked at me, grinning, and I felt my mind numb. Suddenly, I found myself dragging William outside. What the heck was that? I want to get married to you. I've always liked you, and your parents don't seem to have a problem. But I do. I don't want to get married to you or anybody. I'm 17, for the love of God. Is that why you're here? Did my parents put you up to this? Wait, don't answer that. I already know. I turned around and walked off, leaving William alone. And after that day, things just weren't the same. I avoided William all day long, and it came to a point where I couldn't step out of the house. It was insane. Just as I was trying to figure out a way out of this, Ruth told me she was leaving for New York on official duty for a year. You can't leave me. You're the only one on my side. Then join me. Nobody knows you there. You'd be free to do what you like. That did sound like a brilliant idea, but I knew Mom and Dad would never allow that. That didn't mean I couldn't try. So the next day, I went to their chambers to have a one-on-one. I want to finish my last year of school in New York. No one, least of all William, should know where I am.
And why should we listen to you?
You have to if you want me to get married. If this is the last year of my single life, I'd rather spend it away from all this drama. After hours of arguing, they finally caved and agreed to enroll me in one of the best schools in New York under a different name, Mia. Within a week, I was on a plane to my new life. But New York was busier than I'd imagined. If not for Ruth, I would have totally lost my way. Tired and exhausted, I hit the shower as soon as I reached the hotel. But just as I entered the bathroom, I saw someone under the sink. If you're a thief, let me warn you, I know karate.
Really? I'd love to see that, Jackie Chan.
Don't come up. I will legit punch you. I quickly left and grabbed myself a robe. Come out. The guy slowly dragged himself out, and when I saw his face, I almost passed out. He had to be the most handsome guy I'd ever seen.
If you're done staring, can I leave? I have another job to get to.
Not so soon, mister. Do you know what would have happened if I didn't see you? This is a strict violation of human rights.
I'm late. Call a protest, light a candle, I don't care. My job's done.
And he turned around and left. What a jerk. That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and woke up feeling annoyed and exhausted. I would have skipped my first day if Ruth hadn't boosted my confidence. As I entered the classroom, I immediately noticed a familiar face, the hot plumber guy. And unfortunately, he was the only one with an empty seat next to his.
I'm Asher.
What?
If you're stalking me, you might as well know my name.
You wish. I joined recently. It's my first day.
Explains why you're wearing your skirt inside out.
I looked down and he was right. How embarrassing. As if that wasn't awkward enough, Asher was also my lab partner and just the weirdest guy ever. I'd never seen him talk to anyone, and he was always either with his books or playing football. If I tried talking to him, he would awkwardly turn in the other direction. What was up with this guy? A few days later after school, I was happily relaxing in my hotel when someone knocked on my door. Asher.
You forgot your list of lab supplies.
Thanks. You could have given these to me tomorrow in school.
I don't know about you, but this class is really important to me, so don't screw up on these.
It's important for me too.
Clearly. Anyway, I'd love to stop and chat, but I'm late for my night job. Unlike you, I have work to do.
Did he just call me useless? Asher turned to leave, but I ran behind him. Hey, jerk. I know you think all the world's weight is on your shoulders, but it's not. Everyone has their battles, so don't you dare talk down to me again. I turned around and left, slamming the door in anger. What an absolute piece of work this guy was. When I told Ruth about him, she had the weirdest thing to say. Maybe he has a crush on you. What? No. The guy hates me for some reason, and he's such a prude. Gosh, he gets on my nerves. And yet, somehow all we've done is speak about him. Whatever. A few days later, we had a surprise literature test, and I aced it. But I saw Asher sulking in the corner. And later, during an experiment, he screwed up badly and spilled everything on the counter. His mind was clearly somewhere else. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just do your thing.
Fine, dude. I was just asking.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I've scored miserably on my literature paper. If I don't get this right, I'll lose my chances of ever getting a scholarship.
What's a scholarship? Asher gave me a confused look before explaining it to me. I had no idea that people struggled so much to get a good education. For the first time ever, I felt lucky to be born rich. Fine, I'll help you.
You will?
Yeah, but you'll owe me one, and you'll stop pissing me off. Deal?
Deal.
Soon after, Asher and I started with his classes in my hotel room, and he was worse than I thought.
My love is like a red, red rose. It blooms in June. Who talks like that?
Now take my hand, look into my eyes, and say it again. And try not to sound like a robot. Asher took a deep breath and did exactly what I asked. But just when he took my hand, I felt a weird rush in my body.
My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June, that's sweetly played in tune. How was that?
Wow, That was brilliant. Yeah, cool. That was, good. Pretty awesome, actually. My heart was racing faster than ever. What was this heart-pounding rush? I'd never felt anything like that before. Asher and I were still holding hands when the door flung open and I saw William standing there.
I leave you for a month and I already have competition? But why this peasant?
William, what the heck are you doing here?
I came to check up on my girl.
Oh, shut up. I thought we were over this. Just leave me alone.
I won't let you go this easy, love.
William tried to take my hand, but Asher interrupted him.
I don't think Mia needs you here. Now, if you don't want your butt kicked, I suggest you leave. Her name's Penelope. If you like a girl, at least get her name right. I'm leaving now, but this isn't over.
After William left, Asher turned to me, confused.
What was he talking about?
Asher looked at me confused as I told him the whole story.
Whoa, that's insane. You're an actual princess?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to live like a normal person for once. Suddenly, I felt my hand on his, and my stomach erupted with butterflies.
I hope you won't throw me in the dungeons for being a jerk to you before.
I just might, if you annoy me again. After that day, Asher and I got a lot closer. He promised not to tell anyone about me, and I promised to help him with acing his literature tests. Once we got talking, I learned that we had a lot in common.
My parents are too busy in their own world. I was always ambitious, and they had no money, so I figured out a way to make it on my own. Now, I love being independent.
I wish I could make my life the way I wanted.
You can. All you gotta do is be brave. From here.
As he laid my hands on his chest, I could feel his heart pounding, fast and hard. I was falling for him, and I knew he felt the same way when he asked me to be his date for the Halloween party. Life was good, except William was always around me, and that was kind of annoying. When I told my parents about him, they were actually supportive of his behavior.
You should be happy he loves you so much. I suggest you come back and let go of this foolish adventure.
Why did they hate me so much? One day before the party, when I walked into school, I saw William waiting for me on his knees and a life-size bouquet.
Beautiful flowers for my beautiful date. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow.
No need. I already have a date.
Who? That peasant from the hotel? Come on. You deserve a prince like me. Only royalty can match royalty, and you know that.
That's enough, William. You were my childhood friend, and I respected that for as long as I could, but I'm done. Teach your lessons on royalty to my parents who love you so much, but leave me out of it.
You'll regret this.
Yeah, whatever. That evening, as I got dressed, I got a text from William that he was leaving, and I couldn't be happier. Good riddance. When Asher came to pick me up, I was shocked to see him stepping out of his car, looking like an absolute dream. We entered the party dressed as Cinderella and Prince Charming, and people couldn't stop gushing over how amazing we looked together. The mood became better when the song shifted to a slow number.
You look beautiful tonight.
Just tonight?
I fell for you the day I saw you, and I never stopped liking you.
Is that why you were so rude to me?
It was a way of keeping my feelings under control. I thought you'd distract me from my goals, but I was so wrong.
Asher pulled me closer till our faces were inches apart, and he gently kissed me on my cheek. And suddenly the song changed again, and we lost our moment.
Let's get out of here.
I'd like that. Asher took my hand and took me to the school rooftop, overlooking the entire city of New York. It was beautiful.
Penny, I know you're a princess, and I would never be able to match your status. But will you date me and make me the happiest person on earth?
It was a dream come true to meet a guy like Asher, and I was the happiest I'd been in a long time. But just as I was about to say yes, the door of the roof crashed open, and suddenly I had people taking my pictures left, right, and center.
Is he your new boyfriend, Penelope? Will you leave the crown to get married to him?
Show us the ring! I wanted to leave, but there was no way out. Just then, I caught a hold of one of the guys with the camera. Who sent you? Tell me now or I'll destroy your career. The guy got scared and told me he got an anonymous tip from someone named Asher. No way! I immediately started looking for Asher when I saw him taking money from one of the media people. How could you betray me?
Penny, listen to me. This isn't what it looks like.
I'm not blind. I just saw you taking money from him. If you needed money, you could have just asked. You're worse than William. At least he didn't lie. Asher tried to stop me, but I was too heartbroken to stop. Soon after, I called Ruth and asked her to get me on a private plane back to Belgium. I wanted her to come along, but her work in the States wasn't over yet. As soon as I landed, the driver took me to the hospital and not the palace. What's happening? Where are we going?
You'll find out soon enough, Your Royal Highness.
My heart was beating nervously as the security led me to a private room and saw Dad with 1,000 machines beeping over his head. Dad, oh my God, what happened?
Penny, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I turned to Mom, and she told me that Dad had been unwell for quite some time. When he learned that I was dating someone out of royalty, he just couldn't take it. I'm sorry, Dad. I let you down, but I've learned my lesson. I'll do everything you say.
I just want you to take over the crown and get married to William. He's perfect for you, honey.
Even though I didn't agree with Dad, I nodded with a heavy heart. The news of my marriage and coronation spread like wildfire. Mom planned a major event inviting all the royal families of the world. As I stepped into my wedding gown, I could feel my heart sinking. Asher was the love of my life, but I had to make the sacrifice in the name of my family. I was walking down the aisle when Ruth came running into the church. Stop! Stop the wedding! Ruth, what are you doing? I have to do this. For Dad, Stop being dramatic. He doesn't love you. He's only after your money. Ruth told everyone how after I'd left, she went back to the hotel to get the rest of my stuff and ran into William. But he told me he'd left. That's exactly what I was wondering too. So I followed him to a club and saw him making out with random girls. She went on to tell how William's parents were practically broke and they wanted to marry their son off to recover money.
That's not true. She's lying.
He was the one who tipped off the media about you. For money. I looked at William, who had turned pale as paper. Spill the truth. Now.
Fine. I did it. And I'm not sorry. How could you choose that peasant over me? I'm royalty.
I slapped his face hard. I swear to God, if you say royalty one more time, I will have your sorry butt arrested. Now, if you have an ounce of shame, take your parents and get out. When I reached the palace that night, Mom and Dad were more than apologetic, and it was decided I'll take the throne with or without the husband. But before that, there was one more thing I had to do. Ruth, I already know. Here's your ticket. Go get him. I hugged her and left immediately for New York and booked the same hotel. When I reached the room, I loosened the sink and asked specifically for Asher.
Excuse me? Anyone home?
I'm in here. Hand me the screwdriver, please.
Ma'am, could you come out, please?
Sure, let me just... Oh!
Penny, what are you doing? Get out of there. Are you hurt?
Probably not as much as I hurt you. I'm sorry for not trusting you. Ruth told me how William manipulated the situation.
I was just paying them to get rid of them.
I know that now. So, you think you can forgive me? Or, I'd rather order you since I'm the queen and all, so... Asher pulled me in for a kiss, and it was everything I'd hoped for. Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened.
Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that. And that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway,
We heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes. Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words, "Teen Thief." Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business. What? Why would they think I took all that money? The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please. To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. She gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club, and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were two really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinion stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
To the rich, stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both had some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani. The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh, no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand. But you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda, and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god. I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes. They're...
Yes? They're what?
They're not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close, and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not. But that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie? And Kai is free to do whatever he wants. But you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it. And what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
she confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. But could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on. Charity starts at home.
I will. I promise. And then finally, a letter arrived one morning. My hands were trembling so much, I almost ripped the letter trying to open the envelope.
Dear Drizella, my delegation has been extended and my duties have grown. I'm far too busy now to keep up with our correspondence. I hope you understand and wish you well. Prince Henry.
I read it 3 times, as if expecting other words to magically appear the more I stared at the paper. But that was it. Just this cold, impersonal letter after all these months. I told myself that he was really busy with big, important things. It had been almost a year since he left, and people can change. It's not like he ever said he loved me or promised me anything. And of course, there was nothing left to do now but move on with dignity and grace. I found great comfort in pastries and gained a lot of weight. I considered becoming a nun, but decided against it since nuns aren't allowed to curse. I went to the village witch and said a friend was asking about ways to hex a prince. I started writing a vicious breakup letter to Henry, then realized you can't break up with someone you were never technically with, so I ate more pastries. Then I started running at dawn, lost all the weight, and used Cinderella's stupidly good skin and hair stuff so he'd choke on his regret the next time he laid eyes on me. But no matter what I did, it didn't dull the ache of missing someone who didn't miss me back anymore. It had been months since that last letter, and I had picked myself up and moved on. So I wasn't expecting my stomach to lurch when an official invitation arrived from the palace, announcing a grand ball in honor of the prince's return. Great. Other people could honor him. I wasn't going. Besides, Anastasia was terrified of dancing, and Mother wouldn't be up for it either. Over the past few months, she'd grown very weak and was always tired. I'd asked a couple of doctors to examine her, but they had no answers. Cinderella had been on top of her care, of course, always fluffing her pillows, rubbing her feet, making her special herbal teas. And the thought had crossed my mind more than once. What exactly was she putting in those concoctions? I didn't think she was beyond slowly poisoning a woman for her inheritance. I'd thrown the invitation in the trash. But sometime later, Cinderella came into the living room, clutching it to her chest.
You're invited to a royal ball. Can you believe it? Oh, I've never been to a proper ball or worn a ball gown, and I've never seen the palace. I know I'm not invited, but maybe I could go if you could take me with you.
Yeah, no, we're not going. Royal balls are dull.
Take our invitation and go, love. I'll arrange a carriage for you. You deserve to have some fun.
Yeah, there was no cute fairy swishing a wand and going bibbidi-bobbidi-boo. Just my own mother handing Cinderella one of her finest gowns, a string of expensive pearls, and some money to buy shoes. Because naturally, Cinderella's feet were impossibly tiny and delicate, and she couldn't borrow shoes from us ogres. And off went Cinderella, looking like a vision. Since she was finally out of the house for a few hours, there was no way I wasn't going to snoop through her room, which was, as I suspected, disgustingly perfect. Not a speck of dust, and everything was arranged with military precision. Psychopath. I rifled through her drawers, opened her wardrobe, peered under the bed. I didn't find some secret stash of poisons or a diary confessing to slow murder. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, and I was beginning to feel stupid. I turned to leave when suddenly my elbow bumped into a picture frame on her vanity, knocking it to the floor. I cursed under my breath as I picked it up. Luckily, nothing was broken, and the picture had just come out. As I was placing it back in, something slipped out, a folded piece of paper tucked away carefully. And when I opened it, I recognized the handwriting instantly. I would have known it anywhere.
Dearest Drizella, I'm so sorry I haven't written in a while. A sudden, strange illness gripped me and I was too sick to be moved or even lift my head. The royal court kept quiet to avoid panic, and it took me months to recover. Even now, the physicians say the worst is not over. I'm healthy otherwise, but my vision has been compromised permanently. They expect it will continue to worsen until I lose it entirely, perhaps within a few months or a year. Before that happens, before I lose my ability to pen down words myself, I need to tell you that I'm in love with you. I'm not the man you deserve, but if you could ever imagine a future with me, one where I will not have my sight, but you will have all my heart, I would ask you to marry me. Yours always, Just Henry.
I read it again and again and again. My knees gave out and I sank to the floor. He had loved me. He had wanted to marry me. He had needed me when he had gotten such terrible news, and I'd never even known. I'd spent all this time thinking he'd forgotten me so easily, but it wasn't true. None of it was true. But Cinderella had known. How had she gotten this letter? Had she stolen it before it reached me? Did she intercept others too? Did Henry get mine? A broken sound escaped my throat. I wasn't crazy or paranoid. I'd been right about her all along. Suddenly, the sound of the front door opening snapped me back to reality. Cinderella had returned from the ball. I rose to my feet, pure rage surging through my veins. She'd taken everything from me, but this time, she wasn't getting away with it. I ran downstairs and found Cinderella by the fireplace, humming softly, and I lunged towards her and grabbed her hair.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
I shoved the letter in her face. Why do you have this? What did you do? What did you say to him? Her blue eyes went wide. Then slowly, she smiled. And before I could react, she grabbed the letter from me and flung it into the fire.
What letter?
I saw red as I screamed and tried to yank her hair from her skull. She managed to pull away from me, but I grabbed her dress, tearing away the silk. She shoved me, and I stumbled back as I ripped the pearls from her throat. Mother and Anastasia came running in at the noise.
What is happening?
She's attacking me! She's gone mad!
Get her out of here. I swear I will kill her if you don't. You don't know what she's done. She stole him from me.
What? Who are you talking about?
Henry, the crown prince. We were in love. He wanted to marry me. Mother and Anastasia just stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language.
She's crazy and jealous. She's always hated me.
Drizella, you've lost your mind and you're scaring us.
No, I'm not crazy. I'll prove it. I tore up the stairs, running to my room. I flung open the chest under my bed where I'd kept all our letters. They were gone. All of them. I stumbled back down the stairs, half mad with grief and rage. I charged at Cinderella again, but Mother blocked my path and shielded her.
You will not come near her again, you hear me? Enough.
I couldn't breathe. I bolted from the house and ran out into the cold. I stumbled into the barn and sank onto the dirt floor, sobbing until my whole body hurt. I didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually the door creaked open and Anastasia walked in softly, kneeling beside me.
If you say you talked to the prince, if you say you loved him, I believe you.
You do?
I knew you were hurting this past year. I mean, I know what eating your feelings looks like. But you just shut me out. I wish you hadn't.
I leaned into her, the way we used to when we were little girls, feeling scared of thunder, and she pulled me into a warm hug. Thank you. I didn't sleep a wink that night, Henry's letter replaying itself over and over in my mind. Tomorrow, I was going to the palace. I didn't have a plan or some speech prepared. I just knew I had to see him, and I wasn't coming back home without doing it. It was soon after dawn that I prepared my horse to leave, when a servant handed over a letter.
Important news! By decree of His Majesty, members of the royal family will be visiting each household in this town today.
What? Why would the royal family be doing that? Would Henry be among them? I didn't know what was going on, but I had to stay back for the visit. Cinderella was probably still holed up in Mother's room, which was good for her, because if I saw her face, I would tear her apart. I paced around impatiently, looking out the window for any signs of the royal delegation approaching. I thought I'd get a better view from the attic, so I ran up. And as I stood there, with my face pressed to the window, suddenly, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, and Cinderella was standing in the doorway, her eyes gleaming. Before I could run towards her, she slammed the door shut, and I heard the lock click. "Let me out! You crazy witch! Let me out!" And when I saw the royal delegation arrive at our house, I felt manic. I kicked and banged and screamed until my throat was raw. But no one heard me. Why was the royal family here? What was Cinderella doing? Finally, I heard someone running up the stairs, and the door burst open.
The prince, he's here. He's here. And he just asked Cinderella to marry him.
The words punched the air out of my lungs.
You have to go. You have to stop him. Hurry.
Just as the royal delegation was preparing to leave. And there he was. Henry was standing beside Cinderella, his hand cradling hers gently as he bent to kiss her fingers. "Henry, no! You can't marry her! You don't know who she is!" Everyone froze, including him. He slowly turned to me, squinting his eyes hard, and then his face hardened to stone.
I told you she would never let me escape.
Henry, whatever she's told you, it's all lies.
Address me properly, miss. It's Crown Prince Henry.
Okay, Crown Prince Henry. You cannot marry that two-faced witch. A ripple of murmurs went through the small crowd gathering around us.
I need a moment alone with her.
He led me forcefully into the stables away from everyone and slammed the door behind us.
You are the biggest liar I've ever met. All the time you whined about your perfect stepsister replacing you when it was just a poor, abandoned girl that you and your family made your slave?
I felt like he'd slapped me in the face.
She didn't even dare tell me her name yesterday at the ball. She said she sneaked away because she wasn't allowed to exist freely, not even for a night. Then she ran away before I could even ask who she was. All I had was her slipper she left behind by accident. And then imagine looking for her and finding that you're the villain in her story.
Henry, she's a manipulative psychopath. She stole my letters. She stole yours. I didn't even know you were sick or losing your sight.
Stop lying. It was your handwriting on the letter I got, where you told me you couldn't be with me because of my illness, where you said it would be better to end things before they really even began.
I never wrote that letter. She faked it. I think she always knew about us right from the start.
Are you really so twisted that you think she plotted all this? So according to you, she intercepted our letters, forged your handwriting, and had been spying on us all along just to ruin things between us one day?
I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. For a second, a shadow of doubt crossed his face, and I thought he might believe me. But then his jaw tightened.
No, you didn't want me. And now you just don't want her to have me either.
My heart felt like it would explode. You met her last night. How can you marry someone you don't even know?
As if time is a guarantee of anything. I knew you for much longer, but it turns out I didn't know you at all. She knows about my ailment, and she accepted me as I am. And even though I've lost most of my sight now, when I look at her, she glows like an angel. She's kind and beautiful and good. I know she will save me, and I will save her from you.
As he started walking away, I felt something break inside me, like a monster being unleashed. Maybe it's a blessing you're going blind, Henry. I hope it happens faster for your sake. It's better if you're spared from seeing the snake you're marrying or the fool you've become. And I wouldn't have married you anyway. A blind fool is no prince, only a burden.
Mind your tongue when speaking to your prince. And if you ever cross my path again, I will have you exiled.
I walked out after him and watched from a distance as he took Cinderella's hand, lifted her into the royal carriage, and rode away, taking every dream I'd ever dared to have with him. What was it that Henry had called me? Ah, yes, the villain in Cinderella's story, in that she would save him and he would save her from me. Yes, her beauty was so bright, it even enchanted an almost blind man. It made everyone else look ugly. I calmly stepped over to the oil lamp and knocked it over. Then I stood back and watched as the flames ran up the curtains, licked up the walls, ate up her belongings, gobbled up all her lies. The whole room blazed, and it felt good. The fire spread faster than I'd expected. The house was old, and the walls were bone dry. By the time the servants managed to put it out, half the estate was gone. Mother, heartbroken and sickly, packed up what little we had left and moved in with some distant relatives. Anastasia went with her. And me? Well, I was declared unwell, hysterical, and quite dangerous. I was locked up in a sanatorium, just a fancy word for a prison with prettier walls. Anastasia tried to visit me regularly the first few years, bringing me sweet treats and books, but over time, the visits got fewer, and eventually they stopped altogether. And so, here I stayed, my name forgotten, just one half of the ugly stepsisters duo. The real question is, did Cinderella get her famous happy ending? Honestly, I don't know. The crown prince had a relapse of his disease a few years later, and this time, he did not survive it. I'm sure Cinderella wore black for a while and looked stunningly tragic, but I doubt she really mourned him, because I don't think she was capable of loving anything or anyone. But who knows? Maybe she lived happily ever after anyway, bedecked in jewels and finery, admired and beloved by the people, and with a whole castle to scrub to sparkling perfection. Anyway, this is how my story ends. It's so depressing, isn't it? But don't worry. This version won't stick, because no one really wants the truth. Not when the truth is ugly and the liar is beautiful.
Hey, before you click away, can we talk? Like, really talk? You just spent time with me and my story. Not 30 seconds, not a quick swipe, actual time. And that's kind of rare now, isn't it? Look, I get it. TikTok is addictive. Those quick dopamine hits, one after another. But here's the thing. Do you remember any of those videos from last week? Last month? They blur together, don't they? But a story? A real story sticks with you. It changes how you see things. Maybe after watching mine, you'll think differently about the villains in other stories. Maybe you'll question who's really telling the truth. That's what stories do. They don't just pass time, they change us. We're fighting to keep this alive. Every animation you see took weeks. Every character, every expression, every scene, crafted by humans who believe stories matter. We could pump out 3-minute clips with AI voices reading Reddit posts. We could chase trends. We'd probably get more views. But we don't, because you deserve better. Here's the truth. Platforms push short-form content because it keeps you scrolling longer. But we're not trying to steal your time. We're trying to earn it, to give you something worth those minutes. So if this story made you feel something, anything, then please share it. Not for the algorithm, not for us, but for everyone who's hungry for real stories and doesn't even know it yet. Send it to that friend who says, I wish movies were like they used to be. Drop it in the group chat where people actually discuss things. Because every share is a vote that says, yes, storytelling matters. Yes, we still want narratives that challenge us, surprise us, make us think. The art of storytelling survived thousands of years. From cave paintings to campfires to Shakespeare to cinema. Don't let it die on our watch. Not for a 5-second dance trend. Help us prove that in a world of infinite scroll, some things are still worth stopping for. Share this story. Save storytelling. It sounds dramatic, because it is.